Thank you everyone for coming. Good morning. This is just a brief welcome for the NUTRI-CHECK NET Final Conference. This will be a hybrid event, okay? So we are a few people here in the room, so we are in Brussels, and we hope that we have much more joining online. This day will be, well, we will have a full agenda, so a lot to discuss about the optimization of nutrition, and we hope that you enjoy the whole day. So I will just briefly explain. My name is Dina Lopes. I'm coordinating the WP of communication and dissemination in this project, and we have a team today. Besides the different coordination team of the project, we have different people from Consular here. We have Beatriz Almeida, and my colleagues Mariana, Pedro, and Guilherme Silva are outside, so if you need anything during the day, please ask them. Just a bit of housekeeping. So we'll have, as I'm going through the agenda, we'll have different sessions with the question and answer after these sessions. For the people that are online, you could put your questions in the chat of Zoom, and for the people that are here, we'll have some microphones if you want to put these questions. Also, this session is being recorded because, well, we will need this for the project, and of course for other people to see and to spread this knowledge that we are going to discuss today. Well, for the people that are in the room, please mute your phones or put it in flight mode so that we don't have a lot of phones ringing during the different sessions. So, just briefly presenting the agenda. We already had the welcome coffee, so for the people that are online, I hope that you had coffee as well. We had a very nice coffee and chat here, and we will have the introduction of the NUTRI-CHECK NET project by Sarah Kendall from AIDAS. She will be online. Then we will pass the word to Miguel Quemada from the Polytechnica of Madrid, who will do the conference opening. We will then have two sessions in the morning. One will be on challenges in nutrient management in Europe. This will be chaired by Thomas Wilkinson from AIDAS. And then we'll have, after a brief coffee break, session 2 regarding the tools for a better nutrient management. That will be chaired by David Wall from CHEGASC. Then we'll have a lunch break, and during this lunch break we'll have an informal poster session. We'll have different posters outside, and I hope that the authors of these posters can discuss with the different people that are here the different content that we have in these posters. And then in the afternoon sessions we will start with the co-creation and best practices to support adoption, chaired by Milan Franzen from Delphi. And then we'll have a short coffee break, and the final session will be the Horizon Europe Shaping Crop Nutrient Management. That will be chaired by Alexander Frodnarakis from AUA. We'll have just a brief break for people to stretch a bit the legs, and we will end with a panel discussion chaired by Francesca Degan from Arvalis, Bridging Sectors for a Better Future. And we'll have the closing by Spiros Fontes from AUA. So, as I said, this will be a full day with a lot of things to discuss, and I hope that you all enjoy it. And now I will pass to Sarah Kendall from AIDAS, she will introduce the NUTRI-CHECK NET project. Sarah is a crop physiologist and Associate Managing Director of AIDAS Sustainable Agricultural Systems Business. She is based in the UK, and she is also the scientific coordinator of this project. Her research is focused on optimizing crop nutrition and also on supporting farmers to make the best nutrition decisions to increase productivity sustainable. Sarah, are you there?
I am. Hopefully you can hear me, and I'll just share my screen.
Okay.
Let me know when you can see that, Dina.
Let me just wait a bit. One more minute, please. Okay, thank you. You can go.
Okay, thank you very much, Dina. Obviously, I'm really sorry to not be there with everyone in person today. My son's currently recovering from surgery in hospital, so I've had to stay back here in the UK. However, I'd like to wish everyone who's in the room in Brussels and who is joining us online an enjoyable day today. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank the team at Consuli and many of the other project partners who have worked really hard to make the conference today happen. And I'm sure it'll be a big success. And to thank all the speakers for their contributions as well. So my job is just to really give you a brief overview of the NUTRI-CHECK NET project, which I hope will set some context for today's conference. So we're near the end of the 3-year NUTRI-CHECK NET project, which has included 10 partners across 9 European countries. And the project aim has really been to try and maximise site-specific precision in managing the nutrition of European arable crops. And the project, which is really focused on a multi-actor approach, sitting farmers and wider stakeholders at its core, has worked to collect, distill and share knowledge and expertise which supports confidence building in crop nutrition decisions on farm. And the remit of NUTRI-CHECK NET aligns with the Green Deal Farm to Fork strategy, as you may imagine. And this project, we hope, will really have contributed to this component of the strategy, which focuses on reducing nutrient losses by at least 50%, while ensuring no deterioration in soil fertility, and the consequence of which will be to reduce the use of fertilisers by at least 20%. So NUTRI-CHECK has really focused on how can we support farms to make more informed and therefore more optimised nutrient decisions and applications. And arable farms in the EU now face the challenge of reinstating increases in productivity whilst rapidly adopting more sustainable, more circular nutrition systems with reduced nutrient use and therefore more nutrient recycling in order to try and bring around the major reductions needed in nutrient losses. And an important question that we should consider as an industry is, are we already doing enough? So are the practices that farmers are currently using across the EU and the UK, I should add, are they already enough to bring about these changes? And the industry has widely adopted the 4 R's as a basis of nutrient stewardship, a science-based framework for the effective and efficient use of plant nutrients. And the 4 R's focuses on the right source, so matching fertiliser type to crop needs, the right rate, matching the amount of fertiliser to crop needs, along with the right time, so making nutrients available when the crop needs them, and then finally the right place, keeping nutrients where the crop can use them. And so one of our considerations in the project is this approach enough to bring about those changes needed? And so one thing we would like to, I suppose, propose today, and I'm hopeful that you'll have good discussion around this during the breaks, is should we consider a change in approach? And that goes from assuming that predictions are always right. So when farmers make a plan, that plan is always going to be the right thing to do. Or should we be considering a more dynamic management approach which utilises monitoring and measurements? And I think as an outcome of the project, this is something that we would like to propose to the industry. And we see this as something that very much builds on the principles of the 4Rs. The 4Rs remains very relevant and important, but actually, can we think about focusing us on a cycle where farmers strive for continuous improvement? And I'll talk about this concept in the second session today. So I just want to finish this introduction by, I suppose, showcasing some of the project's achievements. And you can see some photos here on my slide that summarise the type of work that NUTRI-CHECK NET has been about. This has been about bringing people together, farmers, advisors and stakeholders across the industry, to actually talk about what are the challenges that our industry faces and what's our current understanding, how can we gather together knowledge and how can we make the most of that. And just to run through a few things that will be picked up on throughout the day today. So the project's formed 9 national expert groups of stakeholders who have really helped to share their knowledge and to co-create best practices. And these 9 national expert groups have come together to form a network across Europe. We've worked with groups of farmers and advisors in each of our countries to evaluate and demonstrate tools and solutions which can support nutrition decisions. And through stakeholder engagement activities, we've identified a significant number of different farmer needs and barriers relating to nutrient management. And to gather information about the range of tools and solutions that are available to farmers and advisors to make nutrition decisions, we created a structured inventory. And this is now available on the NUTRI-CHECK NET's custom-built platform. So that information is all available for farmers to understand what are the tools, solutions that they can use and to understand more about those. We've worked closely with our Farmer Crop Nutrition Club members, and they have selected tools from the inventory to evaluate, and this has formed the basis for a cost-benefit analysis, which Francesca Deegan will talk through the results later today. We've proposed a new management framework and we've co-created 21 best practices. So you'll hear about the process of creating those best practices and what they are later today. And these represent those 3 steps to fulfill the 3-step checking approach. And then, of course, communication and dissemination has been a really crucial part of the project. And we've created 102 practice abstracts, which will act as a lasting resource, and have carried out 89 field demonstrations. So there's been lots of ways to get the information to farmers with farmers. And with that, I'll finish and hand back to Dina. Thank you very much.
I will just move, maybe it's easier like this. Okay, so our next speaker will be Miguel Queimada from the University Polytechnic of Madrid. Miguel has a PhD in agronomy and he's a professor at the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid and a senior scientist at the Research Center for the Management of Agricultural and Environmental Risks. His area of expertise is nitrogen and water management in agricultural systems, seeking to increase economic and environmental sustainability. Please, Miguel, the floor is yours.
Is that the... Okay. Well, first of all, good morning, everybody, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to present our work here in this meeting. Let's say that I'm really specialized in management of nitrogen and water, and I've been working in remote sensing of nitrogen and water for almost 15 years, and we have a lot of work on that, but I'm not going to talk about that because I was asked to give more general talk. I'm a member of the European Nitrogen Expert Panel that we work in indicators to analyze agriculture systems, not only agriculture system, but even agri-food system, the whole scale of food production. And so we work on indicators to evaluate the systems. So what I'm going to talk about is about the new concept, which is fertilizer dependency. That is an indicator that complements the nitrogen use efficiency, and it can be used to improve sustainable management in agriculture systems. I'll start with an introduction and a definition of the concept. Then I'll show how to apply this concept to the application to field experiment, to farm scale, and to country and global scale. And I'll end with the conclusions. So I hope that I'll do my best so you can enjoy this talk, even if it is not related to the remote sensing. This move, okay. Well, I guess you are all familiar with the concept of nitrogen use efficiency, NUI, which is the ratio between the nitrogen output and the nitrogen input. It can be applied to any system as far as we define the system boundaries. So it's been applied to farms, to field scale, to countries, to the global scale, so on. It is a very robust indicator. It is based on the mass balance, and it's an indicator of resource efficiency. In 2015, the European Nitrogen Expert Panel published the guidance document to learn how to apply, to giving the indications to apply this new to different systems. And the advice was to always show it together with the nitrogen surplus and the nitrogen output. The nitrogen surplus is the difference between the nitrogen input and the output, and is an indicator of the potential environmental impact. And the nitrogen output, or nitrogen yield, is an indicator of the productivity level. The three of them, we can represent them in this two-dimensional framework, where we have the nitrogen input on the x-axis and the nitrogen output on the y-axis. Then we can define two diagonals of nitrogen use efficiency, which are the 90% and the 50%. We can add the nitrogen surplus, for instance, sigma, nitrogen surplus less than 8 kilograms nitrogen per hectare, and then a minimum of productivity, which in this case is 80 kilograms nitrogen per hectare. So we end up defining an area which is in white, which is the range for nitrogen use efficiency, what we would like our systems to be. Okay? All these targets are not universal. They're targets, here we represent it with these targets, but they can vary depending on the system, depending on the scale, and so on. So we did some work to define these targets. And here you have an example. These are farms from Spain, from Europe. They're from Spain, Denmark, and Germany. And what you can see is that we have the nitrogen use efficiency was between 75% and 90%. The nitrogen surplus was 68 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, and the minimum was 75 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. This was only for cropping systems. We also apply to dairy farms, either intensive or extensive, and we got completely different values. I'm not going into that because I'm going to focus on the cropping system. But just to tell you that these values, they really need these target values or these thresholds, they need to be defined for each system. Well, though there were definitions of nitrogen use efficiency, or the use of nitrogen in cropping systems, that they're defined before the nitrogen use efficiency. And probably you're familiar with some of them. This is the, oh, hold on a minute. Oh, there's been a problem here. I'm really sorry. Oh, this has been a mess up with the slides. I'll do my best. There is the nitrogen utilization efficiency, which is the ratio between the nitrogen output and the nitrogen uptake. So it's an indicator of how the crops use the uptake nitrogen to produce yield. It was defined in 82 by Dr. Moll, and it's been used a lot in plant breeding, for instance. It has a long tradition of use in genetics, in botanics, even in agronomy. Then there is the recovery efficiency of nitrogen, or the nitrogen recovery efficiency, which is the capacity of a crop to uptake the nitrogen applied. So it's the nitrogen uptake by the crop divided by the nitrogen applied as a fertilizer. It's this one. It was defined for label studies. Dr. Paulson defined it in, I think, in 87, and then in nitrogen 15 studies. But then it has been applied to different situations with no label fertilizer application. And if we have a field trial with different nitrogen levels, is the difference between the nitrogen uptake in the treatment minus the nitrogen uptake in the control divided by the difference in nitrogen apply. Oh my goodness, well. But not all the nitrogen in a crop is, or not all the yield of a crop is nitrogen. There is only a part. So there is another concept, which is the yield nitrogen efficiency, which is the nitrogen output divided by the nitrogen yield, that we needed also to include it to see how efficient is the crop to export nitrogen. Think that, I mean, if it is wheat, probably half of the nitrogen of the wheat, or more than half, is in the nitrogen output. But if we think about other crops like tomato or peppers, there is very little nitrogen on what is exported out of the system, okay? However, if we apply this, and let's see if this works, okay? Still, to get the nitrogen, we need to introduce a new concept, which is the nitrogen fertilizer divided by the nitrogen input. Now, if we cancel, we can tell the nitrogen use efficiency is equals to the nitrogen output divided by the nitrogen input, and is divided in 4 components. This new component, nobody used it before, and we decided to call fertilizer dependency. And it's basically the relation between the nitrogen fertilizer divided by the nitrogen input. Okay. Here, yeah.
When you talk about an input, when you talk about fertilizers, is it that only fertilizers? Are you also accounting for organic inputs? What is it just fertilizer?
Okay. It is nitrogen input are the total nitrogen inputs. Okay. If we have this equation, underneath is that symmetry on nitrogen input is including nitrogen fertilizer, organic nitrogen fertilizer, synthetic nitrogen fertilizer, nitrogen applied by atmospheric deposition, nitrogen applied by soil supply, nitrogen applied with irrigation water, nitrogen applied by biological nitrogen fixation. So all the nitrogen inputs that we have at the system. At the cropping system level, if we were talking about dairy farms, we'll have to include also the nitrogen in the feed for the animals or the nitrogen concentrates for the animals. So it's the total nitrogen input into the system. And the nitrogen applied with fertilizers is basically the addition of nitrogen applied with synthetic fertilizers or mineral fertilizers and the nitrogen applied with organic fertilizers. So this fertilizer dependency goes from 0 to 100, and is an indicator of the relevance of the nitrogen provided by internal nitrogen sources. It's telling us how this system depends on external nitrogen inputs, so at the same time it's an indicator of how efficient is the system using nitrogen internal sources. For instance, you have system with a lot of nitrogen supply, fertile soils with high nitrogen mineralization, or system we have leguminous crops where there is high nitrogen fixation. In these cases, are going to have a low fertilizer dependency. On the other hand, if we have systems with little nitrogen supply, for instance, low fertile soils or hydroponics, they'll have a high fertilizer dependency. And it's a different concept from the nitrogen use efficiency. A hydroponic system may have a high nitrogen use efficiency, but a very high, probably 100% of fertilizer dependency. This fertilizer dependency may decrease with management practice, those that enhance the nitrogen availability, and by circular economy principles applied to agriculture. So we can use it for that. So the objective of the talk of this work was to test the fertilizer dependency concept at the cropping system scale and at different spatial scales as an indicator to promote sustainable production system. I'm going to show the examples applied to field experiment, applied to the farm scale, and applied to a country and global scale. Let's start with the field experiments. We applied to a field experiment that we had in central Spain. It was irrigated. It was basically a factorial experiment with a split plot design, where we have 4 precedent crops: veg, barley, rapeseed, and fallow. And then each of the plot was divided in 4 subplots that receive 4 different nitrogen levels from 0 to 200 kilos of nitrogen per hectare. We harvest with experimental combiner the field at harvest, and we determine the grain and biomass the nitrogen concentration in the grain and the biomass. So we calculated the nitrogen output. Therefore, the nitrogen inputs were the nitrogen applied with fertilizers and nitrogen in the above ground biomass of the control. That included the nitrogen atmospheric deposition, the nitrogen supply from biological fixation, the nitrogen in irrigation water, plus the soil nitrogen supply. Here you have, in the control treatment, the nitrogen supplied by soil, and we can see that it was double after the veg precedent than after the barley, being in between for the fallow and the rapeseed. As a consequence, the nitrogen output was larger for the veg than for the other crops. If we look at the yield and the nitrogen output, we see that in barley, fallow, and rapeseed precedent, when we applied nitrogen, there was an increase in yield and an increase in nitrogen output. However, if we look after the leguminous crop, the increase was not significant until we applied the highest nitrogen rate, which is normal, because the leguminous crop was applying enough nitrogen to the wheat. So if we come and we compare the fertilizer dependency concept and the nitrogen use efficiency concept, what we observe is that the fertilizer dependency depends both on the precedent and the nitrogen rate. On the precedent was lower for the veg than for the barley. There was a decrease in about 15% of the fertilizer dependency. It was in between for fallow and rapeseed. And in terms of the nitrogen rate, the fertilizer dependency increased with the nitrogen rate. If we look at the nitrogen use efficiency, we see that it was not affected by the precedent. This is normal because the yield was higher, the nitrogen output was higher after the veg, But the nitrogen input was also higher after the batch because it was increasing the biological fixation. So there was no difference in nitrogen use efficiency. And if we look at the nitrogen output, we see that again, it was lower for the control than for the fertilized treatments, but for the fertilized treatments, there was no a clear effect in the nitrogen use efficiency. Therefore, the fertilizer dependency was adding additional information over the nitrogen use efficiency, and it was adding information about how the system was using the nitrogen coming from natural resources. Let's move now to the farm scale. We use the data from this article that published some time ago, that it was focusing in different systems, and we focus only in the cropping systems. This is the plot that I showed you before. Here we collected data from the nitrogen balance from more than 1,000 farms in Europe. And for the cropping system, the nitrogen inputs were the mineral fertilizer, the biological nitrogen fixation, the atmospheric nitrogen deposition, the seed the nitrogen coming with the seeds, and the bedding material. And then the nitrogen in the animal manure and in the irrigation water for the grain-fed systems. And the nitrogen outputs were only the crop products, what was exported with the crop products. Well, we did also took only a subset of farms of the crop rotation that lasted for more than 3 years. We had also 2-year crop rotation and even data from 1 single year, but we decided that really to do a good study, at least we need 3 years. And we had a subset with 45 farms, 29 from Spain and 16 from Germany. The German farms were all of them grain-fed, and they apply organic manure plus mineral fertilizers. And the Spanish farms were all irrigated, and they apply only mineral fertilizers. They didn't apply organic manures. The main crops were the winter cereals, maize, rapeseed, and root crops. Well, if we look at the nitrogen inputs, first we see that they range from the total nitrogen inputs from about 100 to 390 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So there was a broad range of different nitrogen inputs. And the more important were the fertilizers, both the mineral fertilizers or synthetic and the organic fertilizers. Other important nitrogen inputs were the nitrogen fixation by leguminous crop, the nitrogen in irrigation water, the atmospheric deposition was pretty important, and the nitrogen in seed was very low. Here you have a plot showing the fertilizer dependency range that was from 47 to 95%, and it follows a normal distribution. And we see that there were many differences, and so we tried to understand what were the factors that were determining these differences in fertilizer dependency. Well, first, we did a new distinction. We divided between the fertilizer dependency from mineral fertilizers and the fertilizer dependency from organic fertilizers. Yes, because this can be interested if a country wants to promote practices to promote circular economy, circular recycling of organic nutrients into the systems. And here you have the plot with the fertilizer dependency for all the farms. It ranges from the lowest, as I say, 47 to almost 95%. In the Spanish farms, there were some farms with very low fertilizer dependency, and those were the farms that were accounting for the amount of nitrogen applied with the irrigation water. And also, we saw some farms with very high fertilizer dependency. In Spain, those were the farms that were not accounting for the nitrogen applied in irrigation water. In this region, the nitrogen concentration in the irrigation water varies a lot. Farmers, they can use water from the channel or from reservoirs that have very low nitrate content, or they can pump water from aquifers. And the aquifers are already polluted with nitrogen, so when they pump the water from the aquifers, they are applying nitrogen in the irrigation water. Sometimes they really mix both waters, and it depends also on the volume of water applied. We observe that the difference was between applying 20 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare to farmers that were applying 110, 120 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So, yeah, that high. So, some of the farmers, they discount this from the fertilizer application, okay? But some of them, they don't. Why not? Because they don't believe it. They say, okay, I'm going to apply my fertilizer rate, and if I am applying more nitrogen with the irrigation water, much better. And they don't do this discount. What happens is that they have a very high nitrogen surplus, and they have a very high fertilizer dependence. In the case of the German farms, the ones that have low fertilizer dependency is because they have a lot of leguminous crop into their farm, into their crop rotation. So they really decrease the fertilizer dependency. And there are some farms that have a high organic fertilizer dependency, that's the red color, and these were the farms that were importing nitrogen manure into the farm, okay? So what we can say is that fertilizer dependency was helping to identify the practices that reduce nitrogen fertilizer requirements in the farm. So what we propose is to introduce the nitrogen fertilizer dependency added to the other indicators, to the nitrogen use efficiency, to the nitrogen surplus, and to the nitrogen output. In this plot, in the main plot, fertilizer dependency is introduced as the size of the symbol. And the color is telling us about the mineral fertilizer dependency. If it is blue, it is low. If it is red, it is high. So we can introduce it, and you see that there is a broad range, okay? In plot B, what you see is that fertilizer dependency and nitrogen use efficiency are not related. So we can have a system with a high nitrogen use efficiency and a low fertilizer dependency, or high nitrogen use efficiency and low fertilizer dependency. And what we observe is that the fertilizer dependency is really related to the addition of the nitrogen introduced by biological atmospheric fixation, by irrigation water, and nitrogen deposition. That's what is really deciding the fertilizer dependency. So what we think is that fertilizer dependency can help us to account for the nitrogen introduced through, let's say, natural sources of nitrogen. Well, we apply also to the country level and the global scale. To do that, we use the data from a famous article which was published in Environmental Research Letter, where they did the nitrogen budgets for 203 countries from 1961 to 2013. At the regional scale, the nitrogen inputs were the mineral fertilizer application, the manure application, symbiotic biological fixation, and nitrogen atmospheric deposition of oxidized nitrogen forms. Look that here, for instance, the nitrogen from irrigation water is not an input, because if we are thinking about the regional scale, this is really a recirculation of the nitrogen. So it's not really a new input into the country or into the region. And what we obtain is this map that is representing nitrogen use efficiency for the different countries, okay? You have nitrogen fertilizer, nitrogen use efficiency, but fertilizer dependency. And there are values, the blue values are the low values, they're around 20%, and the red values represent high fertilizer dependency, okay? The first, we distinguish the countries from South America that they have now a very low fertilizer dependency. Those are countries that introduce soybean in their crop rotations. It happens in the 80s, in these small plots. You can see the evolution with time of the fertilizer dependency. You can see here there are Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, how in the 80s they start to introduce the soybean and how the fertilizer dependency decreased very fast. And then also we have countries like some African countries like Congo, which they're really countries that have a very limited access to nitrogen fertilizer, so they have a very low fertilizer dependency, but probably we could take a closer look and they have also a very low productivity, okay? It is also interesting to remark that 16% of the countries, so 1/6, they have fertilizer dependency below 50%. Most of the countries, they have a fertilizer dependency higher than 80%. And the ones that have a high fertilizer dependency includes the United States, all the European countries, India, or China. Here you have a example of China. Sorry, the circle was supposed to be here, but well. China is a very interesting example. In 61, they have a fertilizer dependency about 50%. And they increase up to 91%, and they stabilize in the last decade. Taking a closer look, in 61, well, this is really due to crop intensification, and it's very clear. In 61, the nitrogen input, the average nitrogen input for China was 41 kilos of nitrogen per hectare. And about half of it, about 20 kilograms nitrogen per hectare, were coming from biological nitrogen fixation and from nitrogen deposition. In the 90s, the total nitrogen input the average was 370 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So they went from 40 to 370. And the nitrogen coming from biological nitrogen fixation and deposition was 40 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So there was a very large increase in fertilizer dependency. And if we look at the global scale, the nitrogen fertilizer dependency has increased from 71 to 83%. So even with all the changes and all the new technologies, our dependency on fertilizer has increased in the last 30, 40 years. We can compare the nitrogen fertilizer dependency in the 60s with the nitrogen fertilizer dependencies up to 2013. We're working now on the last decade. These data are telling us a lot. What we can see is that most of the countries, they increase the nitrogen fertilizer dependency during these decades. And there are some that decrease it. The ones that is very clear that they decrease it were the South American countries because of the boost, they really boost the cropping of soybeans. But it's very interesting to see that there are some European countries like France or even US where they diminish the fertilizer dependency in these years. And why? Mainly, the two main reasons are because they introduce more leguminous crops into the crop rotations, and because they've been more successful in recycling nutrients in the system, probably because of circular economy policies. So, again, fertilizer dependency is a good indicator for showing this, the success of these practices at the country level. And if we represent nitrogen use efficiency with the fertilizer dependency, we try to look for the relationship, there is a slight negative relationship at the beginning, but it's mainly because there are some small countries like Qatar or Brunei where they have a huge, they import a lot of nutrients, they apply them and they have a very low nitrogen use efficiency. But if we focus on this area between 40 and 80% where most of the countries are located, what we observe that we can get, there is no relation. So we get countries with high nitrogen use efficiency and low fertilizer dependency, and countries with high nitrogen use efficiency and high fertilizer dependency. So again, fertilizer dependency can be an indicator that add information to the nitrogen use efficiency. It's telling us, on the one hand, how dependent is a system, a food production system, from external nitrogen inputs, and also it's telling us we can use it to monitor how successful are our practices or to recycle nutrients in the system or to introduce leguminous crops in the system. So as conclusions, the nitrogen fertilizer dependency complements the nitrogen use efficiency, the nitrogen surplus, and the nitrogen output, and should be reported as the fourth agro-environmental indicator. The fertilizer dependency provides relevant information on whether nitrogen fertilizer application is reduced by increasing inputs through symbiotic fixation or recirculation of already available nitrogen sources, like the nitrogen reuse of organic products, the nitrogen from the water, or the nitrogen from the soil. The application of the fertilizer dependency at a regional scale reveals countries in which fertilizer dependency decreases, mainly because of increasing biological nitrogen fixation, and others that experience increases in the last decades. And the global nitrogen fertilizer dependency is about 83%. So, if the goal, as it is the European goal, is promoting nitrogen inputs other than external fertilizers in cropping system, fertilizer dependency has a great potential because it allows farmers and policymakers to monitor achievements and to evaluate the ability of food production to confront international instability or shocks. Just think what happened in Europe when 3 years ago, at the beginning of the Ukrainian war, we realized that we have a very high dependency of Russian fertilizers. It really increased the price of the fertilizers, it skyrocketed the price of the agricultural products, and we were forced to look for alternatives to decrease this dependency. And with respect to the research needs, we need to test the applicability of the fertilizer dependency to crop livestock farms. Here it comes a question, which is, what do we do with the nitrogen imported as feed for the animals? Then you probably know that in many farms it is much higher than the nitrogen applied as fertilizers. Well, this is a topic for a debate. And then we need to test the application of fertilizer dependency to the agro-food system, the whole agro-food system, and to assess the nitrogen inputs at different spatial and temporal scales. Thank you very much for your attention. What is the The main barriers to improve use efficiency. Well, I mean, it really depends on the system, so it's hard to tell about the single one. It really depends on the system. If we're thinking about systems with where we have herbaceous crop, arable crops mainly, the introduction of leguminous crop can help a lot to improve the efficiency. And if we have horticulture systems or systems based on tree production, In this, they usually have a very low fertilizer dependency, and it really depends a lot of what do we do with the biomass that is not exported out of the system. For instance, if we recycle it as compost, if we prune it and apply it to the soil, that's a very important factor. And for animal farms, this is a whole topic that we could discuss about it, but I think it's not the forum.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so
Do you have other questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I'm a total outsider, so I learned a lot. I'm an economist. So I was wondering, is efficiency the relevant thing to look at, or the total use of something? Because I have this general critique that when we're looking at unit improvements, we are not controlling whether these unit improvements are accompanied with an overall higher use.
Okay. Well, you have the same question that we all have. Efficiency is very important. It is obvious. I mean, and it's in the center of the European policy. We have to increase the efficiency of nutrients. But it's not only efficiency, and that's what we wanted to show and to report. Even if we increase efficiency, we can still increase our dependency. I'm sure if you're an economist, you know about the Jacobs paradox, isn't it? We can increase the efficiency, but at the same time, we can increase the environmental impact. And that's something we need to be aware. And we learn it from the economics, we can apply it to the economy. We have to keep an eye on both. Increase the efficiency, but at the same time, try to decrease the dependency. Try to make sure that our nitrogen inputs, we are diversifying our nitrogen inputs, and we are decreasing the dependency of our system. But it's an excellent question. I don't think there is a proper answer for it, but I totally agree with you.
thank you very much. Maybe the last one, because we are a bit late, and then we can move to in the last panel. Maybe we can put a bit more questions.
Thank you. I'm Ludwig. The productivity is, of course, also a very relevant factor in this equation. And this map that you showed, that showed a very low dependency, but also a low productivity, which is not shown in the graph. Do you have this as a third component in some considerations? I think it is needed.
Well, the productivity is included as the minimum nitrogen output, the nitrogen yield. So in the two-dimensional framework, there is the productivity included. But the productivity is very complicated. What is the productivity of a vineyard? What is the productivity of a wheat system? So that's why I was saying the targets are not universal. We need to have different targets for different products. What is useful about the two-dimensional plot, is that the farmers like it a lot, because they can compare their farm with the farms of the others. Because of the data protection, we cannot say who is the owner of each farm. It's forbidden, it's banned. But the farmers know where they are. And when I work with a group of 50, 60 farmers, the ones who know they're not doing very well, they really wonder, what I'm doing wrong? Why the others have a higher nitrogen efficiency than myself? And the ones who are doing well, they're very happy. So that's very useful. They allow us to benchmark and to identify the techniques that are helping to increase the nitrogen efficiency. And farmers love it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Miguel. It was a very, very interesting
Thank you.
session. And we can move along to panel 1, so session 1. So I will ask Thomas Wilkinson to join me. He will be the chair of this session, Challenges in Nutrient Management in Europe, and also David Wall, Dirk Bulling, and Jérôme Charpentier. If you can join us here, maybe you can be here. Thomas will be the moderator of this session, and Bernadette Bennett, she will join us online. So if you want to sit there, maybe it's easier. Okay. And yes, and there, please. So Thomas is a senior crop researcher consultant in sustainable agricultural systems in RSK ADAS. He is focused in the incorporation of ecosystem services, monitoring this into good agricultural practices. He led the pilot studies and ecosystem services indicators work package in the Legumes Horizon Europe project. He also has a technical lead of the Pulse Yield Enhancement Network and work package co-lead of the UK Nitrogen Climate and Smart project. So Tom, oh sorry.
If you want to come here.
Yeah.
And
And
introduce David.
ah, okay. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, those who are eagle-eyed probably noticed that there's been a slight change to the agenda, and I'm filling in for Sarah on this session, who unfortunately couldn't make it in person today. But I know that we're really pleased to introduce this session, and we've had a really good introduction at systems level, and we're continuing with that different kind of range of perspectives, because we've got a really good group of farmers, advisors, and researchers to give their perspectives in this session. So we're joined by David, Jerome and Dirk-Jan, and we've got Bernadette joining us online for this session. And so they're quite short talks, so David's is 5 minutes and then the others are 10 minutes. So we're going to hold questions until the end, and then we'll have some time to ask questions to everyone before the coffee break, which I'm sure we're all looking forward to. So first of all, I'll pass over to David.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, you've got a bio, David.
Yeah, we'll in the interest of time, we'll keep going. Thanks very much, Tom, and look, it's great to be able to show some of the results from NUTRI-CHECK NET that we've been collecting over the last few years. So, challenges and opportunities in arable crop nutrition management. As Sarah has outlined, our aim in general was to improve the precision of crop nutrition. And how did we do that? By compiling nutrition decision tools, promoting farm by farm nutrient checking, and facilitating knowledge exchange. So practice adoption is going to be key here in terms of getting those tools being used on farms and making the changes that are sought after by farmers, by the industry, and ultimately in terms of environmental goals. But I suppose that process is, that practice adoption piece where farmers decide to use or don't decide to use potentially new tools, technologies that have been developed through science, etc. This can be influenced by factors of expected benefits, that compelling reason why a farmer might take on a tool, may take on a new management practice, etc. But also by available resources on the farm, that might be a constraint, or external conditions. And the goal is to improve farm sustainability, resilience and productivity, while potentially reducing the costs, improving market access, etc. So you have that goal, we'll say, in terms of what's heartfelt versus reducing costs, de-risking the business, etc. And various barriers can hinder that adoption, and that's what in this presentation I'm going to discuss. What are those barriers that we identified for farmers to adopt new tools, technologies, practices? Stakeholder methods. We interacted with 3 groups of stakeholders from across the industry to determine the challenges and opportunities in arable crop nutrition management. The different stakeholders were national expert groups, and I'll explain those through interviews. The national stakeholder actors, so this is a wider snapshot of farmers, the industry, advisory services, etc., through surveys, and our crop nutrition club farmers through evaluation workshops in a validation exercise. So the methods enabled NUTRI-CHECK NET to cross-validate the responses submitted by different stakeholder actors who participated in this engagement. Very briefly, the national expert groups, as Sarah has outlined, 9 partner countries have these NEGs, 10 to 20 members in each NEG representing the wider agricultural industry, and we had 122 members were interviewed over the course of the project. And the aim there was to identify and promote key drivers for increasing precision in crop nutrition, identify solutions and new ways of overcoming barriers to achieving crop nutrition management. And just to define our crop nutrition clubs, again, 9 partner countries, 2 to 3 CNCs in each of the partner countries, and in total about 200 CNC members throughout Europe. Scale of these farms, everything from 40 hectares to over 1,000 hectares, and farmers engaged in cereal production, maize production, potatoes, and of course other crops, legumes, beets, etc. But we concentrated on these 3 mainstay of crop production. And 135 CNC farmers participated in the final workshops, the validation exercise. What did those CNCs do? They aim to evaluate on-farm decision tools and opportunities to improve their crop nutrition management. And they were also there in terms of feedback to the project, to us as the project team, share experience with other farmers and the wider agricultural industry. So these were key, I would say, in terms of what we tried to achieve in NUTRI-CHECK NET. Very briefly, in terms of the survey responses captured, we had over 714 responses captured in that wider survey, fairly even throughout the 9 partner countries. And in terms of the share of who responded, farmer landowner managers were about 46, about half of those. Farmer advisors and crop agronomists were another 30%. And then you had other industry, policymakers, researchers, etc. So some results, very briefly. What are the main drivers for improving crop nutrition on farms? Economic drivers, as we might expect, are number 1. They have to, production systems have to wash their own face, I suppose, provide income. Production, farmers wanted to increase production. Of course, that's linked with the economic output. Achieving market specification was a key driver. Policy, I suppose, nitrates directive, climate objectives, etc., and environment. You can say that farmers' own desire to have a better environment, to be responsible, etc., is also in there. Primary motivations, again, reflects that the drivers increased profitability and yield, compliance with environmental regulation, reduced nutrient losses on the other side, benchmarking their progress, improving sustainability of their business was much lower down the pecking order. This is an interesting one. How do farmers judge success in terms of crop nutrition management? In terms of the figure on the left, comparison with previous crop yields was one indicator that they were using. So that might be, how did you compare with last year? Visual appearance of crops, as walking through the crops or looking at the crops, did they look good? Again, you could say a little bit subjective rather than an objective indicator. Nutrient analysis of the harvested produce, probably a little bit more concrete, but only 25% picking that one. Guesswork, no evidence. Close to 20% of farmers. In-season crop analysis and assessment of yield mapping information, very low down the order. And it's not surprising then when we summarize that in the pie chart on the right that 66 or 2/3 of farmers estimated their accuracy of decision making at 2/3, 66% of farmers fell into that category, with further 17% saying that they had low accuracy, being brutally honest, I suppose, and another 15% saying that they were perceiving that they were high accuracy. Key data used for crop nutrition decisions: soil analysis and crop type information, soil type information being the top ones there. Crop yield information, so again, matching inputs to expected yield, previous crop type, and then we're down into lower percentages for soil amendments, information on those soil amendments, previous crop residues, soil analysis results, etc. Barriers to crop nutrition tools, cost of technologies being prohibitive, and farmer income preventing investment. So those financial ones top the charts in terms of those main barriers. Lack of farmer awareness, education, and understanding of either farmers or the agronomists. So that whole education piece is really key in there as well. And we might perceive or assume that we're all up to speed, and farmers are up to speed, and our agronomists are up to speed on these issues, but that doesn't seem to be the case. And then other things in terms of lack of time, not considering the long-term health of the soil, etc., and adoption rates of new ideas in terms of farmer demographics being a significant barrier. Final few pieces of information here. Key needs of farmers, again, education came. When we asked that question in another way, education and awareness raising were the top two needs of farmers here. Access to finance, availability of independent research, and availability of economic cost benefits. So they wanted to see how much those benefits before they put their hard-earned cash or investment into the pot, so to speak. And then when we asked across the 9 partner countries, so I've summarised most of this in the short time in terms of the global output of this, but it turned out that farmers across the different countries, or stakeholders across the different countries, voted very, very similar. Education and awareness raising being the top 2 across the countries, and availability of independent research and access to a farm advisor and agronomist being the next biggest need. And finally, who can support farmers to achieve these outputs? So professional farm advisors and agronomists, and those educators seem to be the top stakeholders who can support farmers. This is according to farmers themselves. Industry, the input side and the support services in terms of industry being the next stakeholders who could support farmers. And finally, policymakers in terms of those incentives, etc., seem to be third. So in conclusion, information currently used by farmers across 9 partner countries was broadly similar for calculating crop nutrition requirements. However, perceived levels of accuracy and precision with respect to crop nutrition management were moderate at best, and we didn't have very good indicators or they weren't being used. We might have them, but not being used. High cost, low farmer income level, poor farmer awareness and poor education were the main barriers to adoption. High reliance on industry input sales and support service and agri-contractors. So farmers were removed from the decisions, being a major issue. Professional farm advisors and agronomists and agricultural training providers and those research organisations were identified as the key stakeholders who can help in this respect. And finally, this work helped to build our understanding in the early part of NUTRI-CHECK NET for the next pieces which we'll discuss in the following sessions. With that, I'll thank you and
Yeah, thank you very much, David, for that. I mean, loads of really valuable information came out of that work. So if anybody wants to look at the deliverable associated with that, that is available online because, yeah, it's really, really useful stuff. And so next, I'm very happy to introduce Dirk-Jan. And Dirk-Jan is from the Netherlands, a lot of experience in arable farming, and I think crucially believes that good fertilisation is the key to achieve a good yield. So I'm very happy to invite Dirk-Jan up to yeah, provide a bit of your perspective. Yeah,
So thank you very much for the invitation, and that I may try to tell something about how I do farming in the Netherlands in the northern part, as you see. It's a north sandy area. Below there is a south sandy area, and at the left side most is clay in the Netherlands, and that is very important. What is allowed to use the amount of fertilizers? Which this one? No. Which but?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just the arrow.
This one?
This one there. There we go.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, changes in policy makes the change in fertilization, and it was also in your story that how do we change the way how we fertilize? Normally, most of people choose a way of fertilization. This one, my daddy did it on this way, and my grandfather did it on that way, and I will continue that. But things are changing, people are changing, our planet is changing because the use how we did it in the past. But still, what is the most important thing is, and was also what you said, is the profits we need on a farm. We have the farm to make money out of it. Why other nutrients policy? It's quite easy. By the way, how we fertilize, we pollute the ground, the water, and then we have a lot of problems. Especially Holland is a fertile delta, I will say, with a lot of surface water. So it's very easy that nitrogens and chemicals come into the water and not in a place where they need it in the for the plants. So there is a lot of challenge to do it on a right way. What does it mean? In Holland we get norms for crop and soil type, system of usage standards of nitrogen and phosphate, but especially today nitrogen, I will say. Menu laws with nitrogen discount, so we get the possibility to have less manure for the fields. And the introduction of attention areas, so areas where is the pollution in the past very high, there is not allowed to use that amount of chemicals what is necessary. I would say typical Dutch, but maybe other people from other countries say in our land is the same, but a lot of rules with exceptions. So Holland is a very small country, but I think every village, every province have its own rules and special treatments. In Holland we have a lot of animals, so we have also a lot of manure, and that's funny for farmers who have animals. It's cost, but for us as arable farmers it means a big revenue for fertilizer. So when I tell you that we get around 25 euros for a ton manure, and we have a storage of 6,000 tons of manure, so it's a very easy calculation. It's very important for us, for the profit for our farm, to use organic manure. And then fertilizers are relatively expensive. So I was talking about the northern sandy soil and the south sandy soil. I have a small map over here. In the northern part, it's allowed, what is given on the left side, that we may fertilize our soils. And in the right, this on the south part. And in the south, in Holland, we have a lot of dairy farmers, poultry, pig farmers, and you can see they put a lot of the manure in the past on the fields, and now they have the problem with that it's not allowed to use enough nitrogen, I would say, for having good crops. And still, there are areas where it's very high amount of nitrogen in the water and in the ground. They still get less 10 or 20% of the amount of the soil then goes 10 or 20% lower than what is given over here. How do we fertilize? We may use 170 kilogram nitrogen out of manure when it's allowed on the crop. So when I go back to this, it's allowed to use 170 kilograms in the northern sandy soil on potatoes, but the other crops is still not possible because that is the amount we may give. And in the other, in the south, it's very low amount of nitrogen they can use. We completed with fertilizers, and you can see when you look at it that with the more extensive farming, the less manure you can use, so also the less money, and that is a very strange combination, I will say, when we are talking about less fertilization, but it still counts. The money we get from the manure is very important for the farmers. Solutions: other crops, bio-based protein crops, other varieties. We have at home quite a lot of starch potatoes. It's not necessary to use that amount of nitrogen for those potatoes, and also in some French fries areas for potatoes, there are new varieties. It's not necessary to use that amount of nitrogen, so there is maybe that's an opportunity. Other fertilization strategies, so you already talked about it today, I think a lot. Maybe precision farming, agricultural nature management paid by the government. It's still introducing subsidized by the EU and also by the national government to, not to plant profitable crops, but for the biodiversity and so on. So, but that's not where we are farmers for. Goal is enough profit to explore the farm with a high ground price in the Netherlands. And I give you here, for an example, 120,000 euros per hectare, but in some parts in the Netherlands is a double of that. So we can use less fertilizers and choose other crops, but the profit of the crop is the main important thing to having a farm, I think. And for example, I work at home with the Delphi system of QMS plant juice samples. So during the season, we take samples of the plants, and we look if it's necessary to give more or less. No, less is not possible, but it's when there's more necessary fertilization. Conclusions. Government wants goal control. At that moment, they start measuring in the 0-30 and then 30-60 deep of the soil, and 60-90, and looking what is there, what is the amount of nitrogen still in there. And when you do it good, you get maybe possibilities to use more nitrogen and manure on your field. So, but that is how we try to get grip on it. Grip on it. From is it all right what you are doing, or have we to change our policy of using the fertilizers? The challenge is to keep your yields with less fertilizers and still optimal. So that's a very big challenge. And in the future, there will be less space for organic manure. And also we see in the Netherlands that we get also less animals, less dairy, poultry farmers stop with subsidy. So maybe there's also a pollution of a solution for using less chemicals and nitrogen. So, well, thank you for my short story of how I'm fertilizing my crops.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Again, very valuable and good to see that there's some recurring themes coming through as well. And so next we have Jerome. Jerome, again, we're kind of looking at different kind of scales of perspective. So Jerome is the board of a cooperative in France, farming mainly arable crops as well, but with also beef. So welcome. So yes, just this button there.
Okay, thank you. So to begin, I will introduce myself. So I'm a 46 years old farmer trained as an industrial engineer at La Salle Beauvais, working on 210 hectares mixed crop and livestock farm located in Normandy near the Île-de-France region. I raise a few cattle, but mainly grow wheat, barley, canola, flax, and dry peas. I am president of the CVP cooperative, which specializes in collection, supply, and member services located in East of Normandy and the west of Île-de-France. The cooperative collects an average of 480,000 tons, working with 900 loyal members, including 15,000 tons under organic farming. A part of its service policy, the cooperative offers several decision support tools for plant nutrition, and tester and farm stars for nitrogen nutrition, and BAP, formerly Defisol, for base fertilizations. Some figure about the most used tool by the cooperative. 27% of members use FarmStar on an area between 11,000 and 14,000 hectares, depending on the year, mainly for wheat and canola crops, and small amount for winter barley. Half of the users adjust their fertilizer application at the field level. These figures do not include members who use services from the other advisory organizations, such as chambers of agriculture. The use of BAP has developed around higher value added crops, such as potatoes and flax. These tools have been developed in CVP's territory so that members can maintain both the quality and quantity of their production in the face of strategies to reduce investments in fertilizations and increasingly stringent regulations. Furthermore, with global farming, we are seeing greater variation in yields from year to year, which directly impact fertilization plans. Decision support tools help correct this phenomenon by calculating the produced biomass and the expected yield potential. Members can choose the tools that suit them best. The cooperative does not impose it, it encourages. We do not use the Soviet methodology. We offer bonuses on the sales prices of certain crops for using these tools or for protein content. We have observed that some members do not want to use them, often for reasons related to age. There is also the ability to invest in an approach like BAP, which costs about €100 per hectare, or in equipment that allows for variable fertilizer application rates. Finally, these tools have limitation in area where late nitrogen applications are not highly valued. We try to promote these tools in mini conferences or at stands during our technical day in June. 3 staff members specialize in supporting members with these tools. From a technical perspective, while the positive effect on yields is hard to perceive, It is certain that under-fertilization will lead to lower yields in our high potential regions. The most notable effects of nitrogen management tools is on quality, particularly the protein content of wheat for the milling sector. Losses can reach 30 euro per ton for milling wheat or 100 euro per ton for hard wheat. Variable dosing optimize this application as observed by BAP users. If we consider leaching limitation, the best solution remains winter soil cover, because we cannot rule out a climate event that would limit the efficiency of the last nitrogen application. As I have already mentioned, the main challenge is to secure quality standards and the supply chain that results. CVP's geographic position between Rouen, the main port from French cereal exports, and Paris, the primary French consumption area, is an advantage, but we must meet demand. These tools are not suitable for organic farming because late applications are not made, which is why quality is very inconsistent in this production method. However, there is an interest in these tools when implementing measures to protect water catchment area for human consumption. In conclusion, decision support tools must be first accepted by farmers. In our profession, proof by example is what matters. As a cooperative, we can support our members, but the investments required for full use of these tools remains the main obstacle. I'm not here to discuss the financial situation of French cereal growers. However, know that it's not good. We do not measure economic gains, but can estimate losses. From a technical point of view, variable dosing brings a benefit. These tools allow for the maintenance of both quality and, in some cases, quantity of production. They are part of the search for economic optimum in the face of increasing environmental constraints. Historically, regulations concerning water quality. Today, the CBAM brings uncertainty, and I do not know how cereal growers will survive this.
Well, thank you very much. Again, some recurring themes there. And yes, so our next speaker is online. So we have Bernadette. So hopefully that you've joined us okay and you're happy to share your screen in just a moment. So Bernadette is an agriculture advisor in Ireland and is a board member of UFRAS and is going to give us an overview really of activities within that and how supporting farmers works within that system. So over to you, Bernadette, please.
Brilliant, thank you. Now I can hear an echo. Is there anything we can, maybe not? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Oh, super, lovely. Thank you very much. And is it on full view? Yeah.
Not yet. No, not yet.
Sorry,
I think you have to go to display settings. At the top, display settings. There. You have three little things. Show taskbar, display setting.
How much can you see of my screen? You can see the 2 slides, is it?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I might have to leave it like that because I'm just not finding it now. Sorry.
It's okay.
Is it clear enough? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry now about this. So look, I'm Bernadette Bennett and I'm an advisor in Ireland and I'm based in County Laois. I'm a board member of UFRIS, as Thomas has said. So you're probably all familiar with UFRIS, which is the EU Advisory Network. And then I'm an advisor with Teagasc in Ireland. And I've been an advisor for roughly 10 years. So I suppose I'm going to more look at the challenges, the key challenges that face farmers when they're making decisions and when they're adapting technologies. So the key challenges, and I know they've identified it themselves in the study that David mentioned, and also I think Dirk and Jerome have covered it really, but it's the key challenges we see are farmer attitude and mindset, economics, and then how we build knowledge. So for farmer attitude and mindset, look, as you know yourselves, farmers prefer the known and they prefer family tradition. And I suppose if we look at farmers, particularly in Ireland, they have farmed the land for hundreds of years. They probably inherited from their parents, and their parents inherited from their parents. And it's very difficult for them then to make a change or to make any huge change because they don't feel like they're honouring the people that came before them. So there is a slight shift, as Jerke has mentioned, that maybe we're pulling away a little bit from that mindset, but it is still quite embedded in agriculture in Ireland. Another huge issue is workload challenges. So again, we've a lot of farmers who are farming maybe part-time, and they're trying to work off farm, and the work-life balance can in a lot of cases be poor. They tend to take on a lot of work themselves. The work week is certainly longer than your traditional maybe 40-hour work week. So that's another huge challenge. And as you know, it's very difficult to make decisions when you're really, really busy. And then another issue we see here in Ireland is maybe too much science. So sometimes we, as advisors, forget that farmers aren't used to the scientific jargon, and that it can be quite difficult then for them when we're explaining something and we use language that's too scientific. And I suppose that's the case in any, if we go now as ourselves and we log on to something, maybe a talk on artificial intelligence, and we notice there's a lot of scientific words being used, it's incredibly difficult for us to understand what's being meant. And I suppose it's the same for farming, that we need to keep the words into words that are understandable and relatable. So really the key things there are the mindset and the attitude. So farmers preferring what the known, family traditions, workload challenges, and then the scientific approach. Again, as has already been mentioned, economics is hugely, hugely important. So in a lot of cases, finance is difficult to get. There's a risk associated with it. So if you're buying a new machine and you're putting up a bit of land as collateral, that's a really risky thing for a farmer to do, because this land means everything to them. So they can't do anything that might jeopardize that land. Policy and market uncertainty. Look, I know both Jerome and Dirk have touched on this. There are external factors that farmers can't control themselves. So then the decisions that they make on farm must be really safe decisions, because again, we don't want to risk something going wrong and the farm, potentially having to be sold. Costly equipment. So now I know there's a lot of scientific equipment that's very, very cheap or free, but in a lot of cases, equipment is quite expensive, particularly when we look at the tillage side of things. So even if they know that it's going to make more sense to buy something, it's so expensive that that's a huge barrier for farmers. And then there's the obvious cash flow challenges, that even if the decision is made, yes, we'll buy this, as I said, finance is really difficult to come by. And then cash flow, is it actually going to make, how much of a change is it going to make to the cash flow on the farm at the end of the year? So then as advisors, in order to build knowledge with farmers, and I suppose, look, when David went through his presentation, he mentioned that the key needs, or the key people that influence farmers are, stakeholders, are advisors, educators, industry, and policymakers. And I suppose that was what farmers had identified themselves. From other research, we know that the peer-to-peer learning and that the social network that farmers have, and when I say social network, I don't mean Facebook or Instagram, although they do come into it. I also mean the neighbours and the family and the local network that farmers have are hugely persuasive for farmers in order to make an investment or to change something on their farm. So in Ireland, we have discussion groups. This is where we bring together maybe 12 or 15 farmers that belong in a particular area. So it's usually by sector and by geographical location. And they themselves discuss, we facilitate the discussion, but the farmers themselves discuss what they're doing on their farms. And then people make recommendations on, how we can make improvements or make changes. So we have discussion groups. We also have monitor farms. So again, they're not research farms. So we do have research farms as well, but these are a local farmer who may have, bought the piece of equipment or changed the practice slightly, or be looking at nutrient management planning that little bit more than his neighbours. And we bring the farmers onto their farm and we can discuss it. So it might be something like doing regular crop walks or something along those lines. Obviously, then there's the events, which would be, either coming out onto a research farm or coming out onto a local farm and getting the update from the local researchers, the local advisors, and then also the farmer themselves whose farm the event is held on. And again, it's hearing it from the farmer to say, well, this has worked for me, or this didn't work for me because of X, Y, and Z. Another method we use is our one-to-one consultations. And again, I'm just going to do a quick run through what a one-to-one consultation would look like, but I suppose they aren't as powerful as our discussion groups or our monitor farms or our events, because it's just your one-to-one with your farmer where you're the advisor, and they don't get that same interaction with a farmer who has the practical on-the-ground experience. So just looking at our key functions in decision making. So this would be kind of if we were to do a one-to-one consultation. So it might be a farm visit. We head out and it might be the area of looking at nutrients on the farm. So the first thing we would do is we would assess the farm. So we'd assess the farmyard, we'd see what nutrients are coming onto the farm, and then maybe what nutrients are going out of the farm. And it will give us an idea of what nutrients then are being lost. And then we risk identification, pinpointing where these nutrients are being lost. So is it overland flow? Is it nutrient uptake? Or maybe is it something like a soil, like pH in the soil needs to be rectified? Then action planning, so developing a plan with the farmer on how they're going to improve the nutrient use on their farm. Knowledge transfer, so I say transfer when it's a one-to-one, but really knowledge exchange is a lot more powerful because obviously farmers learn better from each other. So this dissemination of best practice and regulatory updates to their farmers, so going around the farm with them and identifying what we need to change hand in hand with co-developing a plan. And then compliance support is hugely important. And then obviously the key is monitoring and follow-ups and checking what has worked, what do we need to stay working on, and then maybe, should we have a group of local farmers out to this farm to give their opinion on what is happening. So look, I hope that covers off what you were looking for in the role of an advisor, and maybe you'll have some questions for me. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic talk, and really good to see how some of the things that were discussed in the earlier presentations can be addressed or supported through the advisory roles. So now do you still want to go for the full 10 minutes of Q&As?
Even shorter.
Yeah. So maybe there's just time for one or two questions. You can address your question to anyone on the panel today, or it can be general. If you'd like to introduce yourself before you ask your question, that could be good. So does anybody from the audience have a question? And then maybe we'll take one from the chat as well if we have one. Yeah, Han?
Yeah, okay. Introduce yourself first, please.
Yeah, Harm Brinks from the Netherlands, retired but was advisor at Delphi. I was wondering, Dirk-Jan, you were telling about the regulation on nitrogen in the Netherlands. For many crops on sandy soils, farmers cannot apply the nitrogen they need to get the optimal result. Is that also the case in other European countries? I'm really curious. Because you showed a big difference when you, for barley, for example, you would like to give 110 kg of nitrogen for the optimal yield, but you're only allowed to give 60 or 65. Is that the case in other countries? And how do farmers deal with this? And can help tools to help farmers here?
Yeah, so maybe I'll pass this one over to David.
Yeah, I can just respond, I suppose, from an Irish perspective. We have our limits. They're crop specific that you have to work within. It's currently the country is not divided up, we'll say, based on region or soil type per se. However, in our current negotiation, we're looking to develop a new nitrates action plan. It's likely that there will be different levels to some degree, or different rules to some degree in different catchments based on the nitrogen reduction loads that are required under Water Framework Directive. So we're heading that way. Farmers need to work within their limits, and certainly the organic manure and the chemical fertilizer input, those are both within the same limit. So obviously you have a maximum that you're allowed to put on, and if you put on more manure, you have less fertilizer. They're not separated, they're not discrete in terms of the regs from one another. So I don't know whether that answers the question, but gives a flavour.
Are the requirements, the limits, are they below what you need for optimal production?
Currently, on the arable side, no, it's a sweet spot between optimizing our 90% of the optimum, and that's correlated against the point where nitrogen losses through leaching or whatever begin to increase. However, under our climate action plan, which is relatively new, there's an overall reduction to take 20% of the nitrogen away. So again, that will bring us into that territory. On a grassland side, there's opportunities, I suppose, in terms of replacing some of the nitrogen with legumes like clover, etc., white clover. So again, we're heading that way, I would say.
Just one more question.
Yeah.
This is just a comment and a follow-up. I'm Julie Christensen from Sigis Innovation, and we have had previously these suboptimal N norms with 15-20% reduction. They were removed in 2015, but in the coming regulation from 2017 in Denmark, I think N reduction from optimal N will also be quite huge. So yeah.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you. So do we have any questions from the chat? No. Well, I do have a question, if that's okay. So, I mean, a lot of the talks today discussed economics or gross margins in some way, and it was also highlighted that, you know, farmers need to be confident that, you know, the tools or, you know, solutions that are provided to them kind of have good evidence behind them. But of course, any tool or decision support system is just one aspect of making many decisions on farms. So what, you know, this might be a really hard question to answer. I'm asking this to you, perhaps, David, but is there a way, what is the best way to kind of get to that tangible evidence that, you know, a particular tool or system has a specific benefit?
Yeah, in this work, and Francesca will talk a little bit more about the specific tools and that, but it's become apparent that, I suppose, there's a number of limitations, and the farmers can speak for themselves on those limitations: time, knowledge, awareness, financial, others. research develops perfectly good, and you know what we believe are futuristic tools that can help. However, that social science piece is coming through in the aspects of the surveys in terms of the challenges and opportunities. You know, things like education, awareness, I suppose, of the tools in the first place, which the project attempted to do. But on the education piece and the other barriers, there's other arguments, other needs that farmers have that are pushing the tools onto the shelves, and we're not taking them out of the toolbox, so to speak. So maybe if the farmers would like to respond, I suppose time constraints are certainly coming through there, and the burden of regulation in terms of red tape, a lot of paper filling, etc., a lot of box ticking, and we're still not changing the dial on the indicators. So be it the water quality indicator or maybe the climate indicators that we're trying to achieve. So something is amiss in terms of, I don't know whether it's simplification. Bernadette might have some inputs from an advisory standpoint, but I'd certainly like to hear from the farmers in terms of what you find are your constraints in terms of using some of these tools.
Money?
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's come true loud and clear, yeah?
I think money and rules and legislations, when it's necessary to change, and then people start, and farmers also, to change and look for other possibilities, how to fertilize, and still having good crops. I think that's that's a short-ended answer, but that is how it works, I think.
And just if I could comment, is the market specification, is that the big driver? So, you know, I think Michael talked about these indicators. We have all these indicators, yet to change the dial on the indicators, there has to be another driver. Obviously, profitability, we don't want to waste nitrogen, but the market specification and you talked about, or maybe you talked about the loss of a premium on a crop. That's major.
Yeah, but that is also money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I think it's a balance sheet between the cost and what you can lose.
And how much work.
Yes.
How much extra work, paperwork and so on. That's not what a farmer is waiting for.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, if we could just give a final round of applause to all our speakers. And then, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So thank you so much for the people involved in this session. I think it was a very good discussion, and we will move to the coffee break. We are slightly late, so we will decrease it a bit. We will start at 11:05. Okay? Thank you so much. Hi everyone again. I hope that you enjoyed the coffee break. We are just starting. We are slightly late, as I said. So we are starting with session 2, and I will ask Milan Franson from Delphi, Mark Tucker from Yara, Julie Christensen from Segas, and Kate Storer from ADAS to join us here. And Sarah will join us online. So no, please do. And David Wall will chair this session.
Thank you very much, Dina. So this session, tools for better nutrient management. We'll get into the mix of what tools we looked at in the project, and I suppose the case studies and the outputs from what we've learned over the last while. So, okay, first up. We have Sarah Kendall from ADAS. As outlined at the start, Sarah is a crop physiologist and associate managing director of ADAS, Sustainable Agricultural Systems business based in the UK. She's our scientific coordinator, and she gave the opening introduction. And Sarah's going to talk about the 3-step checking approach, which she touched on in her introduction. And Sarah, if you would please share your screen, and we'll move forward.
Hopefully
you're
that's
ready. Yeah, perfect.
That's
Thanks
great. Thanks a lot, David. Yeah, so I've already briefly highlighted that we want to share with you a new framework for how we move on our thinking about nutrient management. So just to reiterate that really the concept that I'm going to describe in the next few slides really builds on the 4 R's and the way in which we've been thinking about nutrient management for several years now, and the importance of having a more dynamic approach that really makes the most of different monitoring and measurement techniques that are available to farmers. And I think part of this really comes from thinking about how other processes are managed. So if we think about how a factory is managed, or perhaps other production processes, then it's essential to measure inputs and outputs to understand its productivity and its profitability. Yet when we actually think about crop nutrition, farmers are rarely incorporating measurements and monitoring thoroughly into their strategies. And we know that nutrition inputs are often the greatest economic and environmental cost to farms. Yet on-farm nutrition decisions commonly suffer from guesswork, inaccuracies, and some imprecision. And I think David's already highlighted some of the challenges with this in terms of the perception of farmers' accuracy when it comes to those decisions. So I think what this does is it creates a situation where there is scope for us to do better. And what NUTRI-CHECK really has been about is understanding how can we support farmers with those decisions and the actions that they take. Obviously, crop nutrients are invisible. So that's a challenge from the start. They can only be checked by physical analyses. And really what David already has talked about is that even on some of the best farms, checking can be infrequent and incomplete. And that's not to say that these are all easy things for farmers to implement, and we'll go on in the future sessions of this conference today to talk about some of those challenges and to think about how can we support farmers to adopt new ways of working, new technologies and solutions. So I don't think we should be naive in thinking that identifying the solutions is the answer. It's really how you support farmers with that whole process of taking them up. But anyway, this framework that we've created, we hope will really help to assist farms in understanding the value of having this kind of circular way of thinking about crop nutrition. And I just wanted to take a step back and think about when we talk about measurements and monitoring, what we mean. And of course, this is not all encompassing at all what I'm showing on this slide. But in the UK, our work through the Yield Enhancement Network has really enabled us to recognise the value of farmers making measurements and monitoring crops to support crop nutrition. So that network, we've worked with hundreds of farmers for more than a decade, really to support them in sharing their data, understanding more about their crops from many different perspectives, but that's included from a nutrition perspective, and to try and look at how when we share data, we can help farmers to improve what they're doing. And in particular, one of the things that we've learned through this network and initiative is the value of harvest nutrient analysis, and how that can be used as a tool to help farmers to understand the success of nutrition strategies. But if we just start at a very basic level and think about, well, what is the measurements, what is the monitoring that tends to go on farm currently? So farmers are generally used to measuring the nutrient status for phosphorus, potassium and magnesium and pH, and that can be usually every 3 to 5 years. And on some farms, essentially that will be as far as monitoring goes when we talk about crop nutrition. Farms can obviously make use of several different technologies which can supplement their nutrient management to make perhaps better informed decisions. So that could include using leaf analysis to check any puzzles that they have within a season. Obviously, and we'll go on to discuss this in some of the other presentations in this session, farmers have access to satellite data. We've got handheld sensors, tractor-mounted sensors. So there's a big range of different technologies that can support those in-season decisions. But when we get to the end of the season, actually, it's really important that we're thinking about what actually happened. And what we've learned through the Yield Enhancement Network is the value of routine annual field-by-field postmortems. And of course, that's retrospective. You can't make a change to the crop that data was obtained for, but farmers can use that information to work forward. So the framework that I've discussed, we refer to it as kind of NUTRI-CHECK NET's 3-step checking approach. And we've really come to recognise the urgency in providing better support to farmers and advisors to enable them to optimise the decisions they make. So this framework focuses on 3 key elements. The first is plan, and that's obviously probably what most farmers think about when they think about nutrient management, is having a plan. The second step is check and adjust. And really that's taking that plan, making it adaptable, making it flexible, and making sure it stays relevant as the season progresses. And then the third step is the review step. And I think what we consider is that most farmers are generally creating a plan. They're rarely checking and adjusting that initial plan. And I think very little reviewing is happening. So we need to think about how we get better at all of these steps, but particularly from the check and adjust and the review perspective. And on most farms, the success of nutrient applications and those decisions which guide those applications is generally determined by yield. And David's already talked us through this in his presentation. So irrespective of the fact that many non-nutritional factors affect yield, we tend to use yield as the barometer to understand whether the decisions that were made were the right decisions or not. So there's the potential for nutrient concentrations of harvested produce to show whether crops captured insufficient, adequate or excess amounts of each nutrient. And they also help farmers and advisors, and Bernadette talked about that relationship between the farmer and the advisor and those one-to-one kind of discussions. And the key being that those discussions can help to review nutritional performance if we've got the right data. They can also feed into soil nutrient balances and also efficiencies of nutrient applications, and therefore inform future nutrition management. And importantly, that can be on a crop by crop and a field by field scale. So just going back to how we're thinking about targeting what we're applying. So I'm just going to provide some thoughts and comments now on each of these steps, and I hope this acts as a basis for how the other talks in this session will feed in when we're thinking about these 3 steps. So I don't really need to tell you as an audience why planning is important, because as I've said, I think in terms of uptake of the 3 steps, planning is what farmers are currently generally doing. But I don't think we should forget that there are still many farms that don't have a nutrient management plan, or maybe that nutrient management plan isn't accurate enough. So there's still room for improvement, I'm sure. So why is planning important? From an agronomic and compliance requirement, so it's a mechanism whereby farms can demonstrate that they're matching applications with crop demand. Having that plan also means that farms can make accurate purchasing decisions, and already today we've heard about the importance of the economics and money obviously being a contributing factor. So actually enabling farms to make good economic decisions. And it also links to sustainability. So really an opportunity for farms to demonstrate the economic, but also the environmental value that they're having by making good decisions. Farms need to use national recommendation systems, and obviously as part of the NUTRI-CHECK NET project, we've reviewed those different recommendation systems, but we need to be empowering farmers to use recommendation systems and adapt them to be farm specific. So to learn from their own experiences, their own data that they're collecting, and making sure they're making refined decisions. The plan needs to make use of appropriate data. So we've talked about soil analysis already, but this may be manure analysis or the analysis of other organic materials, accounting for residues, accounting for offtakes, and also balances. For me, a really key thing is that the plans need to be dynamic. So they should not be something that a farmer makes at the start of the season and never thinks about the relevance of that plan again. So I think there's a need for much more flexibility and actually deviation from the other plan, the original plan, obviously still remaining compliant within that. And we need to help farms to identify suitable tools to assist with planning. And we need to recognise that farmers will want to work with different systems and they will have different preferences. So we need the tools to acknowledge that. If we move on to check and adjust. So I think it's important to consider that checks are useful at several stages, and to highlight that actually just the observations that farmers and advisors make are really helpful observations, and we should use the crop as an indicator. So I would advocate that we want crops to be inspected frequently in the spring for nutritional issues. So not just thinking about pests, weeds and disease, but actually looking carefully from a nutrition perspective. There's physiological measurements that can be taken to give an idea about how well the crop is growing and whether that is impacting the yield that we maybe expect that crop to achieve. Farms can use different technologies to support observations. So for example, do satellite images show any oddities? Are there any deficiency symptoms? And can we account for seasonal effects which could affect the crop demand for nutrients? And it may be that farms need to select fields to target for further investigation if required. And then we need to adapt the plan where required. So that might mean adapting application rates or timings, and accept that actually in some cases we won't be able to make an adaptation in that season, but this could feed into future decisions in following crops. In some cases, we will identify that changes should be made, and so we want those checks to feed into making adjustments. I've talked about the need for thinking about, does it inform different application rates, timings or products? And if there's uncertainty, farmers can test different treatments or approaches, and farms need to think about how to do those tests. And obviously there's only so many experiments a farm can do in one season, so probably a need to prioritise there as well. And it's really important that as part of this process, farms think about how they capture these adjustments and observations. So it feeds into that need for having really good records so that farms can capture that information and learn from it going forward. And then finally, if we move on to reviewing. So I think this is probably the most kind of novel end of our framework in terms of how can we support farms to really think about reviewing at the end of the season. And some of these things seem really obvious, but actually I'm not sure that all these things are happening on farm. So there's a need to try and gather data and compare what actually happened against that original plan. So what were the changes that were made? We need to support farms with calculating nutrient offtakes and balances, and this comes back to thinking about how do we optimize the system and how do we be more precise with fertilizers. As part of the review checklist, we can think about detecting deficiencies, sufficiencies, or were some of the nutrients in excess. So this links to those concentrations of nutrients in harvested produce. Of course, what's important from a farmer's perspective is the economics. So completing an economic analysis and taking account of any adjustments that were made and trying to understand if they were the right decisions or not to take. And then what's crucial here is to generate actions for the next season that feed into the next planning phase. So just to summarise, so we really want to advocate that we kind of think about this three-step checking framework for managing nutrition, and that involves planning, check and adjust, and reviewing. And this should be thought of as a circular framework, so both within season, but importantly between crops, rotations, and different seasons. And I think we need to get away from thinking that planning is kind of the be all and end all. So there is more to nutrient management than creating a plan. Of course, soil analysis is an important foundation, but it's not sufficient alone to optimize nutrition decisions. And recommendation systems need to better incorporate the review step, and farmers need appropriate tools to support the implementation of that step. And we hope that this framework can be used to help position tools that are available to farms so that they can be used appropriately. And I'll finish there, David. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and nice to give the overview of what our framework, I suppose, that we've developed within the project, and also, I suppose, the key message there that nutrient management planning doesn't stop at the planning stage. So without further ado, the next speaker is Milan Frasin from Delphi. So Milan is a soil scientist, agricultural economist, and leader of the projects and innovation team at Delphi, the Netherlands. He's leader of the NUTRI-CHECK NET Work Package 2, inventory of crop nutrition decision-making tools, which you're going to talk about, Milan, and manages national and European projects with collaborations between farmers, agronomists, researchers, supply chain partners, and public entities. So, Milan, over to you.
Thank you, David. See, yeah. Thanks for your introduction, David. As you mentioned, my name is Milan Fransen, work at Delphi from the Netherlands. I'm not a farmer's son, but I've always had a great interest in farming, in nutrition cycles, and how to optimize those. And ways to optimize those is by use of various techniques, methodologies. And this is an old table. I think the project partners will know it. about the adoption of different technologies in different member countries. You don't need to know what it means exactly, just know that green means 10% or more of farms are using certain tools, and anything that's not green means that a type of technology or tool is not being used in a farming system. That means that we have quite a lot of techniques, tools, solutions that currently are not being implemented by farmers while they are ready for use. Well, there's some work to do, I would say, because in the end, if you look at ways to optimize your farm nutrition decision making, we have all these opportunities, we have all these ways to optimize. We're not using all of them, and then, as you can also see with the different levels of colors, there's quite a big difference between countries in the level of adoption of technologies. We are all within the European Union. We are managing to collaborate with a project like this with NUTRI-CHECK NET. One of the core things we set out to do is to see, okay, what are all the tools, all the technologies that are out there? Can we make an inventory of those and then make them available for the end user, the farmer, where it's relevant for them to make use of them? So then we come to the main objective of Work Package 2, which was to create an inventory of crop nutrition decision-making tools and to summarize knowledge and the best practices. So first of that was the methodology. How do we go about this? How do we make sure that we actually extract all the information, all the value that is out there in our own networks, on the internet, etc., etc. Then to summarize that, one hand in the nationally available crop nutrition decision-making systems, and on the other hand, to create an inventory of decision-making tools and services that can either be focusing on research findings, so recent academic or practical research that's going into practical applications, or going more into what are commercial offerers providing in terms of a different system that uses satellite imagery or even a soil sensor or anything in between. We distributed this work package into 3 different inventories. One was the natural recommendation systems. The second was the research projects and more novel systems that are not commercially available yet. And the third one was the commercial tools and services. So I would bore you with a 2-hour-long talk if Francesca's already laughing, with a 2-hour-long talk about all the nitty-gritty details of the inventory that we've been making. So this presentation is aimed to give like a high-level overview of some of the aspects that we've been seeing, some things to be notified, and I will be mostly focusing on the commercial tools and services. But before that, I will do a quick some things about the national recommendation systems that were interesting findings. But again, if you want to know more, and I'm not going to take away the limelight from Alex, who's going to talk about the platform later, but please, after his talk, check out the platform to really see the vastness of all the information that has been captured and can now lead you to the right solution for your farm or for the farmers that you're working with. So to look at the natural recommendation systems, one of the interesting findings was that not every country has a national recommendation system. And that can have some implications for the individual farm. But I think that was one of the main implications from that. If you look at the research projects and the more novel systems, we figured that even though we did a large inventory of different research projects, only a very small portion of those research projects could be linked directly to, for instance, a novel tool being developed. Like the vast majority of research, as the researchers among us might know, was more about an application of a specific fertilizer or one specific practice being tested in a controlled environment. As such, it was a very interesting inventory, but to lead into the commercial tools, we saw that it's very challenging to make those links. Then we come to the third one, which I personally find the most interesting and energizing one, because it's the one that has the direct solutions that are directly available for farmers. There's also a few hiccups. But then, of course, we need to come to a definition of what do we see as a tool or a service, because what I see as a tool or a service could be slightly different than what you see. So I've made some examples here. So soil sampling and, of course, analysis can be seen as a tool and an adjacent service if there is also a nutrient recommendation system, a nutrient recommendation after that. But also variable rate application support, crop growth models, leaf tissue analysis in various parts of the plant for various crops, planning software for fertilization that can either be focusing purely on the planning stage, as Sarah mentioned, or even have something to add on when you're in the check and review stage, or check and adjust stage, or in the review stage. Tractor-mounted sensors of various degree. Of course, the soil sensors with all their challenges in installation, calibration, and, for instance, grain analysis, or also tuber analysis. So there's a very wide range of what we define as a tool or a service. So we had a total of 280 tools and services assessed. So within Knight project partners, that's quite a vast amount of tools to assess, but also a vast amount of tools that are available purely focusing on crop nutrition decision making. Then we decided not all of them were relevant for our project. Some were too specific or actually too broad. So we decided we're going to kick those out. And based on that, we were left with a number of tools that were relevant for the NUTRI-CHECK NET platform and were also relevant for our crop nutrition clubs, so the farmers working with each of the individual partners within this project to trial and see what is relevant for them, what are the lessons to be learned from that. So I decided I wasn't going to bore you with a very big table and overwhelm you with that, so I'm overwhelming you with a word cloud. This is all the different tools that we found, 233 in the end, that are now currently on the platform. And you can already see some names popping up a bit bigger because they have a higher weight, because they were shown by more partners. So if a word is bigger, then more of our partners were highlighting this tool in the methodology. A lot of other tools you see only once or are very small, even though they highlighted themselves that they're available in 20 plus countries. So that's showing something about the theoretical availability and findability of these tools, and the chances of them actually being found by an end user. If you look at the different types of tools that we've been finding, what for me was very interesting, also going back to David's presentation, is most farmers, they highlight that they rely heavily on soil analysis and they have the highest trust in soil analysis. But if you look at the private commercial offerings of soil analysis, it's the blue one, the darker blue one. It's by far the smallest proportion of all the tools available are focusing on soil analysis. Whereas, you have some desk and computer-based tools that can work with an export or with a number from a soil analysis, but purely the soil analysis offerings were not that diverse. It was a very interesting finding. Then, when we set out with this inventory, I was making the bold assumption, and Denmark doesn't have any, because there was a slight error with the coloring, it's changed to this presentation format. Denmark was at around 30. So we see here the amount of tools that have the primary language. We see that the vast majority of tools is English as a primary language, French, then none for the Danes, and then Dutch, Flemish. We assume that if a tool mentions that they have other languages that are supported, they will have the same level of support for those other languages. But when we were going into the tools and trying them out, we found out that that's actually not the case. So we really need to distinguish between what is the primary language of the tool and what are the secondary, tertiary, and so on languages that are supported by the tool. So a lot of progress to be made there, and also feedback to manufacturers or service providers. If you want to have your tool to be used universally throughout Europe, for instance, by being found through the NUTRI-CHECK NET platform, it's good to have equal support for different languages. Then if we look at the overall language support, again, this is not necessarily about the tools being fully supported in language. We see that 207 tools do support English to some extent, 94 tools support French, and 91 tools support German, Austrian. For all the other tools, we see that it's a vast array of different languages being supported. I think overall, most of the technological types, they were supported in most of the major languages. But then you could have some form of functional redundancy, that one language or one tool that has the same technology is found in one country in one language, and then for another country you have a similar tool that has a different name, but it's supporting the other language. Now coming back to the manufacturers, which has quite a bit of overlap with the tool types, we see here that Yara and Eurofins and Trimble to some extent are really the main ones that are showing up, that were shown by a lot of different organizations. So those manufacturers are managing to reach a broader audience, to be found in search engines online, etc., etc. But for a lot of these manufacturers, it's actually not the case that they can be found in a lot of different countries throughout Europe. Again, highlighting that there's a need for a place where these tools can be found and where they can actually make use to their maximum opportunity. Then, going one step beyond, looking at the crop analysis, again, because these are seen as still as the backbone of farm nutrition decision making, what we saw is that out of the total 27 soil analysis offerings, of course, not all of them focus on each nutrient. So we saw that about half of them focus on, 18 of them include a lab analysis, so some of them were only focusing on the interpretation of, or focusing on doing the sampling and then having it on another platform to fix it for them. We see that between nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus, it's pretty much even, whereas a lot of these tools, they were either just focusing on one nutrient or focusing on all of them, which was, in my opinion, also somewhat surprising, because I would imagine that if potassium has a totally different behavior in the soil than phosphorus, you would want to check that at a different moment in the season than you would for phosphorus, which you arguably maybe don't want to check multiple times in the season, which was not really highlighted by the offerings. Then if we look at the crop analysis, we saw a lot of different type of crop analysis. So left, we have crop sensors, and the right is anything that's not a crop sensors. So we see that SPAD technology, NDVI, leaf nutrient content, RGB imagery. It's partially local, on-site, but also partially remote sensing. So it's quite interesting, and we see that there was a lot of offering for different crop sensors, and especially the NDVI, NDV, RGB imagery, the satellite-based tools, they are quite heavy in their offering. There's a lot of options for farmers, and even a lot of free options for farmers. If we look at the crop analysis, we see the vast majority was leaf analysis. And then it's really about the leaf, because we have a separate one for sap analysis and leaf stem analysis. So that was interesting to find that, mostly the leaf analysis in of itself is the one that's focusing most on. We do see quite a broad offering of grain analysis as well, which is quite interesting, especially in the Dutch system. We don't really have farmers that grow wheat as a focal cash crop. In other countries, we do. So it's good that there's a proper offering of grain analysis. So overall, the scope and volume, in the end, I had a very boring table in here, but I wasn't allowed to keep it in, so it's not there. We had over 10,000 data points in this inventory, 233 tools that are covering all these different aspects of these tools that an end user might take value from. Alex is going to go more into detail about that, but I do want to highlight as well to the team, everybody that's been working on it, really thanks a lot. It's been a journey, and let's make this into a success. Thank you. That was my talk.
Super. Thank you very much, Milan, and perfectly on time as well. So next up we have Mark Tucker from Yara. Mark is going to talk about tools and support for good fertilizer decisions from a manufacturer's perspective. So it's good to have one of the tool generators on the podium. Mark has a degree in agricultural botany from the University of Reading. He's 10 years as a commercial agronomist and an independent agronomist with Auburn Farming, Norfolk, for 2 years. So joined Yara in 2002 as a company agronomist, and since December 2023 serves as Partnership and Value Chain Manager for Yara Europe, focusing on bringing low carbon fertilizers into local markets. So Mark, I invite you to take the stage, and I noticed that your tools are coming up in those word clouds, so something is going well.
Yeah, the marketing department's doing well. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for NUTRI-CHECK to inviting us to be at the conference today and speaking. So I'm not going to give lots of detail like we've just seen from Milan there, which you'll be pleased to know. Just a perspective really from a manufacturer, just to highlight some of the, I guess, discussion points and where that goes. But there are very few actual manufacturers, as to an extent the word cloud shows, that gets heavily involved almost at the farm level when it comes to tools and services. Probably something, I'm not going to give you a complete spiel on Yara either, but there is 30 sort of PhD level researchers within Yara that based at our German research centre, and they spend their lifetime thinking about nutrients and nutrient management, and specifically going forward on emissions and all sorts. So there's very few companies out there that do actually have a dedicated fertiliser research team. And that's why it is great that we can then link into this type of platform and environment. So yeah, just a bit of a perspective from the manufacturer side of things. And I guess, yeah, it's the reason why is often that term that I think is great to think about at the moment in terms of why should or do manufacturers get involved in tools, decision support. But I also just thinking there, as we've just seen, you need to kind of define what we mean by tools and services. And when it comes from a manufacturer's point of view, then clearly there are some very hardware-based tools. And the YARN tester, they were all flagged actually in the word cloud there, which is great, but are there as hardware tools for farmers to invest in, to then utilise practically on their farms. So that is those N testers, N sensors, soil, leaf, grain analysis, all there is real hardware that they can invest in. But then, of course, more and more the satellite imagery data coming through that can be used for decision support. Calculators, you know, there must be endless calculators, either Excel or online, that the farmers can tap into, and clearly there are a lot out there with those 10,000 data points. But then there's more, and I think this is probably more where there is that best piece to be able to involve ourselves in nutrient management. And it was mentioned in the last speaker, I think Beatrice this morning, can't remember the name of the lady, but she talked about knowledge exchange, and I think that is an area which really is where you start to get into problem solving and thinking about the challenges that the farm has and the farmer has, to then see what they can deploy to actually sort of understand and therefore solve those problems. So knowledge exchange, I think, is a really important piece. And I think going forward, for manufacturers, then we're not going to have lots of boots on the ground. As Yara, we are never, and we actually have fewer and fewer, going to have lots of boots on the ground visiting farms. And that's not our role. That's advisors, distribution, co-ops, have all of those people out there to do that. So it's more than about how we can appear virtually, digitally engaged with farmers, to alert them to issues, to think about proactive decision making, as Sarah said, really that planning and then tactical decisions according to what the season is throwing at us. So I think that virtual exchange bit, that knowledge exchange, becomes ever more important to help with that decision making. In terms of why do they, then yeah, manufacturers get involved, don't they, to produce a product like most people, to sell to farmers or to distributors or to co-ops or to the industry. So there's a reason there that is just to, as a sound business case, to invest in some technology to then sell it to farms. And I guess that's really been highlighted as a challenge for the nutrient sector, in that there are more precision farming businesses that have either gone bust or been swallowed up by big corporations, because actually the ability to earn good profit on the back of some of the tools and services has been very limited, because the adoption has been very limited across the industry. So there is a real challenge there. in terms of scaling up a product and how it sells and the sort of margins that are made for anyone investing in it. That's a big challenge, especially in an industry, let's face it, where, and one of the questions I have pretty much every year at shows and events that we attend is from farmers that say, why can't you think of a way of stopping me making the same mistake that I made every year? And why is that? It's the decoupling of traded commodity that comes to a farm at a different time, that the decisions are made in season about the use of nutrients. And there's a decoupled position there. So product then lands on farms that might be inappropriate, the wrong amount, the wrong type, whatever it might be, not have sulfur in it. All of these things which then the agronomist left with a heap of fertilizer on the farm to manage, rather than proactively think about what's needed. So a whole decision chain of events that is often decoupled to really influence good nutrient management. So really something that needs thinking about. Yara, to an extent, are those products appearing on that cloud? It may be that, you know, when the war started and COVID hit, then we saw the escalation of energy, we saw prices go through the roof. So Yara put out all of its tools and services free to the market. That's what it chose to do, through farmers having end testers, through the use of that farm, etc., etc. So it was a free product. Now, of course, we can use the term freemium because Yara may capture a premium in the market for its fertilizer. So what's free and what isn't free? But nonetheless, Yara chose to make that call to put, and they are there today as a free offering to farmers to tap into in terms of VRA, nitrogen, end testers. They're out there across Europe for farmers to get into. Of course, there comes a registration process that then is data and willingness to share data and register, etc. So that in itself is a bit of a mindset there of that data sharing piece. But also then for us and manufacturers, then I think it's very much a long-term protection of the sector and the industry that needs thinking about, because let's face it, it's on the one hand delivering half the world's food as a commodity in terms of fertilizer, but on the other hand creating so many problems in terms of planetary boundaries for nitrogen, phosphate, for emissions in the field. So there's a real conundrum that we need to sort out, but to protect it from that real value that it brings to farm, then we need to be very responsible with the stewardship of it. So that to me is the bigger piece, why manufacturers need to be involved and should be involved in the whole tools and services bit. And increasingly there's more that bottom line, triple bottom line accounting, where actually those elements of the planet, the people, do count, and manufacturers are very much part of that. And that's the why should for my side, and Sarah mentioned it, the 4 R's. I think actually the 4 R's is still so relevant, even more so now, that stewardship of the product, because of not only economics for the farm, but the environmental piece, that as real cost accounting comes in terms of the cost of nitrogen, then there's a bigger piece to be thinking about in terms of the economics, the environmental, that social aspect. But really better fertilizers, as we know, my job today is more about low carbon fertilizers coming through over the coming years. So those better fertilizers, but they're not going to be the silver bullet. You know, they'll do a massive reduction in carbon footprinting, but the in-field management of those nutrients is still exactly the same that we need to think about. So better fertilizers used in a better way has to be that. And I took that statement from a food company that's very active in sort of driving good practice with its growers. And I like that phrase, very simple, but better fertilizers used in a better way. And I think stewardship is really part of that, therefore tools and services, knowledge exchange, part of that as a manufacturer. The challenges, I guess, that we've experienced, and Yara developed its first tractor-mounted sensor back in 1998, and when probably some in this room weren't even born, I don't know, and real sort of a long history in tractor-mounted sensing there. But it's taken a long time to get adoption of, and there's still only 220 tractor-mounted sensors used in the UK. You know, but they're big farms using it, and they've been using it for 20 years. So when farmers get used to using it and they get it into their systems, then they like them and they maintain them with them. But they have to be simple to use. Time was mentioned by the first farmers this morning. You know, time is really the essence of it in the spring when everything gets going and farmers are doing multiple tasking, and then they've got to worry about a map that comes through and they need to adjust a bit of equipment, and then the compatibility doesn't work because the software is not integrated. So I think the challenges in terms of adoption are really about that user-friendly compatibility, integration, stopping farmers have to duplicate entry of field data into systems. So we must have that connectivity there. And then all stakeholders have got to be engaged. There's so many people that get involved in nutrient management, and I've upset so many agronomists because I've had a slightly different opinion. And the farmer there is paying an agronomist or involved in an agronomist, and you come along with a different opinion. So there's so many stakeholders you have to think about in terms of then helping that farmer who has the hardest job in the world to make that final decision in terms of how much nitrogen or what nutrient he uses. So there's real sort of engagement that we have to try and get right to bring trust across that whole value. And trust, I think, is fundamental. And I put that last bit, academics, CHOCUS, ADAS, CGAS, all of the institutes have a massive role to play to help build trust in terms of the data. But then Sarah mentioned critical values for grain analysis, leaf analysis. Well, it's no good if Mark Tucker talks about a different nutrient critical value than Sarah or somebody in Denmark. Crops don't know where they live. So we should be much more consistent about getting real harmony and alignment against the measurements of success from which farmers can trust, and then they can utilize the tools and services that build around those critical value points that we all agree on and align with. Because the moment we introduce different numbers, then we start to erode, well, who's right and who's wrong. So building from that reliability of data, the integrity, consistency, competence around that to build trust is really critical. And just looking ahead, I mean, I think efficiency, whether you look at it from a productivity with the economics of farming at the moment, is so critical, but also from an environmental point of view. So efficiency has to be right. So it can't be that, as Sarah said, we start with a plan and we don't then change it. If we end up with a drought or a waterlogging event or something has gone wrong in that crop or in that season, that we don't then adjust for those conditions. So that real tactical, dynamic management to make sure we still end up with an efficient system has got to be right. Risky management, I mean, I would say, you know, we as Yara have very strict standard operating protocols when we manufacture something, which we stick to year in, year out. And when somebody leaves the company, somebody comes in, picks it up, and there's a standard operating procedure that we stick to. And then we manufacture the same quality that we've always done. SOPs within farming and within nutrient management. Sarah mentioned it about those three bits, but an SOP really endorsed at the farm level. So you have a practice and a process that you work with year in, year out, which then helps drive all of those, bringing in the risk management rather than risky management. A lot of farming is based on risky management. You know, that's, you know, because fertilizers, you know, fantastic return on investment. So why should we reduce it by a few kilograms? Good insurance application, just in case. So risky management is very sort of driven there. So we need to think about risk management and using all the tools and services that are out there to address that. And then finally, that sustainability will make, you know, everyone have to start to do this more and more through a license to operate sort of approach. So I think farmers, all of us need to go on that approach, which will involve data sharing, data integration at the heart of it, so that we maintain efficiency at all of the activities, but end up with a really neat way of measuring and managing the process. But we must turn those measurements, and Sarah mentioned it there, into actions. And if we don't, then it's been a complete waste of time. And I remember a farmer event a few years ago where I asked 20 farmers standing in the field how many of you have done leaf analysis this year for boron deficiency? And they all put their hands up. And how many of you did anything about it? And they all kept their hands down. So we've got to really think about turning the measurement into action. Otherwise, it is a complete waste of time. So yeah, thank you for that. And hopefully that gives you a bit of a view from a manufacturer.
Super, thank you, Mark, and certainly we'll get into the discussion in terms of how we move beyond the data and having the data into action. Next up, we have Julie Christensen from Segis in Denmark. Julie's going to talk about a bit of a case study in terms of regulating nitrogen application in season using a satellite-based model. Just by way of introduction, Julie is a senior specialist at Segis in innovation in the Department of Crop Nutrition with a PhD in soil science from Aarhus University. Her work focuses on nitrogen management, including nitrogen requirements and leaching, very topical at the moment in all our countries. She serves as a chair of the Danish Working Group on National Nutrient Norms. She has extensive experience in applied research within plant nutrition and sustainable crop production. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. As David said, now we're gonna focus in on a more specific case. And I'm going to talk about this regulating of nitrogen application in season using a satellite-based model. And it's a model we developed a few years ago, so it has also been implemented for some time now. So just to set the scene, first of all, what is the challenge that we try to target here? Well, it is to hit the right end demand on the field level, so the farmers can adjust the amount needed on every specific field. And I have this figure who kind of shows the challenge. So here we have more than 200 different field experiments with increasing N rate. So in these trials we can determine the economic optimum in the specific field, and this is for winter wheat. The orange and the blue bars shows just with and without taking into account the values of protein, because some farmers will have a value of creating extra protein. But as you can see, we have some fields with very low demand of nitrogen, and then most of them are around 200 kilos of N, but we also have some that are more than 250 kilos of N. So we have this actually quite great variation in optimum, and that is also the truth for many other crops. So if you just use the N norm, then you will not catch this variation. But there's also a challenge that, like, hitting exactly the right, maybe the profit is not so much more. So it's important that when we develop tools, that they are really cheap and also easy for the farmers to use. So the vision behind this project was that it wouldn't require any additional work for the farmers in regards to inputs of data, and would not require him to change the main fertilization. Because the idea was that the correction should be in the last application. So a farmer normally use for winter wheat in Denmark 2 or 3 split application. So the idea here is to regulate the third application. And then the correction at the third application stage should be based on this satellite model, but also as an input the expected yield. And this should serve as an input to the final decision. And I just have an example of a typical fertilization, planning of fertilization in Denmark of winter wheat. So we have around 50 kilos of N applied in March, And when we come to April, we apply most of the nitrogen. But for this model to work, then we need to leave some for the third application, and that's around 50 kilos. And then, of course, it's essential that we can use the satellite images. So here we have experiments for 3 different years, 2018, 2019, and 2020. And we see a quite nice correlation between measured NDRE and then the nitrogen uptake. And we're going to benefit from this building the model. So the data that went into this model was 61 field trials with this increasing N rates from the years 2019 to 2021. And the amount of N went from 0 to 300 kilos of N with a 50 kilos interval. And then we measured with drones 3 to 6 times in all trials. And this is the result we got. So we have the optimum in kilos of nitrogen and the number of trials. So we reached the data input into this model is very diverse, some with no demand for nitrogen, but most of them around 200 kilos of N. But we also see when we look at NDRE that when you increase the nitrogen input, then you also get a higher NDRE. So can we do it better than the N norms? And the first figure here shows the N norms at the y-axis and then the measured N demand in the field. And we can see, well, luckily there is a relationship, but it's definitely not perfect. So if we move to the second figure, it's again the N demand in the trials and then the calculated N demand from the NDRE. And you can see that there has been some improvement when we move from just trusting the norms to the satellite-based model. So we have implemented this tool into the crop manager, which is a digital farm decision tool in Denmark. And this is also an example of the language issue that Milan spoke about. So I've just added what exactly we see here. So we see the first one, you get an overview of all your different fields, then what crop it is, the amount of nitrogen applied, also how much nitrogen you have planned to apply, and then the N demand as it's set in the system at the current moment. Then if the crop is sufficient with nitrogen according to the plan, then it's green. But if it turns red or yellow, then you need to be aware of this field. So you can hit this bottom in the tool and then calculate the N demand from the model. And then you can also get this overview here. This is the N demand for winter wheat in field 5. So you can see an illustration of the uptake of nitrogen during the season and how each application, how long that would last. So you can see the first application according to the model or estimation will run out around 1st of April. So then it's necessary to go in and apply some more, which is done at the second application, but you can see there's a lack of third application here, so that you can calculate how much is needed in the next step. Also, as been spoken a little bit before earlier, the prices of crops and also the prices of nitrogen, they fluctuate, especially a few years back. So one of the things you can do in this tool is to enter your prices of nitrogen, but also the price of what you sell your crops to, and that you get a more accurate economic optimum for your field. Yes, just some conclusions and outlook. Well, we can the determination of nitrogen requirement that can be improved by using this satellite-based model. It is not perfect, but it's quite easy to use, and it doesn't require anything extra for the farmer. He doesn't have to go out and do anything in the field. Except maybe adjusting the expected yield. And it's been integrated into this product since 2022. And it also highlights that it's quite important that the farmers, they consider the fertilization strategy from the beginning. They should not, they should leave some for the last nitrogen application. Yes.
Thank you very much, Julie. Nice overview of how things are moving forward in Denmark. Our last speaker for this session is Kate Storer from ADAS. Kate is going to talk about the review end of things, so grain nutrient analysis, a key tool for reviewing. Kate is a principal research scientist in the crop physiology team at ADAS. Her research aims to improve crop performance sustainability, primarily by optimizing nutrient management through several projects on crop nutrition and biostimulants. She co-leads the ADAS High Moorthorpe Farming Association, a network of local farmers and agronomists to discuss the latest applied research, and as part of the NUTRI-CHECK NET project, helped to create the inventory of nutrient management tools and services available to the NUTRI-CHECK NET. So, Kate, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you about grain analysis today. So Sarah gave a really nice overview earlier of the three-step checking approach. I'm not going to do that again, but this is just a bit of a reminder. So the first step is planning. So often that involves soil analysis, particularly for things like phosphorus and potassium, to estimate what your availability of nutrients might be during the season. The second step, an example of checking and adjusting, could be leaf analysis, but really that's all about checking puzzles, identifying if there's areas or fields that look like maybe there's a problem or something's not being taken up. But what I'm going to talk about is the review step. So I'm going to talk about a specific example of this, which is through grain analysis. And this is where we can look at the harvested material or the grain off of the field to identify the concentration of up to 12 different nutrients in that grain. And we want to use that to monitor success. So how successful was your nutrient management approach through the season? And can that give you some indication of how maybe you might change things going into the next season as well? So we think that the value of grain analysis is twofold. The first benefit potentially is through balances and maintenance. So you'll be familiar with, you'll know how much nutrient has been applied to your crop. So this is just an example of how much that would be. In the UK at least, and in a lot of cases, you'll have an estimate of how much nitrogen or phosphorus or potassium, whatever nutrient it is, has been taken up by your crop. So we've got some standard values, for example, for those nutrients in the UK, so you can estimate what that might be. But the value here for grain analysis is if you measure the offtake, so you measure how much has been taken up by your grain, you can also estimate the difference here and the amount that's left in the residue. So that gives you an addition that you can use to adjust inputs to maintain your target indices for those nutrients. The second benefit is through diagnosing deficiencies and excesses, and this is a benchmarking diagram. I'll tell you a bit more about that in a few slides' time. But effectively, it helps you to understand where your value is compared to all the other values that season from different farms and fields, so that you can see if you have perhaps over-applied, and maybe you didn't need to apply quite so much, so next year you could maybe drop it a little bit, or if you've under-applied, and perhaps next year you need to review and maybe understand why that was, to see how you might do that differently in future. So Sarah mentioned earlier the Yield Enhancement Network. So this is the Yield Enhancement Network data set that we've got, which gives you the nutrient analysis contents for up to 1,700 wheat crops between 2013 and 2021. So as Sarah mentioned, the Yield Enhancement Network is a network of farmers in the UK who, amongst other things, have taken lots of samples, understood how their crops have grown. We've looked at yields, we've got lots of biomass data, and it's a really useful database for farmers to compare and share their results and understand how they might be able to improve things. It's an incredible database for understanding grain nutrient contents as well. So here we've just got nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. And you can see that there is a huge amount of variation in those concentrations for all three nutrients across all the entrants into yen. In the UK, we have some standard assumptions for what your grain nutrient content is likely, concentration is likely to be. So nitrogen, that actually does sit pretty well in the middle. So we might use those as standard values normally. But you can see if you were down at this end or at this end, your values are very different to that. So if you're using those standard assumptions, you might be miles out from what is actually happening on your farm. And interestingly, for phosphorus and potassium, these are the standard assumptions that you would require for soil maintenance. And actually, they're quite high compared to what we've seen in the N data set. So we've potentially been overestimating our offtakes for potassium and for phosphorus and potassium for quite a few years. So again, this just goes to demonstrate that measuring actually how much you're taking off of your field is very important to get a more accurate estimation of that. Another interesting part of this data set is we compared the percentage of yen fields affected by deficiencies. And what we've done here is looked at the critical values that are in the literature for different nutrients where available. And we've compared the yen entrants to this to see if they were deficient or not based on those sort of standard critical values that are available in the literature. And you can see that they're quite common based on that information, particularly for phosphorus and also for sulfur. So they pop up quite a lot. And interestingly, of those entries, of those yen entrants, only 14% had no deficiencies according to the critical values of those grain nutrients. And actually, it's really interesting that you can see that lots of fields, almost 30%, almost a third of them really, have 2 deficiencies, and several had more than that, particularly for different nutrients. So I'm not expecting you to be able to read these, but it's just to give you an example of typical grain analysis services in the UK. So there are different labs that offer these. These are just a couple of examples. These are the sort of things that you might expect to see as a farmer if you do grain analysis, what the results look like. So typically you'll get your grain analysis value. They'll give you a little bit of interpretation to sort of say if you're on target or not. But another offer is the Yen Nutrition offer, which and that offers additional benchmarking. So that's what I wanted to talk a little bit about now, so that you can see how you're comparing to others in that season. So this is just an example diagram. So typically you can see that you've got deficient all the way through to excess. So that's the basis of what this diagram is all about. If we know what the critical value of the nutrient is in the grain, we will show that as well if there is a level published, but for a lot of nutrients there might not be. And then we can see it's just a standard box and whisker plot. So the sort of center here is the middle 50%. You've got the mid value, and then the whiskers on here just show you the range of all the other values. So in Yen Nutrition, we get all the data from all the entries for all the different nutrients, and we can plot these images to show where your value then compares to everybody else's that season. So in this case, they're right at the top end of things, and probably maybe there's a bit too much nutrient going on there, but it just gives you some context and you can start to understand what's going on your farm. Again, there's a lot going on here, so I'm not expecting you to be able to read it, but this is an example report that you get from Yen Nutrition. So down the left here, we've got all the different nutrients that we've measured, and across the top, as part of Yen Nutrition, we ask farmers to enter up to 6 fields, and it's for different crops. So there's winter wheat here, winter barley, spring beans, spring barley, oilseed rape, and spring oats. So this is one farm, and they've sent in samples of their grain harvested from 6 different crops on their different fields that year. So what we can do with this is really start to understand patterns. We're not reliant on those critical values. We can start to see the patterns that are happening on farms. So here's an example for sulfur. You can see their values, which are the little sort of diamonds here. In 4 of the 6 fields, they're on the low end of things. So it's an indication that perhaps it's worth looking into sulfur management on the farm. Maybe if you've never applied sulfur before, maybe you might want to think about targeting that to crops that are known to respond to sulfur to see if you can get it closer to the optimum amount. For field 3 here, for spring beans, you can see that nearly more than half of the values are actually in the lower half again. That indicates that perhaps something else is going on in that field with nutrient uptake. Maybe there was poor rooting, perhaps there was some waterlogging, other issues that were going on in the field. So in that case, we would suggest investigating, go in and have a look, see if you can think of what might have happened that season to cause all of these to be so low, and then that might help you to avoid it in the future years and get closer to your optimum management. What we're really trying to do is create some practical advice. So it's turning, as was discussed earlier, those measurements into action. So what can farmers do with this information? So if you have, we want you to check your yields. That goes without saying. So do you see any unexpectedly high or low yields? Are there any quality factors that deviate from the expected? As I mentioned, if you see low sulfur across multiple different crops, have a look, check those for next season. Perhaps consider application to maintain optimum yield. If you see that actually you've got sufficient phosphorus in most of your fields and they look pretty good compared to either critical values or other values we're seeing that season, maybe you don't need to do very much at all. You're doing the right thing. Just make sure you maintain your phosphorus levels to what they are. So don't consider, you don't necessarily need to be increasing those to improve yield. Perhaps, as I mentioned, field 3 looks low on several nutrients. Maybe there's something else going on. Is there some compaction? Are there drainage issues? Try and solve those problems before you start trying to target it with more nutrient inputs. Make sure you get the basics right first. And then finally, the real value here is comparing with previous years. So really, you should be doing this annually, reviewing it, seeing if you've made any progress. Have you maintained your good nutrient status? Have you improved a bad status? And sort of keep that discussion going. So in summary, grain analysis aims to review the progress of your nutrient management. So it completes a season of nutrient management monitoring. Did it work? What would you do differently next year? We know that standard nutrient offtake values can be exaggerated, so knowing what yours are for your farm and your fields is important, and it can help you to make sure that they're more accurate. There's also huge variation in crop nutrient concentrations, and most crops have nutrition issues, and often the variation is actually farm related, which is why there's value in looking at multiple fields on your farm to see what the patterns are. In terms of benchmarking, that can help us to understand how and why crop nutrition varies. And really, we're big advocates of sharing and analysing data field by field, because it really can help you understand the context and interpret your particular situation. And hopefully, there's a lot of unknowns here still. We're really working to develop more certain understanding farm by farm and, ultimately potentially setting some new standards. Thank you very much.
Super. So if we can, if we bring Sarah back up on the screen, we can start some questions. So we have, I understand, about 10 minutes there or thereabouts just for some questions. So please raise your hands in the audience if you have some questions. Just on a general question, it appears from the talks that we're often fairly data rich but decision poor on farms. Would that be a fair comment? And I suppose, how can we overcome this? So Sarah has started, and maybe I'll defer to you first, Sarah, in terms of what Mark and many others have talked about is decoupling, the nutrient, the planning part and the fertilizer in the yard almost from, they are often decoupled from the decisions that are made in season. Is the 3-step checking approach, is that something that we start to invest in now? And how do we invest that to leverage that on farm? So what's the next step? So if I can defer to you, Sarah, first.
Yeah, I mean, I think Milan talked about the range of different tools that we've identified through the project that farmers can use to support their decisions. But ultimately, that's all still quite fragmented, because we've got lots of data, or farmers have lots of data coming in from several different sources, and to some extent, on the whole, we're expecting them to use several different platforms to analyse and interpret this data, and that obviously makes things very complex. So we probably shouldn't be naive to think that that's an easy kind of solution hurdle to overcome. I know Julie might comment on this because I know in the UK we're very jealous of the kind of situation with data in Denmark because things seem more advanced from the perspective of that integration. But from a UK perspective, it's a huge challenge for farmers. So I think that's one end of the spectrum, is a data overload without the systems in place to support farms in easily integrating and interpreting that data and kind of feeding that information forward to following seasons. Of course, the other end of the spectrum is there will be many farmers that are still creating a nutrient management plan that's a piece of paper and are very disconnected from data. So in those cases, actually, we're looking at how do we maybe provide training and support just to enable them to start to make use of some of these technologies that actually create data, but they need maybe more hand holding at that end of the scale. So but I think as a project, ultimately we need to highlight these challenges, and I hope that the outputs from NUTRI-CHECK, as well as having things that we can communicate and share, that should be things that farmers can use now, and they can take things on board and change their strategies right now. Our job as a project is also to highlight where actually what we need next. So in some cases, we need more research, or we need better tools to support farmers to actually implement all of these 3 steps that I've talked about with confidence.
Thanks, Sarah. Mark, would you have a comment? Have you cracked this nut in terms of harnessing the data and utilising the data?
I don't think we've cracked the nut, but I think we need, in some ways, if you look back at the history of data, can you? Yeah. If you look back at the sort of the history, then it's almost started with combine yield maps. When the technology was there and farmers then got these maps thrown at them and they went into a folder, put on the shelf and never looked at again. So it's so the farmer, I think, needs to go back to asking that reason why question. Why do I want this data? And then what benefit can I get from it? Rather than data just sort of coming at him or her and then thinking, well, what do I do with it? So really focusing on why do I want this data, be curious about that, and then think about what benefits it can bring to your farm and your decision making. So really almost reverse think it. We haven't cracked it, but I think the other element that can help crack it is partnerships. And I give an example of, Yara started out with its Yara at Farm platform and Yara Plus, and limited adoption, in completely honest there, limited adoption. But the moment we teamed up with John Deere, so that John Deere data and Yara data were talking to each other, so there was no double entry. Farmers that were using John Deere equipment could make use of it. 500,000 hectares on that platform, just like that. And that integration, that simplicity of being able to have the 2 systems talking together really helped, I think, adoption and seeing the benefits of that. So I think, again, collaboration, partnerships, making the use of the data from multiple angles can help crack that nut.
Yeah, you also mentioned at the end of your talk in terms of joined up messaging, that everybody's on the same page rather than one knocking and almost competition in the market. And I understand from a commercial world, competition is useful and necessary and that, but in terms of moving the dial forward, we need to be on the same page on the technical aspects at least.
And I think the competition bit comes in the tool in terms of how it's used. I think all of them should be almost using a similar data platform in the sense of a critical value, as has been mentioned, is a critical value. So then the competitive nature comes in the design, the use, all of the other add-ons that if you like, the business, the manufacturer, whoever's developing the tool, can then sell to the farmer, I think. But the technicalities behind it have to be sort of aligned so that confidence in terms of what the data is telling us is there.
Julie, just on that, Denmark has been mentioned, and you know, a great case study. Have you built that trust that Mark was talking about in Denmark? Are the farmers, you know, knocking down the door to use your tool, or you know, is there still issues?
Yeah. Well, the tool I spoke about it's not widely used yet. But as also Sarah mentioned, in Denmark, a lot of the tools the farmers use are implemented in the same platform, which is really a strength. And also the farmers, they have to have a fertilization plan, which is also integrated in this tool. So I think in Denmark they're really good at making the plan. But what really struck me during this project, we had this webinar about evaluation, and I spoke to one consultant, and I'm like, so do you check and adjust, and do you do any adjustments to the plan? And she says, no, it's so rare. Even though there's willing to do it, first we have to talk about all the different rules. Do we comply with the rules? Then we have to discuss pesticides, and then this just comes very low in priority.
Okay.
Even though we can say we really have the opportunity because it's all collected in the same place. It should be easy, but
okay. So we're stuck at we're stuck at step one. Miguel.
I have a question for Julie.
Yeah.
Do you apply, or your advice is following the Robin Hood strategy or the King strategy, which basically is when you have a high NDRE, that means a high yield potential.
Yeah.
Do you advise to apply more there, or do you advise to apply more where you have a low NDRE?
So the tool I spoke about is on a field level. It's not regulating between different areas within the field. So it's setting the total demand of the crop. We also have like tools, I think similar to AdFarm for where we apply the Robin Hood principle, where you add more to the low yielding areas. We have done quite many field trials on this, and this gives the best yield to have this strategy. Yeah, I don't know.
I think that makes a difference. I mean, most farmers, they think we have to apply more where the potential is higher.
Yeah.
And if you will really think about how to apply to control environmental impact, then we can say you apply more where there is less, so you get a more uniform average. And I think there is a contradiction there between the two approaches, and the farmer's mentality and research or extension service mentality is not, sometimes they diverge.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what we experience as well, because like it would be obvious to think that we should just apply more on these high yielding areas, but then maybe you have applied way too much and excess, and yeah.
Can I just add a quick comment? Because I think that is exactly one of the challenges that you've got, that I was saying, misalignment. Yeah, we've for years said you don't rob Peter to pay Paul. If that is a good area, then you can save on that. But that's exactly the point where we need, if you like, an academic view to say this is the approach we take and that is proven right, because otherwise we end up with this dichotomy.
I think the key word in that is there potential? If there's not potential, we're not applying.
Yeah, should I make some questions?
Yeah, please.
I'd like to ask to Mark, because Mark, you said, you know, Yara and sensor, it's a history, right? I mean, that was one of the fascinating initial innovation in '98. My friend Alex was just born there. So it's really, and can you a little bit reflect as a company, you know, how do you really see the progress over, you know, like 20, let's say 27 years? And because now there are so many other similar sensors in the market, but about Yara. I mean, was it worthy that you invested in this, and you think you're going to continue working on then sensor?
Was it worth it? If you look at the actual investment cost versus the sales, then I think the commercial vice president would say kill it, because the adoption has been so slow. From a marketing, from us being an agronomic-based business involved in research and development, then absolutely it's paid dividends to be involved. So I think you have to consider that in terms of from two different perspectives. The 20 years learning has been, yes, adoption is slow, but farmers that do adopt it absolutely love it. That sort of technology, when they get it into their systems working smoothly. But you need the operator, you need the owner of the farm, you need the agronomists all invested in it to make it work. Otherwise, one poor cog and it can all go horribly wrong. So, yeah.
I have a question for Milan and one for Kate. So you talked about almost redundancy, that there's the same tools in many different places, and then there's the same tools in some places but not in others. But my first part of this question is, we have areas with no standard recommendations. How do you perceive that in terms of a barrier, I suppose, to moving forward, first and foremost?
As in a barrier moving forward as
in
as
terms
a
of
whole?
getting this right, you know, we're here to discuss, I suppose, achieving more precision in nutrient management. If we don't have standards, even lookup tables, etc., in some areas as a basic starting point, how does that hold us back?
Yeah, so I think part of the answer is to identify what is the maturity of the agricultural knowledge and innovation system in those individual countries. I think there is a role for the European Commission to make sure that there's some harmonization, but of course you cannot harmonize to a very large detail.
Different pedoclimatic conditions.
Different conditions, etc., etc. Also very different farming systems, but I do think that for the commercial entities, for regions where there is not such a strong publicly available system, there is additional opportunity to reach into those markets if there is margins being made on the crops, of course.
Okay.
To get their tools on the ground and to have those farmers make use of it. But yeah, it's a bit of a chicken and the egg. On one hand, you want the public services, European, nationally, to do their diligence and to start stepping up and making sure that those farmers have the public support that they need. On the other hand, I think the market can also solve some of these issues as long as there is a market for the additional value of this data that comes to the farms.
Okay. In terms of the overlaps then, or the redundancy or seemingly redundancy between having many tools doing the same thing, do you perceive that to be an issue, or is that how we overcome the language barrier in terms of those have been developed by different actors, different manufacturers, different research organizations for their local conditions, or how does that manifest?
Well, it goes both ways. So we have, for instance, a Yara that has a product that can have additional support, and that product is being sold all over the place. So that is a large benefit of going to a lot of different places. Then you also have a lot of more local entities that are indeed setting up small solutions that really have a lot of respect to the nitty-gritty details of the local situations, which can make the difference for a farmer, for it to have practical relevance or not have practical relevance. So I think I'm not sure if this is the answer that you were looking for, but I think there's a place for both, which is always going to be the answer.
Okay.
But I do think that we should facilitate, nourish a situation where there is room for both and not choose one or the other, because that's risky business.
Okay. Kate, you gave a nice overview of Yen and Yen Nutrition. It struck me at the end, there was a lot of permutations and combinations in terms of how you might interpret that. So my question to you is, can we rely on the tool, the technology on its own, or do we still need the professional advisor, agronomist in the mix here for interpretation?
That's a really good question. I would say, certainly with the examples that I gave, I think you do need some interpretation. We can't, the situations are all unique. All fields are different, and we know that, and you're not going to be able to just plug numbers in and get a nice answer with no context. So putting things into context and understanding things on your farm, I think, is important. And I think that's where, you know, a lot of this is quite academic. A lot of things that I was showing is quite scientific, and I think trying to help farmers to understand that and translate that into something that's practical. So yeah, I think there will be a role.
Could potentially be very powerful.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
the right actor or the right bit
yeah.
of advice, I suppose.
It's a team effort.
Yeah.
And farming is a team effort, isn't it? So.
Okay, super. Look at, yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm going to breathe here because the micro is not working very well, and people online cannot listen. So I think the question is more or less the same. Is from Mark Plunkett and also from Dimitro Solomonko. Is it possible to layer yield map data over a number of years to better figure what's going on fields?
Okay, who wants to take that on? Milan, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can make a start. I mean, yield map data is always part of what's happening. Like it's the result of a lot of different processes that are happening in your soil and your production system. So yes, it is possible to overlay those and to have some decision-making support from that more than from a single year. But I think you will, as far as my knowledge goes, you would always have to go back to more fundamental characteristics of your soil, of your cultivation system, to really make hard decisions on that. Otherwise, you're making decisions with one dimension.
I suppose, Kate, on that one, it almost lines up with a little bit of reviewing over a number of years. This is not a short-term sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Milan, and building on that as well. I mean, I have looked at previous yield maps for fields before, and like you say, there's a whole host of reasons why you get that pattern in a particular year for your yields. And those yield maps might look quite different in a dry year compared to a wet year. It's entirely dependent on your soil type and all the underlying factors. So you might think, oh, this is a really good area this year, but actually next year it's really dry and it doesn't yield any very well. And so it is, yeah, it's an ongoing thing. And I think it builds up, but you might end up with an average example if you just stack them over lots of years.
Okay. Yep. We'll take one more.
So on the same topic, having all this data and having to make decision, maybe I missed it, but I feel like the elephant in the room is what is the role of AI in that connection. So I don't know if any of you have been planning, thinking of this, so if one of you would like to comment.
Who wants to tackle that one?
I
Sarah?
don't mind.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't mind making a comment. I mean, I'm just picking up on what Bernadette raised earlier about being too scientific and too overcomplicating things. And I definitely agree with Kate's point about we need to make sure that we're not kind of trying to get rid of the role of the advisor in here, because that's really important. But I do think there is potential for AI to help in guiding and highlighting where we need to be looking. So, you know, I'm sure there's potential. We've talked a lot about data for AI to help with pinpointing where farmers need to dig deeper with their analysis and interpretation and that partnership with their advisor. And I think it probably isn't difficult to kind of use data sets that already exist, if we can bring data together, to obviously train models to be able to create high level actions from the data. So I don't think that's kind of far away, and we need to embrace the role of AI here to help us to move forward. But like I've said, we need to not do that and kind of limit those detailed discussions that will still be really valuable if farms actually really want to optimize what they're doing.
It probably goes back, Sarah, to the why, and for building farmer understanding, the AI can get you to the decision to some degree, but understanding the why and then making a decision is still critical. So I think we've come to a natural end. I know you'll show your appreciation for our speakers, our 4 speakers, and the lively discussion. Thank you for your participation, and we'll show them a round of applause.
Thank you very much. It was a very, very good session. I think that the discussion was really helpful and interesting. Now we are going to have a break for lunch. I hope that you too that are online, and we'll meet again at 1:45. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so maybe we can start. I think that there are still some people outside, but it's okay. I hope that you enjoyed lunch, and now we are starting with session 3. So this session will be chaired by Milan Fresen from Delphi, and it's related with the co-creation and best practices to support adoption. And we'll have Francesca Degan from Archvalis, Julie Christensen from Segas, Alexandros Fournarakos from AUA, Nikos Georgantsis from the Burgundy School of Business, and Ludwig Hachmann from Proman. And I leave it to Milan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. I think people heard me talk enough by this point, so we can go to Francesca. So next speaker, first speaker of this third session is Francesca Degan. She's from Avalis. She will talk about the cost-benefit analysis to support crop nutrition, one of the very important deliverables of this project that really puts into light a lot of the findings that we've been making and a lot of implications. Francesca is a research and development engineer at the forefront of agronomy, pedology, and nutrient management at Avalis. She's leading strategic initiatives focused on integrating crop models and sensor technologies to optimize precision nutrient management in agriculture. She's actively engaged in EU-funded projects and digital agricultural platforms. And in the NUTRI-CHECK platform, she actively worked and actually played a vital role in Work Package 2 and Work Package 5. Francesca, please.
Thank you, Milan, for introducing me. And today I will walk you through the cost-benefit analysis. We carried out on crop nutrition decision tools and precision technologies, and those tools are used on arable farms across Europe. But first of all, what is cost-benefit analysis? It compares all the benefits that a tool or practice provides with all the costs required to implement it. In agriculture, this means quantifying both quantitative and qualitative factors. We assessed a wide range of crop nutrition decision tools and technologies. The idea behind was to compare tools with a similar purpose or that address common agronomic challenges. So we gathered tools in different categories, and we focused on the perceptions and experience of arable farmers. The key concepts of this cost-benefit analysis are so about the costs and benefits. So we distinguish between direct costs, such as equipment, fertilizers, labor, and time, and indirect costs, such as maintenance, insurance. And about the benefits, we have direct benefits, such as increased crop yields and revenue, and indirect benefits, improved sustainability, for example. We collected information through a structured questionnaire. This results in 295 user evaluations covering 83 unique tools with 174 total users, farmers or advisors. And the survey involved 9 countries and 26 crop nutrition clubs. The questionnaire included 9 questions over capital costs, 8 questions over operational costs, 6 questions about cost savings and additional revenue, 5 questions on operational savings, and 9 questions over provenance information capture, the perception of decision making, and confidence. We used standard financial metrics to evaluate the economic performances. So the net present value is the total value generated over, we decided over 5 years, adjusted for time. Then we use also the cost-benefit ratio, so the benefits divided by the cost. We also evaluate a return on investment, so the percentage return relative to the initial cost. And we also estimate the payback period, so how long it takes to recover the investment. But for this presentation, I will only present results for net present value. And you can find all the others on the report that is publicly available. And about the qualitative indicators other than qualitative costs and benefits, so we assessed factors such as user friendliness, required skills, ease of uptake, or data handling, and the trustworthiness, so the accuracy, credibility, confidence in decision making, in decision support, and for that we use a Likert scale, so a score from 1 to 5. So what about the results? On the right hand side of the graph, you see a P chart that shows the percentage of unique tool per user evaluations by country. So Poland represents the largest share, followed by United Kingdom, France, Ireland, Denmark, Greece, the Netherlands, Lithuania, and Portugal. And on the left-hand side of the graph, you have a bar chart that illustrates the percentage distribution of tool subcategories across all users, grouped by the functional categories that Sarah has already presented, so the plan, check, and review. So I will show you the results in these 2 different categories, so the categories plan, check, and review, and the tool subcategories. So what about the results? So I love stats, so I apologize for to have so many numbers, so I try to summarize that, but it's also something that you can read after the conference if you want to know, go a little bit deeper on that. So in this first chart, you see that the plan tools consistently give positive returns. So in the plan tools, we have soil analysis and lookup tables. So those tools perform the best, and followed by plant analysis and nutrient management planning software. The plan category shows wide variability, but cluster strongly positive. About check and adjust tools, they show mixed results. So the precision nutrient application can offer strong gains, but with some variability. And about the review tools, they generally perform poorly economically. So the key insight here is that the planning tools deliver the most reliable economical benefits in the 5 years time that we have chosen for the analysis. And check and review tools tend to be more variable. and the same results, but with the two sub-categories. So really briefly, across indicators, the tools that score the highest are soil analysis globally, and followed by nutrient management planning software and plant analysis. Lookup tables and precision nutrient application show intermediate performances, while crop nutrient sensors and harvested crop analysis generally score lower. Maybe you can go directly to the qualitative analysis. So we have 4 groups of variables: so user friendliness, trustworthiness, qualitative cost, and qualitative benefits. So the user friendliness assessment shows high positive scores on decision making. So the last here you can see this is the decision making bar, and the brown colors are negative evaluations, and the green colors are positive evaluations, and the white one are in the middle. So in the Likert scale, this class works as neutral. And so the about user friendliness, the this indicates a room to improve workflow and workflow design or interface for the 2 other indicators, so the effort required and the skill required. Yes, because we have 1/3 of evaluations with negative scores. And about trustworthiness, we have a majority of positive evaluations over the confidence criteria, decision value, accuracy, and evidence strength. So across all those components, the perception are strongly positive. So these results show a clear message. So farmers trust these tools. So it's very positive. But on the other side, if we look for the qualitative costs and qualitative benefits, so we can see quite negative scores for all the variables on the qualitative cost category. So change in time, user support needed, and technical knowledge needed. And on the other hand, we have strongly positive qualitative benefits. So among qualitative benefits, we have environmental benefits, regulatory benefits. This means help with the norms, support service, data collection, and data utilization, sorry. So the perceptions on qualitative benefits align closely with the sustainability goals. Support service were also rated positively, showing that good advisory support is needed and helps translate tool potential into practical benefits. And one just short comment about qualitative cost. So the users also reported a high need for support, suggests that tools are less intuitive, but it also suggests that farmers maybe don't want to have this skill to manage the tool, because maybe there are skills related with the IT, maybe there are IT skills or something that doesn't relate with their own skill as farmers. So they want support about those skills. And then we have tried to compute a composite index. So we have here for each tool category, so crop and sensor, harvested crops analysis, lookup tables, nutrient management software, plant analysis, precision nutrient application, and soil analysis. You have the four qualitative groups of indicators, and also the NPV scaled so I transformed the NPV indicator into qualitative to compare with others. And so what you can see in the right-hand side of the slide is that this composite view compares the tool categories across the 5 indicators. And the pattern is very consistent. So soil analysis performs the best across almost all the indicators, and nutrient management softwares, and also plant analysis here also score strongly, especially on trust and benefits. In contrast, crop and sensors and harvested crop analysis have lower scores, and lookup tables and precision nutrient applications are in the middle. A couple of slides to conclude. So the greatest economic value lies in plan phase. So this means that simple strategic tools offer the best financial return. Although it is very important in our analysis, we do not include the cost of follow-up actions or remediation after using the tool. So we have only the costs of using the tool, and not what the farmer should change in his practices to follow the recommendations. So there is a wide variability between countries and tool types. I not show the countries due to differences in investment costs, yield response among countries was really variable, and also nutrient practices and tool maturity, because sometimes in some countries the innovation was using tools a tool in the plan category, and for other countries the innovation was to use a tool in the check and adjust category. Yes, it's important to be aware about that. And my last slide is about general observations and conclusions. So technology's adoption can lead to significant benefits, so in terms of operational benefits and environmental benefits. The cost-benefit analysis clearly shows that for most tools, long-term benefits, maybe even over the 5 years timescale that we have chosen for the analysis, outweigh initial investments, and both qualitative and quantitative and qualitative factors matter to be to assess the tools. So the qualitative factors were really interesting for us. Farmers consistently trust most planning tools, and also other tools generally, they trust the tools. But the problem of the tools, other than those on the plan, some of those in the plan category are about the balance between costs and benefits. And overall, most tools would benefit from stronger support for farmers, so particularly for interpretation, for skill support, other skills, and so the skills over the using of the tool, and they also need assistance with the turning results into concrete actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesca. This was shedding some interesting light on the technical, economic aspects of the whole multi-dimensional framework of getting farmers to act based on the most relevant information and tools. Building on that, I I can introduce Julie Christensen from Segas, who you already know from session 2. Julie works at Segas, and she's going to talk about the co-creation process that we've had within the project of getting a universally accredited, accepted set of best practices that we as a NUTRI-CHECK NET project can bring into the world and that we can have a nice discussion about.
Thank you. Yes. My talk here is named Co-Creation of Best Practices for Optimal Nutrient Management across Europe. And I will take you through the process we have had with this co-creation of best practices. But first, identifying these best practices for nutrient management. Well, our aim was to improve the precision in crop nutrition management. And again, as the whole NUTRI-CHECK NET project, we focused on improving NPK, fertilization in maize, wheat and potatoes. And we did that by, in this specific case, co-creation of best practices, and we have this stepwise approach where we had inputs from farmers and different expert groups, and that was both nationally and also cross-country. And this was really a strength of this process, and also for the future relevance of these best practices that we activated the local network and multiple stakeholders, and also had this on-ground experience because it's really important that these best practices are practical relevance. So the steps we went through is that first we collected a large number of initial suggestions for these best practices. And then we held a partner workshop where we discussed these initial suggestions. Then we went out to the different partner countries and had some national validation at the national expert groups. And then a workshop with all the countries, and then some final partner approval. So the first step was collecting these initial suggestions. So each of the 10 partner countries, they submitted at least 7 best practices for each of the 3 steps. So for plan, check and adjust, and also review. So we ended up with more than 300 suggestions for best practices. That was then narrowed down to 168 because there were some similar ones, like for instance soil analysis was submitted several times. So the next step was, now we had these 168 suggestions for best practices, and then we held a workshop in Aarhus with all the partners in order to prioritize these and also refine these best practices. So that was a physical meeting with 16 participants, and we also set an aim of the event where we defined the criteria for these best practices so they could be applicable across Europe. We made a grading system and also graded according to applicability. So we ended up with a short list of best practices. And then I will just show, this is one of the first steps we went through. We discussed, well, how specific should these tools, for instance, be, or should it be a general practice? Should it be very applicable in a national level or European? And we ended up somewhere in the middle, like for instance, if something is very national, then maybe it cannot be applied in another part of Europe. So that was like setting the scene, so we did the scoring out from the same grading system. So we had some group work, and I also have a photo here of the day. So we scored this unique proposal, and we were divided into groups, and each group focused on one of the 3 steps. scored these according to relevance and importance. And when each group had went through this initial discussion, this was then went to the other groups so they could see if they agreed with the scoring. So we ended up with 21 best practices, so we cut quite a few out, but again there was still some similarities. So the next step was this national validation. So these best practices were then presented to the national expert groups. Yeah, so all the countries, they had a meeting in the national expert group focused on these best practices. So in total we had 171 representatives across these 9 national expert groups. So this will include advisors, and companies and academics. Yeah, so this was also to ensure that this was relevant at a national level. Yeah, so then we had some country-specific inputs. And just to show a little bit more in detail how this went, like we had the 21 best practices. So for instance, we have this first one here, use weather forecast to optimize fertilizer application throughout the season. So in the meeting, then people were divided in groups, and then they gave it a score. And then they also assigned it to which step it should belong to. Like for instance, soil analysis was suggested several places in this phase. And the scoring was just from 1 to 10, being 10 the most important ones. I also have a photo of the Danish meeting at the National Expert Group. So we can see my colleague Ferdinando, he's presenting the group work we're gonna do. And here we are divided into groups. And the groups were set beforehand, so like for instance, there's a professor and a guy from a company, and like different kind of people are represented in these groups. And it actually was the experience, it gave some very nice discussions. I think some were a bit skeptical hearing, okay, now we have to have group work, we have to discuss this. But it actually gave some conversation I don't think we would have had if we hadn't had this workshop. And of course, when we meet with all these kind of people, we are all interested in crop nutrition. So we also went to the field, and in this case, we are looking at a field experiment with foliar application of fertilizer. Yeah, so the next step was then this online workshop across all the countries. So that was held in September, and all the countries were represented. So then we had some validation of these best practices and assuring alignment across the national expert groups. Yeah, and again we did group work, so we went through a lot of process of checking and narrowing down and ensuring that it's relevant across countries. Yeah, and we can just see in this figure here where the different stakeholders are from, and that there are different agronomists, researchers, and farmers representatives. And also this was just for the group work that we tried to make group where all categories were represented. Then the next and final step was this final partner approval, and then we have created some one-pages of all the best practices. So I made a lot of the aim with this final partner approval meeting was to make the final review and also integrate refinement that we received from the online workshop, and also to ensure that this is not dead from here. We have to move on and make these best practices out to work. So finally, I'll just show some of the best practices, or the best practices. So here we have the ones for the planning phase. So yeah, we have, for instance, soil analysis, and then we also have for check and adjust and review. Yeah, these are just the headlines, because then we have also created these one pages where it's giving more detail. So why should you adopt this practice, and how would you do it, and what's the value and outcome? And then it's also, you can see here, we have also in the NUTRI-CHECK NET project created some practice abstracts and fact sheets, so you can get some inspiration on how to get started. So I will just finalize with some lessons learned and way forward. I think it's really been a nice process where we have gotten input from different stakeholders, and I think this really creates some robust best practices. And it's also shown a lot of engagement in the process, and I think that this approach also can be used for future work. I know, for instance, in Denmark we are going to meet again next year with this group of people, and I think we will try also to have the group work and discussion maybe for developing new ideas and where to move on. So we now have the 21 best practices, and they are going to be integrated into the NUTRI-CHECK NET platform, which is the next topic. And we have these communication materials. So now we also have maybe a common framework to improve this nutrient management across Europe. Yeah.
Thank you, Julie. Comprehensive overview of the process and the many iterations that went into getting these best practices formalized. Alex, we're coming to you. It's my honor to welcome Alexandras Fournarakos from Agricultural University of Athens. He's been the beating heart behind getting this platform in the air in the formatting that it is right now. Alex, the floor is yours. Alex is a researcher at AUA and at the Smart Farming and Technology Group, and he leads many different projects in digital agriculture and the uptake of digital tools in the agricultural sector. And his work focuses on exploring the needs of actors in the agri-food sector and tailoring digital technologies to their day-to-day practices. And last but not least, he was also the leader of Work Package 4, which is about the platform that he's going to tell you about now.
So hi everybody, very nice to see you all here. I'm gonna talk about a bit of a, you can't see it though, Dina. How do I send it over? So while we're sorting that out, I'm gonna be talking about the NUTRI-CHECK platform. This is a very nice segue. Yeah. A very nice segue because we just had colleagues in our previous sessions talk a little bit about the inventories rather, and the best practices. So it would be really nice to be able to see the entire process because this has been ongoing for 3 years and there's been a lot of work done by all sorts of partners in Europe. All of our consortium being here represents so many work hours and so much effort and a little bit of struggle always to get to this point. But we're very happy because we can finally show you the final version of the platform in all of its glory. Well, almost all of its glory. It's got a little bit more to go, but we'll see about that. So are we ready, Beatrice?
Yeah, I just asked them to put there, but let me just put here.
Yep. Perfect. So this is the NUTRI-CHECK NET platform. So I hear you asking, what is the NUTRI-CHECK NET platform? And I'm here to give you that answer. It's essentially an inventory of all sorts of different crop nutrient management tools. So our platform has a lot of information, which has to do with national recommendation systems, so systems that give you recommendations on how to handle your crop nutrition on your different types of crops. We have a lot of innovative research projects that essentially created all the different research that we see on a national and European scale regarding crop nutrition. And we have the available tools and services that my colleague Milan presented right before this that have to do with all the different sensors and online tools that have to that help you create a crop nutrient management schema for your crops. So we're just going to go very quickly and look through the different components. So we have our recommendation systems. We had partners from each country collect these recommendation systems for their specific region. As you can see, there's a wide variety of recommendation systems. You can click on either one. And this is where a lot of our work went into. As you can imagine, we had very extensive questionnaires with so much information because it's important for us to capture all the different intricacies between both the different countries and the different way that the countries approach the recommendation systems. And as you can imagine, that is quite a tall task. So we tried to do our best to sort of illustrate this in the best way possible that we found was simply. So as you can see, we have a brief description of the recommendation system. You can access it. And here you have a nifty little graphic that lets you know which sort of crops this recommendation system targets. So as you can see, you have the crops at the top and you have the different nutrient types at the bottom. And moving on, we have so much information to go through. I'm not going to go through each and every one of these, but we tried to illustrate all of the information that one would find useful when looking for a specific recommendation system. This have gone through a lot of iterations, so a lot of the information you see is up to date. And yeah, it's all sorts of different information that's illustrated inside the recommendation system, including what type of analysis it performs, what type of requirements you have for each specific crop type, and so on. Moving on, we have our tools and services. Milan made a very clear presentation on how a lot of these were collected and how we managed to capture a lot of the essentials. And again, I'd like to just spend a little bit more time because this is our most extensive inventory to date. We have 230 tools and services that have been quite laboriously collected, but we're quite happy with how this inventory has turned out because we have a very broad way to both filter them and search through them. So you can filter them by country, by the languages that it supports, by the different crop types that we saw these tools support, by the different nutrient types, and by its license. So if I'd like to look for a specific tool that has to do with potatoes, I want it to be in French, and I wanted to look at nitrogen. I get a very nice little narrowed down view of how to search through the inventory, and I only get these results back. So clicking on a specific tool, we try to distill a lot of the information. Again, we had such a broad list of categories that we just had to make a selection, and that was an interesting task in and of itself. And we tried to do our best to illustrate this information so it has all the key details that one would look at a glance. So if I'm searching for a specific type of tool, I can very quickly go on the platform, see what the available options are, and then I have even more information to access the tool if it fits my interest. The same applies to the research projects. I'm not going to take up too much time, but a lot of different national and international projects have made a lot of strides even before NUTRI-CHECK, so we wanted to collect all these results that they have produced and put them in a singular place. Again, if it fits your interests, you can just cycle through them and see what is exactly to your liking. And now I would like to take a moment to present the best practices. This has been, I know we say this a lot, but this was a team-wide effort. Literally every single person from our consortium really worked hard to get these best practices online, and including this being the final step. We're very, very happy because we wanted to be able to showcase this today. So as you can see, and as our colleague Julie presented right now, we managed to distill the best practices in 3 categories, which is the plan, check and adjust, and review categories. And now they're on the platform based on that categorization, available to be viewed freely. So as you can see, we have a list of all the different practices on each category. You can cycle through the different categories and see for yourself under which aspect of crop nutrient management, they fall based on the project. And of course, you can always access them. And as soon as you open them, you get the one-pager, well, two-pager rather, that has all the distilled information on how this practice was chosen, why it was chosen, what its value is, and a lot of related outcomes from our project. So like different practice abstracts that we produced as well that fit in this particular context, different fact sheets, tools that help support this type of best practice. So with this, we urge you to explore the NUTRI-CHECK platform yourself. The platform is free and will remain free, and we might be ending the project, but the platform will remain alive for a while. This is the legacy of the project, so we're really urging you to take a look at it yourself and see if you can find something that you find interesting. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Am I equipped to do this myself? I don't think so.
Maybe Beatriz is better than me on this.
So thank you, Alex, for this talk and for this see-through into the platform and all its functionalities. And indeed, the invitation to all of you and everybody in your network to check it out and see if you can extract some value from it, because we've certainly put some blood, sweat, and tears into it. So it'd be nice to get something out of it on the side. As our next speaker, we have Nikos Georgiantis. The previous speakers have been mostly talking about technical functionalities, but there's also a human perspective, a societal perspective, because we can have all the data points in the world, but to get people to act on that is quite a different story. Nikos is a professor of experimental economics and director of the Wine and Spirits Business Lab at the School of Wine and Spirits Business and Burgundy School of Business in Dijon, France. He studied economics at the University of Piraeus, and he has a Master in Philosophy from the University of Wales, and an MA and PhD from the European University Institute. And he's coordinator on the Forest Agri Green Nudge project, which is going to be the main topic of what you're going to tell us about. Nikos?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm somehow external to the project, and I really am impressed. Congratulations, and thanks for the hospitality, and thanks also ADAS. I owe a lot to ADAS. All my project life started and is continuing with you. Thank you very much. So I'm something I'm doing wrong? You see, I'm really caring about the human factor, not...
Oh yeah, if you go now,
okay,
use the arrows, then it's fine.
Okay.
This one.
Okay, okay, very good. So I was asked to talk about using green nudges to promote sustainable practices. You saw the previous presentation, it was all green. This is a green nudge. Wearing a green tie over a green shirt is a clear green nudge. The first thing I have trouble with when I'm talking about this is people who are not, don't belong to the Anglo-Saxon culture. They don't understand the word. I'm trying to make it easier for people from other countries, and it's not easy. I don't know how it is in Greek, for example. Okay. So, and I'm also here to talk about my project, Forest Agri Green Nudge. This is a clear indication that you have to find nicer and shorter acronyms to your projects. This was, we're having terrible trouble to pronounce it. All my colleagues go Forest Agri Green Nudge, and it's really a challenge. So next time I will do shorter and better. Okay. So farmers, I'm sorry what I'm going to say, make mistakes. Okay, are we ready for that? I mean, we are complacent to all people because we live in a liberal world where we assume that people know what they're doing, especially about their lives. And this is wrong, but it's almost compulsory in the world where we live. So people make mistakes, all of us make mistakes, foresters make mistakes, and even farmers make mistakes. And these mistakes are normally because of three sources, but I challenge you and I ask you, please, to send me messages about the other category. I claim that I can classify all mistakes. One, coming from wrong, insufficient information. Second, decision-making biases, things we have in our head that work wrong. Social dilemma type of situation, I will explain this is very economics, and other, I don't have very good examples of other. So, okay, so this started with social sciences being invited in many European EU calls. They said, and the social aspect must be very important. So the social aspect became something like gender balance. Oh, we don't have enough women. Let's put a woman, okay? So the other was all sexual orientations, and the third thing is the social sciences role in the project. You need to have a social science guy, but then you don't care too much about him. And whoever says I'm a social scientist, okay, it's good. I'm not good. Is it good, bad? No, but it's not science anyway, is it? No. Okay. So, okay. So, but it was necessary because legislators understood that there are some unpopular things with which we were trying to intervene on these mistakes. And legislation is one. It's not popular at all. The second was financial incentives. Everybody likes subsidies. They don't like the negative incentives like taxes, fines, and everything. But subsidies, sometimes they are not good because they have an issue and a flavor of expostness. So you don't change your behavior because they give you a subsidy, but you have a good behavior and then you want a candy, okay? So they don't work very well and they look really paternalistic. So someone said, okay, let's try to be nice to them and not push them too much, but just a little bit to the right direction, and then make them do what they want to do. Like, you know, in some companies, you work more than you should, but because it's a pleasure, okay? So someone has used a very good nudge for you to work more, even than if they gave you a salary rise, okay? So this is nudging. So a nudge is a push like this. It's a poke, is it? So try to find it in your own languages. I don't know it in Spanish. I don't know it in Greek, so I speak very good both languages, in Italian. The origin of the term, it was this book. One of the two, Richard Thaler, got a Nobel Prize, but not because of the book. And it was about time to recognize that people make wrong decisions, and then nudges comes to recognize this, but do it in a subtle way so that you don't change monetary interest and you don't restrict the person's choice. Because one would be like subsidies, we said no, and the other would be like legislation. You are not allowed to do that. Actually, if you do that, you don't need nudges. You can say, don't do that, or do that. But we don't want that because we live in a liberal world, okay? So I found prime as a, somehow psychologists knew nudges before, but we found a better name. In Italian, they told me una spinta leve. I think it's not bad. Un empujoncito ligero. Parótrense in Greek. Coup de pouce, coup de pouce. I don't speak French. I work in France only. So this is a famous nudge. Some of you have seen it, some of you don't. And it was this fly in the urinaries of, in some, it has reduced wrong targeting by 80%, okay? So it was a very good one. Okay, so you see the fly and you try to be more precise. So it's about, it's almost like, it's almost like, how do you say, like precision farming? Yeah. So how do they work? They work system 1 and system 2. System 1 is your automatic reactions to things. So like green color. You think green, it must be something about nature and stuff like that. So this is system 1. It doesn't work through your thoughts, but through your soul somehow. System 1. And then system 2, it is things that make you think. My favorite rock band, many people don't know it, none of my students, Jethro Tull, have a very nice line, I can make you feel, but I can't make you think. So the first is about feeling and the other is about thinking. Okay, so nudges can address these 3 things I told you. First, insufficient information. So you give informational nudges. You tell people the truth, okay? You give them information. Sometimes we do things which are wrong for ourselves. You have more information, you correct it, okay? Decision-making biases. See, here you have to pay attention because some nudges take advantage of the bias, like default effects. They make you to choose the first thing that you found in your choices. So you use the bias in favor of the good decision. And then you have the other thing, which is nudges that make you understand the bias. Have you noticed that you always sit in the front row? Why do you do that? Okay, so you start thinking, okay? So these are like this. And then social dilemma type of situations, this is very popular in economics, but I think it happens everywhere in the world. So people, when they think of themselves only, they forget that they are in competition with nature and others. So there are other regarding people, so people who take into account other people. We're all like that. We all, if you have children, you care more about your children than yourself, okay? So we are not so selfish as they have taught us in business schools. We are less selfish than this. We are nicer than people have tried to convince, and we need to discover this in our behavior. So activating the other regarding component in a person's preferences. So generally, nudges could be informative, appeal to cultural, social, personal values, use aesthetic and visual tools, help nudges reflect in the right direction. They must not be manipulative, so there are bad nudges. These are called also sludges. You learned some vocabulary today. So they must not be manipulative. They must not infantilize the decision maker, like giving candies, all this gamification thing. Don't do that. This is not good nudges. This is bad, okay? Instruct or order the nudges, create shame or regret. You have been doing something very bad for the planet. Don't do that. Mislead people, confuse, offering useless information. Okay. So still there are some challenges because information may not have the correct effect. If I tell you, do you know what it means to get married? Maybe I convince you not to get married, okay? So information avoidance. So this is the story of Ulysses and the Sirens. Sometimes we don't want to hear. So the sailors, so if you haven't read anything about nudges, don't read Nudge, the book, read the Odyssey, okay? Everything I know about nudges is reading the Odyssey. So information avoidance, I don't want to know. First order and second order beliefs. So it's like what I think about myself, what I think about the others. And regret aversion, we don't like to regret. So if you convince me that I have been doing something wrong all the time, I don't like it. This is regret looking backwards. And then there is regret looking forward. If you convince me to do something, you make me create a counterfactual that afterwards can be used to regret. If I don't change, I cannot regret because I don't know how the world would be if I hadn't changed. Okay, so all these things, and in our project, let's talk about our project. So it's an intervention in farmers and foresters' decision-making choice architecture which favors in a systematic and predictable way the adoption of sustainable practices without modifying the economic incentives nor reducing decision-makers' choice, thus preserving their freedom of choice. And we are now reviewing, because the project is only 1 year old, so 1 year, you see, we are toddlers. We are finding initiatives. I think there are some things I could talk with Julie, actually, about people using nudges even without knowing it, or maybe they should use nudges in the next workshops. So it's a good idea. We have a structure, so there is some logic, work packages and stuff. It's not only me talking in the project, so things go well. Some of my colleagues are here, ADAS, even Consulai, with the people that work with us, and some people have worked in the past, so it's like feeling almost like in family. So we talk about efficacy of a nudge. Does it work? Efficiency? Okay, it works, but what do I need to do? I need to lie? Do I need to do costly things? So this is the difference between efficacy. Efficacy, something can work, but if it needs too much effort, it's not efficient. And then we have contributed, and this is the big exercise of this project, and if we don't manage it, we are not succeeding, is co-par nudges. This is our own term, co-creation, participation by the target population. So we use as a meta nudge to have people designing the nudges together with us. So once you engage people in an effort, they become part of it. But of course, you have to think what makes a person want to change. So this is the whole thing I want to talk about today. I don't want to change because I'm fine as I am. So this guy is going to be not so open to nudges. But there are two levels. One is like the sailors of Ulysses. So the sailors, they know that if they hear the sirens, they don't want to go back to Ithaca, so they close their ears. But Ulysses says, okay, tie me on the mast. I want to hear the sirens, but I know I want to go to Ithaca. So this is a commitment that you have, maybe high costs, you have already bought your inputs, you have already contracts, you have decided what kind of wine you're going to produce. Therefore, I want to hear the nudge. Maybe I want to change, but I don't want to change now because I have some commitments. So this is the Ulysses solution. Then you have the guy who may want to change, but he's selfish. He says, I may want to change, but convince me that it's good for me, what you're going to tell me. Okay? And then you have the guy who is pro-social, and he says, I might want to change even if it's not good for me as long as I save the planet. But I would like other people to do the same. This is called a conditional altruist. I want to be altruistic, but I want to be it as long as other people do it. And then there is the unconditional altruist who says, I want to change, I want to be good, I want to make the new world possible, even if I have to take costs that are not good for me and nobody else does it. This is the unconditional. So if you want to choose what you want to be unconditional, please. This is a nudge. So I may decide that I want to change, but after I expose myself to the nudge, and these are people who are a bit unclassified, maybe they belong to a category between 1 and 2. If I convinced you, but especially if I didn't convince you, please visit our site and even see our video, which is also a nudge, and I have a main role. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikos. This is a very interesting presentation. Also, it's like, for me, it's sort of new matter, but intuitively it really speaks to me and maybe to everybody here. That's very nice. And I also feel like you and Alex have already aligned that he was going to do a shorter presentation to give you a bit of extra time. So perfect. We're still ahead of schedule, so that's great. So next up is Ludwig Hermann. Ludwig is here from Proman, and he's going to talk about the other dimension that hasn't really been talked about yet in this group, and that's the role of policy in scaling best practices. Ludwig, seeing as you're already here, feel free to introduce yourself, and then we'll follow through.
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, I have not such a nice and funny presentation for you as Nikos, but this is probably due to I'm not dealing with wine and spirits that make you more happy. So I'm talking to you about the sister project, NUTRI-Budget, and if I listen what you have done already and created and built up, I probably say we can finish our NUTRI-Budget project because everything is already here. What you need, all the tools, all the mitigation measures, all the farming practices. So NutriBudget is doing more or less the same as you are doing. It's a sister project. It had the same core, to serve the same evaluation criteria. And so it's about mitigation measures and decision support tools that are developed in the project, and which are disseminated through speaking at conferences like me here, and so on and so on, workshops, bilateral briefing with members of the European Parliament, and so on. So, okay, something is missing here. The project results that are to be achieved is legal assessment, transformation roadmaps, environmental and agronomic assessment, experimental from pilot site experiences and experiments to the real costs for farmers, and the feedback from co-creation. And the focus is on the common agricultural policy, the environmental regulations and directives, and carbon farming and other potential incentives, not nudges, but we should include that. We should have included that. And the dissemination tools I have already mentioned. And then we want to remove, or we want to contribute to remove barriers, regulatory barriers. We want to reward or create rewarding systems for farmers. And we want to advocate for policy making that is based on clear decisions and on evidence. And we have successful aspects identified, and we have also bottlenecks identified. And if I talk about the successful aspects, it's research-driven approach, it's a co-creation focus, it's a strong consortium, and well aligned with EU policy, but the bottlenecks are different forms of constraints, time constraints, policy constraints, budget limitations and constraints, and cooperation with other projects is many times not as intensive as it should be to avoid a repetitional work and to avoid to do the same in two different platforms. So coming to the policy, and actually I believe that everything what we do is policy driven in the end. So we had the Green Deal, the European Green Deal with the Farm to Fork strategy, the biodiversity strategy, the chemical strategy, the Zero Pollution Action Plan, and the Circular Economy Action Plan. And you see here, this was the beginning. It was strategies and action plans, so no legal acts. Everything that you read here and you see here was intentions and not yet legal commitments. So it was legislation to stimulate the market for secondary raw materials with mandatory recycling content if possible. So, okay, it was a nudging kind. It was a stimulation that was intended with all these different aspects. And in the core of this strategy was the Farm to Fork strategy, which should aim at reducing nutrient losses, and in the end also nutrient use, and what will certainly not be achieved, 25% of European farms under organic farming conditions. Even I would doubt that this is a very good target. So we want to have bio-based fertilizers, we want to have new green business models, and we want to have circular bio-based economy focusing on nutrient recovery and nutrient recycling, and of course more efficient, effective, efficacious nutrient use. This is just one slide that shows you all the varieties of different policies that were derived from the Green Deal. So you see that there are altogether 25, 30 different policy measures that came out from these Green Deal policies of the European Commission. So it was a kind of fertile activity because it led us to many different green thinking and green measures, many of them really effective, as we have seen in different instances. One of these activities was the Circular Economy Action Plan, and you see the development of a Circular Economy Action Plan, a Circular Economy Package, then again a new action plan, and finally, this is under preparation currently, a Circular Economy Act. And the Commission and the Joint Research Center work currently, and there was a feedback, a consultation out there until the 6th of November, so it just closed very recently, where European citizens could participate and organizations could participate and projects could participate to have their say, to have their contribution in what should come out as a Circular Economy Act. Another instrument, legal instrument dealing with the nutrients in their detrimental impact in water bodies is by the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. We have a new one since 1st of January of this year, where we aim at reducing the effluents from wastewater treatment plant, the nutrient effluents in the first instance, and we reduce the allowances for nutrient effluents from urban wastewater treatment plants, and we reduce the size of plants that have to take measures like nutrient removal, phosphorus and nitrogen removal. We have even 3 states currently with a mandatory phosphorus recycling obligation. This is Switzerland, this was the first one, the second one was Germany, and the third one Austria, that say you have to recycle phosphorus, you must have a circular use of a material that doesn't disappear. So phosphorus is not going to the air, it's either in soil or in water bodies and in chemicals that we put into the soil. So one of the flagship legislation in this context of a circular economy, and we hope to see more of this type of legislation, is the fertilizing product regulation that has an inbuilt end of waste issue or an end of waste status, which means if you have a product that is compliant with the fertilizing product regulation, it is not a waste anymore. And this is the first and one and only European legislation that includes a European end of waste status, because so far we had regional and national end of waste regulations, which means that you have a product, a recycling product in one European country, and your neighbor country says this is still a waste and we cannot use it, you cannot use it. So this was a very, very important step forward towards the circular economy. So talking about, and as I started already, much of the European, much of the green activities, the ecosystem services that we practice in agriculture are policy driven. And I take the Austrian regulation here as a good example for incentives, subsidies, which is of course a very massive nudging. We have a voluntary program that is called ÖPOOL, and this voluntary program is so 85% of farmers participate in this program, which means that's probably a very good program, otherwise the majority of farmers would not participate. So of course it's also a costly program, because Austria almost doubles the money that comes from the European Commission within the CAP, Common Agricultural Policy Regulations. So farmers are quite well funded if they adhere to regenerative practices and ecosystem services. And if you look at this slide, you see the premiums that farmers get. If they do regenerative agriculture, they get already 85 euros per hectare. If they do organic farming, they get 235. If they do biodiversity areas, they get 140 in addition, and so on and so on. And you have really nice premiums, nice payments from the government for services that are not increasing the revenues for farmers. And I think this is also a good practice, because if we want to do farmers to do social social activities, social contributions, we should also compensate them for this. So this is the system that is quite successful. However, as usual, we do not, what we do in Europe, and what is one of our great deficiencies, in my opinion, is we don't copy the good practices from one country to the other. We only copy the bad practices sometimes. Another activity that is not yet widespread in the market, but could become an additional revenue model for farmers, is carbon farming. And we have already some companies out there, we have some models out there that are not very successful. This, what I present here, is a satellite-based system which does not require a lot of farmers' activities, because the current practices usually require the farmer to do a sampling per hectare and per year and so on, which means that the farmer has to work, to pay for the sampling, for the analysis, and then he gets some uncertain promises for revenue in a few years. This is also, of course, you cannot measure carbon in 1 year, or from 1 year to the other. You need a longer term monitoring, but you should have a more reliable system. This is a system where you don't take samples. Samples are taken by institutions, by universities. So calibration is possible without the contribution of the farmers, the work contribution. And the promise is, of course, again, uncertain, because it's the nature that carbon can grow or not grow. We have not so certain practices that clearly lead to more carbon, but we have some of them. And if you get a higher carbon content, you can have voluntary models again, and you can have models within the certified certification systems in Europe. So what are the conclusions? We have a policy-driven transition. Otherwise, we would not have a transition, in my point of view. And we have CAP, Common Agricultural Policy, and national measure-oriented support schemes. Sometimes very successful, sometimes less successful. We have the revenues of carbon sequestration as an artificial market, because this is a market that is created by policymakers. And this could become an additional revenue flow for farmers, but it's not yet developed to an extent where I can say this is a widespread and a practical model, so it's still under development. There is uncertainty, there is complexity involved, and the soil sample efforts are a burden to the farmers. But there may be efforts and changes and nudges maybe to change the behavior of the farmers. And if we want more in that sense, we could think of other models like carbon farming. We can talk about biodiversity increase, biodiversity farming. There is now a discussion about nature credits regarded under this vision of agriculture and food by DG Agri. So maybe this will lead to additional incentives, monetary incentives. We have planned, NUTRI-Budget, again back to the activity, a webinar in next week, 25th of November at 2 o'clock. Registration is still open. And it's a cooperation between NUTRI-Budget, the Phosphorus Platform, ESNI, and the Forum for the Future of Agriculture. That is our collaboration partner. I have here a slide, if the slides are distributed, with some links for information if you want to go deeper into the subjects that I was talking about. And I thank you for your attention. And yes, I hope it will be useful for you. And I apologize for being not so funny.
Thank you, Ludwig. It was an interesting insight in what I thought previously the landscape of policy was. Initially, I thought the landscape of.
Some training.
So you did make your presentation very active in the end. I thought the policy landscape was always very crude, but you showed quite a bit of refinement here. That there's a lot of things going on that are much more thought through on a very specific level. So it's a very interesting insight. So I think with these speakers we had quite a broad range that came together in the end, so thank you everybody for that. From the cost benefit, the hard economics, agronomic optimization, a platform where people can actually find tools to optimize on both those XI, and then if you go beyond just the technical parts, what can we do in terms of behavioral changes and the role of policy, of course, in the greater scheme of things to, first of all, facilitate all of this, because we wouldn't be here in this project if it weren't for European Commission and strong policy actions. And I think from that we are probably going to have some interesting questions that might raise some debate, but eager to know what the rest here thinks. Yes?
Question for Nico.
Do we need to...
After all this after the meeting, could you think about a couple of nudges for enhancing the use of some of these tools looking for increasing nitrogen use efficiency, something that we are missing?
Yeah, I think I was inspired by the participatory workshops by Julie. I think this sounds like calling people to participate in how to motivate change. I have some specific maybe processes of decision making that I could suggest that I have been testing in another project. So in the decision making processes, for example, to make them more conscious, to make people make decisions that are more conscious. So whatever makes you think about what you're doing, and even your ability to rethink or reconsider or change are very good nudges, because this will make you participate in your own change. We need to change ourselves. Sometimes we create this distinction between the authorities or the regulators and ourselves, but the authorities are not transported from another planet. So we somehow dictate them what we want and what we don't want. That's why we have nudges and not cruel regulation, because people don't like it, and like bad parents, if you're a bad father and you're not so much at home, when you go home you're more relaxed with your children, you bring back gifts. So the society has maybe a democratic deficit all over the world right now, and we feel that we have to make people feel free to choose, and we exaggerate this freedom of choice. So when we cross this line, I think we need to make people think for themselves and think for the future. Many people here talked about, is it good for me? Is it costly? Is it not costly? Okay, I heard a very nice guy from France. He has Racine de France, Jan Fortunato, and he replied to someone and said, okay, maybe you lose 5 or 10% of your yield in wine if you do what I'm doing, because he's doing agroforestry. He says, but maybe you lose 5 or 10% of your yield, but maybe one day you will lose all of it, and maybe we'll all lose all of it. So I think when we have solutions for the future, if we don't do it in this generation, nature has provided for that. We will die with our old ideas, and new people with new ideas will come and prevail. So it's better not to expect until we die before we change our attitude. So I think actually you're on the, I would like to collaborate for free in this effort in your next round, because I think that's a very good, I mean, it's always in contact with people. And I have to tell you something else, Miguel. I know that everybody who knows something would like to be wise, and when they ask you, so what should we do? And it's like a doctor. Okay, take this pill. I'm not like this. I believe a lot in science, and really believe me, social science is also science, and we don't know what we should know before we know. So we discover the things. It's not about reading books. It's about having theories, about contrasting testable hypotheses, and coming up with solutions. Mm-hmm. So you don't need actually social science for that. You need good social science. And this is what I had. You know what's this? Don't worry, you don't have to see it. This is the mental process that we have modeled of a guy with estimated data of choosing to look at the decision support system. So this is what determines the decision of a farmer, from IPM decisions, from ADAS as well. This is what determines what people have to think, what to consider, are they male is a conditional for a unique crop determinant, arable crops and income determine farm size, and farm size determines the adoption of DSS. It's not just asking people, what do you think is important, and then you know what is important. The process is more complex. If you want to intervene something, it's like medicine. You don't want someone to say, okay, I will open and see what you have. You would like someone to have good hypothesis about that.
Thank you, Nikos. I would like to go back to a very concrete question from Francesca, but it almost feels too simplified to go back to that right now, but it's something on top of my mind. It's about time investment to get value out of tools, because I know in the cost-benefit analysis, you've been working with an hourly rate for farmers' time. And what I was thinking that I've been seeing is that the more time investment a tool requires, by far the harder it is for a farmer to attribute that tool as being useful. Mm-hmm. And then maybe even going into the point of saying, okay, when you're in your planning phase, at the moment where you're probably not the busiest out of those 12 months, mm-hmm. the value of your time might be lower than when you're up and running in the fields, when you're doing your in-field measurements, or when you're around harvest time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you for your question, Milan. So I think there are 2 points here. The first one is that we decided to use the 5 years as a period to estimate all the economical metrics. So I made a sensitivity analysis over different periods, and the 5 years was like a kind of compromise. But maybe for some tools, I should use 10 years, and for others 2 years to optimize the cost and benefits balance. But okay, it's a methodological choice. So it's true that if the user need to wait several years to find a balance between cost and benefits, maybe the perception about the tool, it's maybe lower than another tool with shorter period to balance costs and benefits. And the other point is about what you said, maybe when you are in the planning phase, you are more willing to think or to use tools than when you are busy with other things. But we couldn't really capture that maybe with the question about time effort. Maybe there is something to explore inside it. And another point that we have found is about the technological maturity of tools, because tools in the plan stage are well-known tools. Traditional soil analysis or fertilization plans, and on the other hand, other tools in the check and adjust or in the review steps are more innovative, or there are more novelty inside those tools, so more uncertainty also. So maybe it is another point.
And then to follow up on that, if we look at the manufacturers in the audience here, and we say that a high time investment is a challenge for a tool to be adopted, that also says something about what maybe companies that develop tools should focus on, which is a low barrier of entry tools that are quick to establish for the more quick wins, or to make something complex as quick as possible so you don't need support on it. Is that sort of the way to go there, or a message for the manufacturers? Like, it's better to have something that's more easy to adopt so that it is adopted, as opposed to something that's complex and complete but will never be shown to your stakeholder group?
I don't know if I'm able to judge that because I think it's really context dependent. But globally, the qualitative analysis shows that farmers are fine with support. It's not a problem to having support or asking support. But I don't know if anyone else wants to answer, but for me it's really context dependent, that part. Okay. It depends of how the farmer perceives his activity as busy, and so if he has time to ask support and to discuss with someone, or if you want to be alone in his decision, so having something simple that he can use directly without asking anything to anybody. For me, it's more context dependent. Okay. But the others can also give their opinion on all that.
What does the audience think? Maybe for your specific country or region, like, do you see the tendency of farmers that you work with or that your colleagues work with being very open to get support from you or your colleagues, or farmers that really want to do everything by themselves? David? Yeah,
I think this is an important area. Farmers are willing, as Francesca says, to take on support. Whether they solicit it or not is a whole other question in terms of inviting it in. So they'll take it if it's given, and it's either by chance or there's an opportunity or it's facilitated. However, in a busy time, under time constraint, to go ask for it at that critical time is probably a bit of a stretch, and that's where having the support at the right time of the year when the critical decisions are being made is probably the issue. So if you're making a decision on whether I'm going to put out nitrogen on a crop or not, you need it today. It's a bit like getting the nutrient analysis of the slurry or the organic manure made on the day you're spreading it. That's too late. If it has to go to a lab or whatever, it's 10 days before that. So again, with weather windows, with shorter, tighter time, less labour on farms, etc., these decisions are often being made on the fly. And I'd be interested to hear from the farmers in the room whether, you know, they perceive that. Maybe I'm off in terms of what we see.
Stuart Murdoch from England. It's a question for Ludwig, really. You put big policies together, not you personally, but big policies are put together, which can run for a long period. How do we measure that they were successful?
Yeah, in principle, the success is measured by the overall good condition of the soils and of the only remaining problem, if I'm talking about Austrian agriculture, is some erosion on some slopes with some river valleys. But otherwise, we have no carbon problem, we have no overall soil problems. So I think all these measures have proven to be successful because of the absence of real critical situations in regard to farming. And Austria is the only country in Europe that has already achieved this target of 25% of organic farming overall. So 25% of the land in Austria is under organic farming management. Personally, I doubt that this is really a very good target because organic farming is also less productive. So I do not know if we can really manage to produce enough food if we have everything under organic farming. So I would go for a combination of regenerative and organic practices. But okay, the target was organic, 25%. This target has been achieved in Austria. So the ÖPOL system is a voluntary system. Farmers participate. Farmers are in overall happy. When we had last year these protests here in Brussels and in several European countries, one of the Austrian right-wing parties also wanted to organize a protest of farmers, and they had 15 tractors gathered in the city of Vienna. So you see that that the mood is quite positive, and this is also a good sign for a positive policy management. So I think overall I consider this successful. I'm not non-critical to the policymakers in Austria, but this is a good move and a good policy.
Okay, thank you. We're over time, so if we have something that's very pressing, we can do it very quickly, but otherwise I think it's time for coffee and perhaps cookies, I don't know.
Yes, so thank you so much for this session. A big clap for everyone. It was a very interesting one. And we can have a small coffee break. And for people who brought the posters, because during lunchtime we didn't have much time, if you want to discuss it, they are on that wall outside the room. So feel free to discuss it with your partners here. And see you in a bit. Thank you. Okay, so this will be our last session. As we are, well, nearly reaching the ending part of this conference, I think that it has been a really good day, so with a lot of interesting discussions and a lot of people participating. Now we will have session 4, that is about the Horizon Europe Shaping Crop Nutrient Management, and will be chaired by Alexander Sfrnarakus from AUA. Then we'll have Sarah Johansson, Charlotte Liebert, Anna Bagot, Nicolas Plumeret, Anne Schneider, and Georgos Charvalis. So half of the speakers are here with us, and the other half are online. So I'll leave it to Alex, please.
Right, thank you, Dina. Perfect. So, hi guys. You know me by now. I needn't say anything more about myself. I'd just like to talk a little bit about the context of today's presentation, today's session. So we named this session How Horizon Europe is Shaping the Landscape of crop nutrition, which is a very long name. We will keep it in mind for our next session. But the thing is, we just wanted to say we mostly work in this sphere of projects. We're funded mostly by Horizon Europe, so we all know that it's a very big funding program. It's gonna end in a couple of years, so a lot of its results and its tangible outputs we will be able to see, and the impact that it had throughout this decade we'll be able to see very shortly. And as we wanted to make sure that we are able to illustrate how different visions and different goals of the European Union are reflected through its crop nutrition strategies. So as you know, Horizon Europe has 6 clusters, many different clusters that have to do with health, with culture. We represent cluster 6, which is food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and the environment. And through these clusters, the European Union is trying to achieve some goals, right? So we want climate neutrality, biodiversity restoration, sustainability and circular management of natural resources, food security, rural, coastal, and urban area development, and innovative governance. How is this achieved? This is achieved through its destinations. So in Horizon Europe, we have 7 destinations. These destinations are essentially the objectives of all these projects. So all projects fall under one of these destinations. So today, we wanted to bring together a lot of these projects that are doing so much work and bring so much innovation in order to try and achieve these goals of these destinations. And we wanted to see how they relate into using crop nutrient management through their project in order to shape the landscape. So hopefully this is clear enough. So we can start with a presentation of our project. First up, we have Sarah Johansen from the EEB here in Belgium, the European Environmental Bureau. The EEB is a network of environmental civil society organizations with 190 member organizations in 41 countries. And Sarah focuses on water protection, including implementation of the Water Framework Directive and the Nitrates Directive. And she will be talking about the NENUFAR project and the policy aspects that fall under crop nutrient management. So Sarah, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will present the NENUFAR project, and apologies in advance. I'm standing in for my colleague Athanase, who is more deeply involved in this project than I am. So bear with me, and if you have any technical questions related to the project, I will be happy to put you in touch with my colleagues in charge. But the NENUFAR project is focusing on new governance solutions and value chains addressing recovery of nitrogen and phosphorus. It's focusing on 3 waste streams, manure, sewage sludge, and dairy wastewater. And it's tackling 4 routes of innovation, estimation of emissions from fertilizer application, new governance models, economic and financial incentives for public and private entities, as well as technological solutions for the treatment of these waste streams. The project started in end of 2023 and it's running until April 27. We have 21 partners in 10 countries. So you can see us as EB, we're here in Belgium, but the project really covers a broad range of partners from across Europe. And the background to this, I think it comes as no news to the audience of this room. Europe is facing a nutrient problem. We have a large surplus of nutrient emissions resulting in pressures on freshwater and coastal ecosystems. It has implications for human health and also on public budgets. And yeah, it's closely linked to these 3 waste streams and how they are managed. So the project covers a number of demo sites. In Spain, we have
the treatment of manure using ammonia stripping. In Latvia and Lithuania, it's composting of sewage sludge. And in Hungary and Slovakia, it's membrane with pre-oxidation and nature-based solutions dealing with dairy wastewaters. So to recap, the focus is nutrient pollution and recycling, circular economy, protecting aquatic ecosystems and supporting farmers by establishing technical solutions and developing scalable governance models. I think I will speed up a little bit. I won't run the video now because due to time restraints, but if you want more information, you can go to the website where you can also sign up to join our community of interest and register to our newsletter. The project is also present on social media, on LinkedIn, Blue Sky, and YouTube. So you can follow us there. And now I'll just go through a couple of the key policy areas that we touch on in the area of nutrient pollution. Of course, speaking about coastal and freshwaters, it's the Water Framework Directive, where agriculture still remains a key pressure impacting both surface and groundwater. Both in terms of pollution, but also in terms of water use. So, while the objective was to reach good status by 2015, member states are still quite behind in terms of delivering on their obligations to bring Europe's waters to good status. Less than 40% of surface waters are in good or high ecological status, and around a third of groundwater bodies are under pressure from agricultural pollution, which altogether undermines Europe's water resilience. So now it's really a focus to close the implementation gap. We have 2027 coming up, after which it will be more difficult for member states to justify why they are still failing the objectives of the Water Framework Directive. Now in November, the Commission launched the so-called structured dialogues that it will hold with each member state with aim to identify the implementation hurdles and also aiming to achieve a political commitment from each minister in charge on how to overcome them by 2027, because that does remain the key deadline. At the same time, member states are now working or should be working on finalizing the next river basin management plans that run from 2028 to 2033. And again, that will be sort of the first real implementation plans because of the more strict application of exemptions. Of course, the Nitrates Directive is a key piece of legislation delivering together with the Water Framework Directive. It's currently undergoing evaluation of the effectiveness, efficiency, coherence, and etc. And we expect conclusions in the beginning of 2026, and following that also a decision from the Commission whether they will revise the directive or not. We're also facing the end of a couple of the last remaining derogations. Denmark has said that they won't renew their derogation under the Nitrates Directive, but I think, I wrote Netherlands and Ireland are likely to reapply, but I think Ireland has already reapplied for their derogation. And last year we got this draft act from the Commission that allows the application of processed manure about the current manure limit in the Nitrates Directive. It had a quite questionable procedure. There was no impact assessment, no public consultation, while it was amending essential elements of the directive. So it's now under scrutiny, but unless there are any objections raised by the Parliament and the Council, it will be adopted. It's still up to member states if they want to make use of these loopholes from the rules, so to speak, but that is under process. But meanwhile, there is a lot of room for better implementation and enforcement of the directive. There are quite few infringements, although the implementation is falling behind. And I think this is my last slide. I think I'm already over time. I don't think it has escaped anyone that we got now a water resilience strategy for Europe. The Commission presented this in June this year. And the main objectives is to restore and protect the water cycle, to build a water smart economy, and to secure clean and affordable water and sanitation for all. I highlighted here 3 flagship actions with relevance for nitrate pollution. I already mentioned the structured dialogues with member states to overcome implementation hurdles of the WFD. But the Commission will also launch an assistant toolbox for member states to support actions to reduce nutrient pollution using enhanced modeling, maps, and exchanges of best practices. And the Commission also foresees that the CAP strategic plans should be maximized to also help achieve water resilience, including improved farm advisory services, because they definitely play a big role in the CAP. So yeah, that is it for me, and I will leave it to the next speaker because I think I took up a bit much time already. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Policy is definitely one of those things that kind of plagues everybody in the nutrient management world, so it's very interesting having your insights into this. And now we'll be moving on to Charlotte Liebert from ILVO. Charlotte is a researcher at the Social Sciences Unit of ILVO, and her work explored how agricultural advisors can act as key facilitators of sustainable transitions within European farming systems. And Charlotte is currently studying how knowledge exchange and advisory networks can be facilitated from a social science perspective. And she will be presenting the Stratus project. So Charlotte, the floor is yours.
So, hi everyone. I'm representing Stratus on behalf of Intia. My role in the project is mainly to facilitate the training program, so I'm not really an expert on the technical topics, but my colleague Sophie is here from the Belgian Soil Service, so she will assist me with any technical questions or issues. So first of all, thank you to the NUTRI-CHECK team for the invitation to present Stratus. That's something that Paula really wanted me to say, and of course also for myself as well. It's been very interesting. I'm going to present the Stratus project, both how it is structured and how it contributes to the cluster Horizon Europe's cluster 6 objectives. So I will focus mainly on the work that has been done in the first 18 months of the project. So Stratus started in February 2024, so we're now ending the second year of the project. And we are a consortium of 18 entities within Europe, focusing on agricultural research, governance, and also consulting. So the main objective of Stratus, obviously, is to connect advisors across Europe to accelerate not only the creation but also the sharing of knowledge on optimal fertilizer use. So we really focus on advisors, and through the advisors we want to reach the farmers. So I think the core of Stratus is the network that it employs. Our network actually is composed of 2 sub-networks. On the one hand, we have our fertilization innovation networks, which are technical clusters in which experts from entities all across Europe are involved. So we have one on precision farming, one on bio-based fertilizers, and one on soil quality. So through our consortium members, we cover 11 member states. And then through the networks of EUFRAS and CESN, we have advisors from the other 12 member states, and then the remaining 4 we reach as mirror countries, so to enable all the member states of Europe to be involved in these networks. And then on the other hand, we have 10 communities of practice, which are really networks of advisors within a country, within a member state. So the idea is that the knowledge that is discussed and created in these expert networks gets disseminated through these COPs. But I will explain that more further along. Another achievement of this first period is the EU digital platform, of which I think Alexander is more knowledgeable than I am and put in all the work. But through this platform, it is how do you say it? A cooperation between our sister projects, Organic Advice Network, LiveNet, AdvisorNet, Best and For Advice, and more projects will be involved in the coming years. And it will also continue to develop with more modules and components. So in this platform, advisors can search for knowledge, but also search for trainings and interact with each other. So this will be elaborated more on. So I've talked a bit about the knowledge, but knowledge on optimal fertilizer use in the Stratus project. The basis for this are the good practices and the research innovations that are being collected within our thematic clusters. So a good practice is being translated as a practice that has been known and has been used in certain member states, but maybe not implemented in all member states. A research innovation is something novel that maybe hasn't been researched enough, but we also take it into account. So these good practices are being collected by our fertilization innovation networks, and their 24 best practices have been selected out of our good practices. And then in the third year of our project, we will use these best practices as the basis for cross visits and also for demonstration project and trainings. And these will take place on the COPs, so the communities of practices, and they will also interchange. So this is really the part where the information gets disseminated. And then we will have a second cycle of collecting these good practices and research innovations, and again have cross visits and trainings. And of course, our project will also write policy briefs to capture the needs of the farmers, the industry, the researchers and advisors. So then a bit about how Stratus supports the objectives of Cluster 6. So supporting the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork and biodiversity strategies, of course, Stratus promotes integrated fertilization management. Because we have these communities of practices, we can really identify these practices bottom up. Then the substitution of mineral fertilizers with bio-based alternatives. There, our fertilization innovation network on bio-based fertilizers comes to play, where we will collect at least 14 good practices. And then modernizing the agricultural sector to digitalization. Our digital platform is really important, and also we have the cluster on precision farming and the good practices we collect there. For engaging policymakers, our communities and practices always involve policymakers, so there we can identify bottlenecks and institutional challenges on the national level and communicate it more broadly. Regarding tools and services, we develop trainings, demonstrations and cross visits, and also materials for advisors to be able to perform these. And then we have acceleration of the uptake of knowledge and co-creation, and of course, like many of these projects here, we employ a multi-actor approach. Then I wanted to conclude by again stating the importance of our two networks and how they interact. So on the one hand, we have our fertilization innovation networks, which have the experts from our 27 member states that will collect the good practices and the research innovations, and from there decide which can be seen as best practices. This info then goes to the communities of practices, which involves advisors, but also policymakers, farmers, researchers, and industry actors. And there we organize cross visits and demonstrations to exchange the knowledge. So, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. I have to say Stratus is very much spiritually in the same realm as NUTRI-CHECK in terms of how it approaches its fertilization management perspective. And yeah, we have a lot of complementary results that we're willing to explore in the future and how they can augment each other. So now we'll be moving on to our next speaker, who is actually online. We'll be moving on to Anna Varro, who will be presenting the NUTRI-CHECK project. So if we can show the Zoom screen presentation. Anna, you're with us, I assume? There you are, perfect. So Anna is the coordinator of the Science for Practice line with the Governance for Sustainability team at the Beta Technological Center. And she is also the coordinator of NUTRI-CHECK. And her work focuses on bridging the gap between science and practice, fostering knowledge adoption, and empowering rural and regional actors to drive sustainable and resilient transformation. So Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm Anna Varro, and I work at Beta Technological Center, specifically in the area of governance for sustainability, coordinating the Science for Practice line. So in this line, as its name indicates, we work to increase the impact of the research and promote the implementation of good practices in the field. In this line of work, we are involved in several projects such as Horizon, Prima, Interreg, among others, carrying out various activities such as workshops, field visits, capacity buildings, and also developing different tools such as, for example, educational materials, collaborative platforms, decision support systems tools, and all with the aim of promoting the implementation of innovation in agriculture. Well, NUTRI-CHECK is a thematic network that brings together knowledge on sustainable nutrient management. And its main objective is to expand the outcomes of different operational groups in the theme of nutrient management across borders, with the final objective of modernize the agri-food sector by collecting, translating, and sharing this easy to understand and practice-oriented knowledge. Well, NUTRI-CHECK is a coordination and super action with a budget of almost 2 million euros and a duration of 3 years. We are 11 partners from different countries that are Spain, Ireland, Belgium, Denmark, Germany, and Italy. The project supports the fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food system through a better nutrient use, enhanced collaboration, and practical innovation. And as I said, its main objective is to bridge the gap between research and practice, addressing one of the central challenges of this destination, that is the efficient management of nutrients to reduce the environmental impact of food production. So NUTRI-CHECK promotes more sustainable food system from primary production to consumption. Well, why NUTRI-CHECK matters? When we talk about sustainable food systems in Europe, nutrient management is really one of the biggest challenges we face. Farmers are dealing with more and more complex regulations, trying to reduce nutrient surpluses and also protect their soils. But at the same time, there's often a real gap between what research produces, what policy demands, and what can actually be applied on the ground. And that's exactly where NUTRI-CHECK comes in to help close that gap and make knowledge work in practice. So NUTRI-CHECK helps to bridge these gaps by bringing together all the key actors, from researchers and advisors to farmers and policymakers, making sure that knowledge can flow across the world food systems, so that the good ideas and innovations don't stay in reports, but actually reach the people who can put them into practice. The project directly responds to these Cluster 6 priorities on sustainable and knowledge transfer, strengthening the interconnection among acquis actors and reducing this knowledge fragmentation. And to do so, we are following a specific methodology based on gathering and on collecting all this knowledge from different operational groups on the theme of nutrient management. We have analyzed this knowledge and contextualized it to different European realities. To do this, we have interviewed different farmers, primary producers, owners of companies in the agricultural sector, but also scientists and policymakers. The final aim is to align this scientific and technical knowledge with the real needs of the sector and with administrative and legal demands. Once all this knowledge has been contextualized, we have created practical material that is ready to use and ready to implement. This material includes explanatory videos, booklets containing the best practices for the different steps on the nutrient management value chain, different fact sheets, practice abstracts, among others. Then we share this material with the channels most consulted by farmers at the regional level. We have identified and then we upload all this material to these portals. But also we promote and we share this material in person and organizing various capacity building activities such as study visits, in-service trainings and demonstration days. And finally, we have published the methodology we have followed at NutriKnow to amplify the impact of the research so that other projects or initiatives can replicate this process. This methodology that I have just explained has given rise to different outputs. We have two databases in nutrient management, one containing the practices and another one containing the policy and legal requirements. We also have these practitioner materials, specifically 6 detailed booklets, more than 30 practice abstracts, more than 50 multilingual flyers, infographics, videos, with the aim to deliver practical guidance directly to farmers and advisors. We also have online learning, a MOOC, launched this year, offering this flexible learning on nutrient management principles and techniques. And we also have a community online platform bringing together different actors to exchange information with a Q&A forum and also a knowledge base on the platform. Okay, so through these specific capacity building initiatives, NutriKnow has reached hundreds and hundreds of farmers and agricultural advisors across Europe, making sure that knowledge is not only shared, but also effectively integrated into daily practice. We have conducted more than 24 in-service training sessions, 3 studies visits in Spain, Ireland, and Italy, and we will conduct the 4th one next year in Belgium. And we have also conducted 5 train-the-trainers courses where we have shared this knowledge with teachers from different agricultural schools in these regions. Okay, so in order to expand the project's impact and strengthen Europe's bioeconomy and sustainability knowledge ecosystems, we have collaborated and we are still collaborating with a lot of initiatives, such as other thematic networks or other Horizon projects, but also in European and regional clusters and platforms. We have developed together different activities such as workshops, webinars on nutrient management, but also other types of outputs such as policy briefs or policy recommendations. Well, as I said before, an important output of our project is the RAM. So this results amplification methodology translates NutriKnow's experience into a replicable tool for other thematics areas. And importantly, the methodology has been validated by different actors, such as policymakers and researchers, to ensure its practical relevance and also the scientific accuracy. And finally, the NutriKnow supports the EU policy objective by strengthening sustainable nutrient management and creating practical pathways for policy implementation. All the policy briefs and recommendations we have developed strengthen nutrient management governance in the EU and enhance the coherence with the Farm to Fork strategy and the European Green Deal. And in April next year, we will have our final conference in the ESNI 2026, where we will celebrate a final policy conference discussing the different policy briefs we have prepared together with other projects and initiatives. And finally, and regarding the cluster 6 destination, Neutrino contributes to destination of fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food systems by promoting practices that enhance soil health and crop quality, accelerating the climate resilient, resources efficient farming across Europe, and ensuring equitable access to knowledge and resources for all farming skills and contexts. So overall, Neutrino generates this impact on nutrient circularity, food security, and the resilience of the European agri-food systems, these core goals of this destination. And that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much, Anna. We're going to be moving ahead. So we want to welcome Nicolas Plumer to the stand. Nicolas has a PhD in organic chemistry from the University of Tübingen and is also a researcher in Germany at the Technical University of Munich, and he will be presenting the LiveSend Map project. So Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and really a pleasure for me to be here as well. So I'm not a NUTRI-CHECK partner, but it's been a blast to meet everyone. So really very inspiring. So I come from the academic side to present also the project we have here at from the EU. But just as a background, I also have a farm with my sister. So basically what we develop with the EU fund is what we need on the farm. So I think we have quite a link for what we're doing and a motivation. But basically the project is LiveSend Map is entirely at the TU Munich, so it's 2.5 million, and it's more on the tool development. So we are basically what NUTRI-CHECK has been collecting as a library. We're trying to provide one more tool. So the question is why one more? We have seen already more than 200 different systems. And what I'd like to show a bit is the motivation and also maybe a hint for cooperation with a few of you because we have still 1 year to go, and that might be the chance here. So just need to get that's working. So now the main concept, it might not look at first sight so different to what we have seen today. So we start from a satellite image. Maybe I use this one. So we start, or the farmers get this basically on their cell phone, NDVI, which is telling them how green their field is in different locations, how healthy, and if possible, some correlation with the nitrogen needs or whatever needs. In the end, they want some application map that they can locally adjust what this crop needs. So this is, I think, the main topic of today. And how to get from here to there, you can go directly, just interpreting this NDVI data, or make a measurement with an N tester or something else in between to validate that. What we want to do is to actually look into the plants. So have the actual nitrogen content of the plants in the field and in that moment, not going through a lab, not going through a technician, just the farmer being able to check this by themselves. And for that, our project is about developing this device. So it's, I was supposed to bring it with me, but as usual, I forgot, so I cannot show you, but it's that size, it holds in your pocket, and you have small little sensors that you use as a one-way sensor, meaning you use a garlic press, you press the juice out, and you put it in contact with the sensor, and that's all you do. And I will motivate you, or motivate why we do like that in the coming slides. And the application for that is, for us, mostly wheat in our project, but of course a universal nitrate sensor. So you can use it for any crops. We have done a bit of potato, a bit of sugar beet, a bit of rapeseed, but most of the budget went into wheat. The reason being that there's a very, very strong history on plant sub-analysis for the late fertilization step on wheat, and that has been done by the Jubil method that is now managed by Arvalis, so very close to the NUTRI-CHECK topic. It's decades old, one might say, I would say established, so very, very robust, and the difficult part is to get this data, so plant data for the farmer to decide what they need in the last step. And that's the question. So how we make this accessible to the farmer? There are tools out there, so this is working already, and there are products on the market to make this analysis. Problem is how we make it very widely applied. And we reverse the question a bit. We're not starting from the lab and looking what works in the lab. We're looking at what's already working in the hands of non-trained users. And the main example is the medical sensor for diabetic management. So you might have seen that before. It's basically
you poke your finger, you get a bit of a droplet of blood, and you put it in contact with that sensor, and that's it. One button to start it, and you get your numbers. It's just a sensor like this with some enzymes, some polymers to have a very selective analysis. So no interference, no need for dilution. You basically have nothing to do in between. And that's the kind of thing we would like to have for the farming application. So we basically copy that concept. We build now this electrode not with an enzyme for glucose, we build one with enzyme for nitrate. So we just take nitrate reductase from mice, so we just take what is in the plants, put it on the electrode, and now it recognizes nitrate only, with this purpose to have it as simple as possible. So that's what I want to try to convince you about, that it's actually working. So that's the glucose enzyme polymer. We will now have the nitrate. I don't show the polymer here because the startup that is coming from that project is still wanting to keep it secret, but it's pretty similar. And what the glucose sensing is doing is 10 billion of these strips per year. So there are really a lot of people using it, and all untrained people. So there are tens of millions of diabetic patients using it. We are making now 10,000 per year, but of course the purpose is to scale that so that as many farmers as possible or that want to use it have access to it. So now the actual performance. So it's not named, no, it's named here, yes. So the two devices that are used in Germany, but I believe also in France for the juvenile method is the so-called, I think it's the one from Merck. So it's a reflectometer. It's basically using the grease assay it's used in the lab into a small strip. So it's replicating the lab assay. And the other one is an ion selective electrode. It's very established in the lab and has been adapted for the field. So have a few issues, and the last one is our sensor. So the ion selective electrode, it covers the range of nitrate that we will find in plants. So no need for dilution, so that's good. It's extremely linear, and you have a calibration to do, but it's really good when it's calibrated. The reflectometer is a bit more limited in the range, meaning you have to dilute. Most plant sample will be in that range or even beyond. So you cannot get away without diluting. And here, our technician made a calibration mistake, which is the reason why it's different. But I still wanted to show it. Even our technician makes calibration mistakes. So if a farmer has to do this, it's likely to happen as well. Just want to precise that. And the biosensor is basically without calibration, matching the ion selective electrode. So now that is water. Okay, it's nitrate in water, just in the lab, checking if it's working. The real test is, of course, the plant sample. And now it's looking a bit different because now we take a plant, we press it, so we cut the stem, just the bottom part, and we take this droplet in the sensor. We have a few measurements in the lab. So TIS2 is an ion chromatography, so very precise for nitrate. The grease assay in the lab, so again, not with the device, just standard procedure, and we get about, that was 20 millimolar of nitrate. So it's an average wheat sample. Our sensor now in the field shows quite similar data. The reflectometer still calibration mistake from the technician. You would get better data if you don't do that mistake, but also dilution, it's a bit below. And the surprise to us, or I mean, what's not communicated by the fabricant, the manufacturer, is that the ion selective electrode is overshooting, because now in this sample, we also have phosphate, we have sulfate, we have anything else that's also detected. So it's ion selective in water if you don't have too much interference. And as soon as you have a complex matrix, the selectivity is not sufficient. So not trying to kill the ion selective electrode, but it's not done for plant samples. So TIS can work if it's well calibrated. TIS works without calibration, without dilution, and you get the same accuracy. So in our hands, it's working. So it's really something that we can trust if our PhD students, our technicians are doing it. So that's all in the lab. Now the real question is what happens in the field if we have a non-trained user. So first we also need a reader, so you cannot just give the research instrument that's worth thousands of euros in the hands of hundreds of farmers. So we developed our own system. Very brief story is that it performs the same, so these are different nitrate concentration. It performs the same as the 5,000 euro research instrument, and there's a few hundreds of euros that we build, so that's all good. We use this now. We made 200 of them, or 220. We distributed them around Germany and in also our technician hands. So these are still our people. So Munich is here, our campus is here, so you can see we don't like to travel too much, so the fields are all nearby. But we had 60 and we made 3,000 measurements during the entire growing season, just to see how the data come back. What we get, so I'm not reporting yet on recommendation, is just the standard deviation. Each data point is a day. Every day we had, so you can divide to 60 days, or 3,000 by 60 days, so 50 data or so every day. multiple measurements from a single sample. You get a standard deviation, and they're all in the 10% range. And as the season went by, we optimized a bit, and we went even down to 5%. So within the field, you can measure by plus minus 5% what's the nitrate content in that plant. Still our PhD students. And it's actually this season, so the last season, where we went to the farmers. Was a bit too fast. We had now 100 farmers with 178 fields, 4 countries, so mostly still in Bavaria, because we have our friends here, but we got a few north, and we have a few in Croatia, and the main purpose here was in more dry climate, because it's a bit harder to time fertilization when you have not so much reliable rain as we have in Germany, so that's why we went a bit south, but we also had like 30, 40 farmers in that region. Another important thing here is that first we did in our research fields a study on classical plots, so different fertilization input in different locations. And I'll just show you the data for 0 fertilization and the 60, so last step, not the full season. And what we did is to monitor nitrate with this biosensor over the entire growing season. And what you get if you have no fertilization, it just decays over the season, the nitrate in the plants. When you have a fertilization step, then the plant takes it up and you can see it directly. You fertilize again, and it takes up again. So that's basically what a classical Jubil method would show you if you have a classic analysis. It also helps you to decide before, depending on this concentration, how much you actually have to add, and when to add it, and of course where exactly to add it if you use your remote sensing data. So again, in our hands, it works well. Now the farmers, what did they do? Well, we didn't tell them much, just do as you wish. We recommend before and after fertilization, but we left them free just to see how they actually adopt the system. And this is now an example from one of the 100 farmers. It's very much looking the same. So we just tell them, this is your field, this is the NDVI. We recommend to measure once here, so that we can see what's the reason for that different health status of that one. And that's basically the result. So you have a farmer that measured 6 times from April to May around his last fertilization. And it was so the feedback we got from him, it was first nice to know how much to add based on the measurement before, and to see how the plants take it up, and immediately nothing happened because the rain came only later. So it was very securing for the farmer to see, okay, I brought my fertilizer, nothing happened, but then when the rain came up, the plant got it, and it was just a validation. So it was not really useful to measure for them later, it was useful before. But then for us, it was very good, because now we have data before, we have data of what they added, and you also have data of how the plant reacted, which is basically our basis for later having machine learning, making the prediction on this reaction of the plants. Not looking at the yield, because typically we don't get the yield from the farmers, but this we get. It's all a digital tool. There's a cloud that does a prediction, so we actually know what happened before and after, so that we can have this as a training system. Okay, so the last step is what's coming. It's the future, so it's the next season. We now want to make this recommendation and test it with the farmers. So here we have a few people in Germany that are in, but of course if you have interest, especially in countries where you already do plant sap analysis and you do the prediction, would be very interested to involve people doing this in the spring 2026. And that's basically the rest of my talk. So the people doing the measurement in the field are of course the one responsible for this data. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Nicholas. It's very nice to see the practical application in this side of things. So we'll move back to our online speakers. So we will be proceeding with Anne Schneider from Teresinovia. So if we can bring up the Zoom, please. So Anne is an agronomist, and she's also the coordinator of the LEGUMES project, which she will be presenting today. And she's been working for 16 years establishing R&D partnerships. And she joined Teresinovia in 2014 in the Agronomy, Environment, and Economics department. Hi, Anne. Hope you can hear us.
Hi.
Great, we can hear you too. And yeah, you can share your screen and start your presentation. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. Just a precision, so thanks a lot to the organizer for inviting me. I'm not the coordinator of the project, but I am just a partner of the project LEGUMES. And I have to thank also Thomas Redingson from this project to have made the connection between the two projects for these conferences. So I will share my my screen. You will let me know whether it's okay. Is it all right? Okay, I do not. Do you hear me? Yes?
Yes, it's perfect. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So, yes, so in order to speak, I am involved in this project Legume ES, ES standing for Ecosystem Services, and I am working at Terrinovia, one partner of this project. Terrinovia is a technical institute on protein crops and legume crops in general, and on oil crops. And we are involved in this project. And the question here is how to increase the contribution of legumes to crop nutrition in the agricultural systems. So first of all, I will just give you an overall idea of what is legumes. Legume ES is a project which is built on 6 objectives that you are, which is described here in details. But in general, it's in fact the major aims is to better evaluate the services which are provided by the agricultural system which are enriched with legume, in order to be able to integrate the services in the evaluation and in the decision for each actors from the agricultural services at a different scale, from the plot for the farmers, for the products to the industrialists, or to the territory for the decision makers. This project is organized with 20 partners for 4 years, and we're just right near the middle of this project, and with 22 partners from 12 countries. And the one module in this one work package in this project is especially based on 28 pilot studies, which have been developed over a very wide range of soil climate conditions in EU. And the objective is to assess these ecosystem services from legumes. And the pilot study have been organized and defined according to local relevant legume-based solution and barriers and objectives. So that's why they are independent to each other, but they are aligned to the project objectives. So they are very different, and some of them are dealing with the value chain for livestock, for example. Some other are more devoted to measure the ecosystem services in the field, either on experimental design or farmers-based networking or engagement. So they will have information database and so on, but I will not go into details. I will just come back to the meaning, the topic of this project, which is legumes. Just to remind you that the legumes is a plant which is from the botanical family Fabaceae, and this is the only grown crops which are able to use this particular function, the symbiotic nitrogen fixation, thanks to the symbiosis with the bacteria who are present in the soil. And these kind of crops are used for different purposes, and they are either grown as forage or grain, or some of them are not harvested, like cover crops in between to catch crops. So there are different type of species behind this, from forage crops to annual crops, so from alpha to peas and so on. And just to remind you that this is a very specific position in the agriculture at the European level and at the fresh level also, but in the EU we know that legumes are very present in pasture, but they are very minor as crop in arable crops. And the use of legumes in intercropping, not intercropping, but in cover crops between 2 catch crop in the intercrop period are increasing. But at the same time, we know that since the surface are very low, that means that we do not use this capacity of fixing symbiotic nitrogen and then to have the renewable nitrogen, which is going into the agricultural production. Because as it has been shown as a study at the European level, all the nitrogen which are involved in the agricultural soils are mainly based on synthetic mineral fertilizer for more than nearly half of the volume of the nitrogen is coming from this source. And it has been increased a lot after the Second War because of the management of Haber-Bosch process in order to produce industrial synthetic fertilizer. And the other part is mainly the manure recycling. But finally, the part of the synthetic fixation in the overall nitrogen in the European soil are very, very low, 5%. And it's very different in the other continent over the world, where in the other continent, America, India, Africa, and so on, it's up to 25%. So there is a great under and not utilized source of renewable renewable nitrogen in European production. If we want to better use this kind of plants because of these interesting services, we need to better understand how it works, because it's not a plant that you can grow with the inputs. It's a different kind of plants. You know that it's for as the other plant, you can use the nitrate which are in the soil, but it also uses this capacity of using the air in order to produce their own protein without any input. And the two ways of nutrition is very dependent to each other, and it's only if there is not enough nitrogen in the soil that we use the nitrogen fertilization, the nitrogen fixation. Sorry. So this is dependent. So if you want to increase the part of the capture from the renewable nitrogen from the air, we need to better understand the condition which enable that, and to different according to the different species of legumes and so on. And then it's very useful in order to reduce and to have a climate mitigation and to reduce the environmental impact, as we know, that is mainly related to consequence of using over the quantity of synthetic fertilizer. And and it could be useful in addition that capture its own nitrogen for its own purposes. We know that it's left a lot of nitrogen also for the rest of the ecosystems. Even if, for example, in annual crop like this, half of the nitrogen is exported in the grain, there is half which is still in the above-grown residue or below-grown residue, which could be then a source of nitrogen for the ecosystem. So we can use these crops for producing protein products, but we can also use it for using all the nitrogen which has been captured or which has been captured from the soil or from the air for the ecosystem and for the production. We can avoid all the losses related to these crops, and if we can increase also the use of the pre-crop effect for the following crops, and especially access, which is easier access for nutrients, especially nitrogen, but maybe some other nutrients also, and so on. So this could enhance the autonomy of the cropping systems and also the productivity and the robustness, because we are less dependent to the input and because we are less dependent to the price also of the input. In addition, it contributes also to the soil fertility, which is quite important also to maintain fertility. But we see that, for example, we need to better understand first of all, we need to better understand the major factors which influence the fact that the crop is success, because it's a sensitive biologic process, this nitrogen fixation capacity. But we need also to understand better the effect on the rest of the cropping system. We know that there is a pre-effect which has been already documented, but which is in fact underused because of the variability of this effect. And we see that in fact we still see a lot of week after week surface, especially in some region of France where there is a lot of high high producing region, there is still up to 18 or 20% of wheat from wheat, whether we know that pea or soya or other type of legume crops could be very interesting in order to both increase, for example, in wheat, we know that it's an increase of the potential of wheat yield, and it's also this increase in yield could also be associated to a reduced nitrogen fertilization rate. So there is for sure some information which are considered by the decision-making tools for trying to make information of the fact that there is less need of input if there is nitrogen content in the soil, but it's not always very precise. Sometimes it's forfeit. Not all the farmers are doing analysis, and we know that finally, usually it's not so. The pre-crop effects are not really used for reducing drastically the nitrogen application at the rate that we can do. So that's why we think that it could be better done. And the most important thing is to understand better why is it variable, because these pre-crop effects are quite variable, and it's really according to the situation, side by side. We know that its conditions are different. The intercrop management between two crops have been different, the water and so on. Anyway, we know that it could be variable. So there has been some measurement, and we hope that legumes will provide more. The legumes project, sorry. For example, we know that in France, we have already carried out some experiments in pluriannual experiments in order to better understand this pre-crop effect. And the measurement, for example, here it was in the case of measured the quantity of nitrogen in the aerial part of the crop after pea or after wheat. And we see that either in oilseed crop or in wheat crop, there was increased nitrogen content in the plant compared to the case where it's not a legume previous crop. But it's different according to the here. Here we see a different here, and the situation is different. So there is some information with that, and the meta-analyses have been shown. Some meta-analyses have shown that this pre-crop effect could be quantified as 20% as a result of the yield of the cereals after legumes compared to cereals grown after cereals. Is significant for most of the grain legume species, but we know that it's very diverse, and this was global meta-analysis, and we need to have further data on the European condition. Even if we have already some of them, here it's just, I will not go in details, so it was the first pluriannual trials in France where we try to confirm this kind of things with two situations at zero nitrogen application and suboptimal nitrogen application. Since and it was similar in other type of product, here we see really, in fact, the same type of increase in the yield, even if it's with suboptimal nitrogen application. So this importance of increasing the yield and nitrogen uptake, we need to further document it. And we hope that the multi-seed experiments with several levels of nitrogen application in different contexts of the EU, which are carried out in legumes, could provide us more data in order to understand this variability and to have a better operational advice to farmers. So that's what I wanted to present. So here, just to remind you, the major issue is that symbiotic nitrogen fixation could be a key ecologic function for having nitrogen in the systems outside nitrogen application. And we know that the presence of legumes could influence the needs in nitrogen and in other kinds of nutrients for the other crops which are in the region. But they are so variable that we need to target better either tools for or at least knowledge in order to provide to farmers so that they are adapting their own situation, their strategy For cover crops, we know that some tools like Merci are already available in order to better choose and to know the release of the catch crop, the release of the different nutrients that the catch crop will provide to the following crops. And we need to develop that also for annual or pluriannual legume crops to provide strategic tools to farmers, at least advice which is adapted from one situation to another. Okay, so I thank you very much. I don't know if I take too much time. And thanks
thank you
for
very,
attention.
very much. Thank you for your presentation. It's very important and a very underrated and underappreciated way of looking at cropping systems with legumes. We're just a tad bit behind schedule, so very quickly we'll be moving on to our final speaker, who is George Harvalis from New Republic. George will be presenting the Quantifarm project. And George, I think you're here with us. Is that correct?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. You can take it away then.
Nice. So allow me to present very briefly the Quantifarm project today. We'll focus on the toolkit, which is the main outcome of this European funded project. So, as you can see that Quantifarm project, the main goal of the project is to assess the impact of digital technology solutions in agriculture in real life conditions. What we mean by this is we utilize an extensive network of pilot test cases assessing results from real commercial farms. We are near the end of the project, which is spring 2026. So most of the data have been collected, and I will share with you today some of those results. We are 32 partners from all over Europe under this project. So the challenge that exists today regarding digital agriculture solution is the slow uptake that those have by the farmers in the European Union. So that's exactly what the project targets, is to make sure knowledge is has reached the farmers or the advisors, and to showcase the actual impacts of both positive but also negative, if those aspects exist, of the digital agriculture solutions, and to make it more clear what is the actual monetary costs, sustainability costs, and any societal aspects that those technologies have. So there are pilot cases all over Europe, more than 30 of those. The focus is on commercial farms, and the main distinction is that there are pilot farms that do utilize a digital agriculture solution, and identical pilot farms with identical crops within the region, but those farms do not utilize or use any digital agriculture solution. Let's call them conventional. So by having an extreme detailed data set and records between the pilot cases that utilize the solution and those that do not use it, we can assess them. We can assess the results in real life conditions. So this is where the Quantifarm toolkit gets into the equation, which is essentially a user-friendly dashboard. Is a web page that you can all visit, And there we have not only the results of each test case available, but we have developed 5 tools that mainly the main stakeholders of those tools are farmers, advisors, and policymakers. 2 of those tools we're going to demonstrate today. So very briefly, those 5 tools are the cost-benefit calculator, which is a calculator that the farmer can customize based on his own data in order to get the result of if a specific solution will be beneficial to his own case. A recommendations tool, which I'm going to present to you briefly. The benchmarking tool, which is essentially a farm calendar. The advanced decision support tool, which is mainly focused on the needs of advisors. And the policy monitoring tool, we are going to see this in a bit. So this is the new web page, the new Quantifarm toolkit. This is the last version, but the slight changes might come up depending on the data we are going to collect. We have already collected, and we are going to integrate for the last growing season. Allow me to explain to you what exactly what are the data we collect from each pilot test case. So we collect information about all the costs related information. For example, costs of pesticides, cost of labor, cost of fertilization. We also collect the data on water management, any cost of electricity, and by having all these, let's say, categories of inputs and outputs, we can feed them into an assessment engine and get and in detail have a detailed outlook on what are exactly the negative impacts, but also what are the positive impacts between farms that utilize this solution and farms that do not utilize this solution. One mention is that we are not trying to promote digital agriculture solutions. We are trying to test them and showcase the real results from the pilots. We are focusing on the toolkit, and we are going to see the recommendations tool and the policy monitoring tool. One mention is that the policy toolkit is that feeds from the pilot test cases data, but also 2 repositories, Smartakis and Fairshare repositories. So we try to utilize and reuse existing European datasets from existing European projects and feed them into the toolkit, but also data from satellite data or information from statistical organizations in Europe. We are going to see the front dashboard of the recommendation tool. This is a new version where we have integrated a personalized approach where the user can filter out a list of over 500 solutions and gets a recommendation regarding his own filters. So, and this is a few words about the policy monitoring tool, which is essentially it's an area-based dashboard where we extrapolate regional metrics from the pilot test cases and try to showcase the regional impact the utilization of the solution will have. Now let's navigate in the dashboard. In order to save some time, the dashboard is live, so you can visit this anytime. You can explore all the provided tools, or if you are interested and you want your own digital solution to be integrated into our repository, you can also do this. For example, here you can simply fill out the form if you are interested to be your solution to be showcased and included in the repository. Let's proceed with the recommendation tool. So it's essentially a tool where you can select your profile or what kind of farm you have. So for example, you could have arable farm and you are interested to work with a mobile application. So by putting those filters in place, you can get a recommendation of, so here I have a recommendation of 24 solutions. You can see which of those have been tested within the Quantifarm project. And also you can see multiple solutions that are relevant to the filters and also available in the repository. So this is a service, this is a tool that mostly relates to the needs of a farmer or maybe an advisor. And depending on the persona, let's say, of the filter that we have implemented here, the user can get a customized approach depending on the results of the test cases. So if a solution is mostly, let's say, has high economic value, but lower social or environmental impacts, this is all part of the assessment engine and the recommendation engine, essentially. So the filtering out based on this would happen in this section. I think we can go now and proceed with a policy monitoring tool. So this is an area-based, so the user initially can select the country of interest and the region of interest, and get a list of the crops, available crops of this region. So in this case, there's only potato in this region. So what we can see is a crop classification product for the years 2023 and years 2024. And based on this crop classification product, we can extrapolate data from the region, the pilot region, in order to have an assessment, a regional assessment of the impacts. So we can see, for example, that the initial investment for this solution, if all the farmers in the area want to utilize this, would be 154,000 euro. Or we can see what will be the monetary benefits for regional benefits. So will be around 2,100 euros for the 2024 year. In the same way, we can see the regional impacts for the use of pesticides or fertilization. So, for example, we can see that 9,000 kilos of nitrogen have been applied in 2024. If all farmers will use the digital agriculture solution, and we can get the metrics, the specific metrics in this chart in the next category, where, for example, we can see in 2024 that the total inputs used in this area were increased by 83%. That translates to a negative impact. This is why this bullet is red. So on the other side, we can see that there was a water reduction of around 30% by using the digital solution. So it's not always black and white when trying to utilize the technology, but in specific aspects are more consistent, positive, consistently positive, and others consistently negative. So this overall showcases the actual way of the actual benefits of adopting technology versus of not adopting. So I don't want to take any other of your time. I think I managed to give you the main idea. Thank you a lot for your time.
Our session for session 4. Thanks to all the speakers. So if we can get a round of applause for everybody that presented their project. Dina, I don't know if you want to come up and... So thank you guys. Thank you very much.
So we will skip the Q&A in this session, okay, because we are slightly late. We'll have just a short break to move the session and to have a leg stretch if you want. And then we will end with the panel discussion chaired by Francesca, okay? Thank you so much. See you in a bit. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, so we will start this final session. This is a panel discussion where we'll have Francesca Degan from Arvalis to chair this session, and I will ask you to come to the stage. Miguel Queimada, please. Dirk Bulling is there. Mark Tucker and Ludwig Harman. Thank you. Okay, so I'll leave it to you. This has a mistake. The starting times should be 5 to 5:30. So Francesca, you will lead the discussion.
Thank you, Dina, for the introduction, and welcome to this last session, so the panel discussion on nutrient management across Europe. So our goal with this session is to foster dialogue between key stakeholders, so between farmers, in industry representatives, research, and policy experts. So the aim is to identify actionable strategies for improving nutrient management in line with the sustainability goals and European policies. Here, how we will proceed. First, a short roundtable where each of panelists will answer a question based on your expertise. Then we will move into an open discussion to explore partnerships and concrete actions. Let's begin with our first question. So I would like to ask to Dirk Jan. So what are farmers' expectations regarding tools for nutrient management in your daily operations? So what are your expectations about those tools?
That's quite a difficult question. When a farmer introduces
doesn't matter what kind of other policy, he has to change what he was used on. So when that was still all right till this moment, so there must be a kind of a challenge for him to do that. And that can be what I told in my presentation, that can be the money, but also the possibility to get more efficiency out of the chemicals you may use. So that's another strategy of maybe not the highest yield, but the highest profits of the chemicals.
Yeah, economic return.
Yeah, but yes, economic return of the total amount of chemicals which you have. So maybe there is, you make a solution that you put less chemicals, for example, on cereals and more on the potatoes, because the quantum of your total amount of chemicals is not enough for having a good totally crop. Yep.
Thank you for your and thank you, Dirk. So let's move to Mark Tucker from Yara. So my question is about the role. What role can fertilizer manufacturers play to the transition to more sustainable practices? So you're talking about the tool and also also other actions.
I would break that down to sort of two topics, in that manufacturers can first play a part in manufacturing product with a lower carbon footprint. So that in itself is probably the simplest and quickest win, very expensive to do, but there's a real role to play for manufacturers to look at whether it's abated fertilizer, whether it's green ammonia-based, blue ammonia fertilizer, all sorts of technologies coming through now. So you reduce the carbon footprint of the fertilizer itself. And I mentioned it before, that can all be undone by the misuse of that fertilizer. So that in-field emission that comes with the use of fertilizer and all of anything that's based around that ammonia, whether it's green, blue, still has the in-field emission association. So then the tools and services that come into, again, accurate nitrogen management is critical to manage that in-field emission, because that can blow apart all of the investments that Yara were to make, or any company were to make, in lowering that carbon footprint. So I think the two have to go side by side, and we mustn't think that one is a silver bullet, because the use of the fertilizer, and that, I think, with the 4 R's goes back to sustainable. In the past, it's been very much an economic return on investment, with the right rate, the right product, the right timing. But that now you overlay the emission factor on that, then the right rate, the right timing, all comes into play even stronger in terms of managing that emission for sustainability. So I think they're the roles, and where we need collaboration then is when we're talking about nitrogen response curves, and they're cheap to do as a fertilizer manufacturer in terms of assessing the effect. When it comes to emission management, then you're in a different league in terms of cost. And that's the big challenge then. You need to really bring industry together to share that cost of emission reduction and management, because the measurement is very high tech and very expensive to understand that. So real sort of co-creation, co-investment to really help understand emission management will be critical, I think.
So emissions reductions at in industrial level, so during the production of fertilizer, and then also at the field level, so advise farmers on how to better use the fertilizers according with the different types of fertilizers and volatilization emissions.
And I think there's going to be a huge debate in terms of that timing, whether it's a nitrate, whether it's a urea, whether it's a UAN. In terms of and that the emission from the field that we trigger if we use it wrongly in waterlogged soils, in whatever, but it's very expensive to measure that and get the right recommendation, which at the moment farmers don't gain anything for. Farmers don't get paid on emissions, they get paid on yield and quality. So again, understanding that and then giving the right advice is going to be critical.
Thank you, Mark. And now for Miguel Quemada, I have a question about the what are the research priorities to optimize crop nutrition on your perspective?
I've been thinking about it because it's hard to answer this question without leaving many things out, and I wouldn't like to hurt any feelings.
What are the research priorities?
I'll get closer. Sorry. Well, I would like to at least to highlight three points. One, I think, is at the crop rotation level, and there is a lot of work still to include legumes that as we heard today, but it should go together with all the plant breeding and the plant interaction effects. I think there is a lot of work to do there, and I think we're going to see big changes in the next years. I mean, like if it's not only introducing legumes. I mean, we need to have a crop afterwards that is capable of uptaking the nitrogen supplied by the legumes, maybe because it has a more powerful root system, so there is a lot of work to do there. The other one is related to this meeting, I think, which is using sensors and all the information we can to come out with recommendation maps. And it's not an easy task. I mean, many of the recommendation maps we see are based on NDVI, and that's it, because it's very easy to use. But in my opinion, it's not enough. And I think there are several challenges there. One of them is combining information from different sources. I mean, we talk a little bit about yield maps. Yield maps is a very interesting information. How do we use it is a different problem. But combining historic yield maps with actual remote sensing information, with soil information, and with climate information is a real challenge. And I think we have to work there a lot. And the artificial intelligence probably has an important role there. Though, whatever is the solution, which is going to be probably complex, it has to come out as something very simple and very easy to transfer to the farmers. We cannot ask the farmers to have a PhD in agronomy or in physics. So we have to come out with it easy to transfer solution, and it's easy to use in the technology. And I think that's a very big challenge with many people working in extension has a lot of work. And finally, the last point, I think we shouldn't underestimate the collaboration between farmers. I think that's very important. And it can have a large impact in the nitrogen use efficiency at a regional level. I'm going to put one example. In southeast Spain, we have a lot of horticulture crops, many crops that demand a lot of nitrogen, but export very little. I mean, tomatoes, peppers, eggplants. You can apply 200, 250 kilograms of nitrogen, and you export 25, because most of the nitrogen remain in the crop residues. If the crop residues are left on the field, they're going to mineralize and they're going to increase the pollution problem. So they got together with a company, they developed a whole system of collecting the residues in containers. The company collect all these residues, they compost it and make pellets. And the pellets, they go back to the farmers that use them in their greenhouses or the open air. So in that way, they're really improving the nitrogen the recycling of the nutrients and the nitrogen use efficiency at the regional level. Actually, because the company is also now doing some techniques to create biochars, so on. So, and you see the farmers are very proud of what they did, and I agree. It's something to be proud of. And it could be the same thing in some areas where there is a lot of animal husbandry. where they get together to collect the residues and try to produce biogas and a product that you can apply. I mean, I really think this scale up situation where you really get a group of farms together and you achieve something at the higher scale level are very important, and they can have a very relevant role in the future.
So thank you for that. So just to sum up, so the plant breeding and interaction between plants and the crop rotation, you said, so the role of sensors and also the combining different sources of data and with the help of artificial intelligence. And you mentioned also the needs to provide easy solutions for farmers, easy to transfer. And then the last point about foster co-creation and collaboration between farmers. For example, with we know that some projects about living labs, so the network of farms. So thank you for that. And another question, last question for Ludwig. So how can field level feedback be integrated into policy making? So what is your thinking about how we can link policy making with what we are doing here with the farmers and stakeholders? And
yeah, I think what would be really necessary, and maybe if we all projects that work together, that we get a better integration between science and policy making. I think at present this is totally derailed, because policy making is has become only populistic. So policymakers do what they believe would be best for their re-election next time, but they don't do the real things that are really necessary. And I think if we want to build a community that really improves in terms of efficiency, but also in terms of well-being, altogether, what we need as human beings, we need, let's say, a platform where the science, policymakers, practitioners sit together and develop the right solutions and really try to integrate the experience and the learnings of the different institutions of the different countries. I mentioned before, we don't look into our neighbor countries. Every country does what it wants. If we talk about, I mentioned that before, we have in Denmark a nice tax on nutrient effluents from wastewater. We don't have that in any other country in Europe. I think this is highly efficient. It helps us in the agricultural field to keep aquatic bodies cleaner, because you reduce the effluents from wastewater treatment plants that are, of course, polluting when they are not well working, what we see in many European countries at present, particularly if we have heavy rain incidents and things like that. So we don't cooperate, we don't bring the experiences together, and the only way I see how we could do that is really having a kind of a European body of practitioners, scientists, policymakers that come together and try to focus on the critical points that we have and try to provide solutions. And that's totally not happening now.
But do you think, for example, that European phosphorus platforms could be, or it should be something more?
Yeah, it must be more. So it's we are nicely doing that, but it is not enough. It's definitely not enough, and we need more momentum in these efforts.
Thank you very much, Ludwig. So let's now open the floor for cross discussion. So, do you have any questions for the panelists? Please, Sam.
We have seen earlier today that there are 180 solutions and technologies that are found and are in the platform. We also have seen that in the cost-benefit analysis that all these technologies and systems are not popping up as highly efficient and with a very good cost-benefit ratio. So what is needed to improve these technologies and services so they can be a real help for farmers to improve in nutrient management?
So could please each one of you answer the question from your perspective, from farmers, industries, research and policy. Jan-Dirk, do you want to start?
Yes. I think it's very important to explain to the farmers what is happening, and when they see there is a problem and maybe there is a solution, that's a good start to change. And also, the necessary, not for the moment, but also for the future. We're doing on a way, we did it on a certain way, we do it in a certain way, but most important thing is how we're going to do it in the future. And a lot of these, now how do you call it, trials make some results, but what is enough? But it's important for farmers to explore and explain what is necessary.
Thank you, Jan-Dirk. So how we can improve those tools, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of return on investment, then anecdotally, I would say that we've seen an adoption of within Yara and within the UK over the last 20 years. We see an adoption of the use of the tools when fertilizer prices are very high and grain prices are very low, because the return on investment of the farm is then very tight, so every decision counts in terms of the marginality of it. And fertilizer itself has always given a very good return on investment, which then a tool or a service has to match up to make the insurance application, if you like, worse economically than the decision to go down a precision farming route. And of course, as we see CBAM coming along now with carbon taxation, as we see some of the real costs associated with nitrogen coming through, then as that bar goes up in terms of value, then the return on investment of precision farming should improve and increase, and therefore adoption should follow that. But I think there's that sort of marginality of returns that comes from precision farming, and precision nitrogen management really is what we're talking about. Then, as the squeeze is on in terms of if you start to imagine a nitrogen response curve that now has that third dimension of carbon attached to it. The last 50 kilograms of that wheat application becomes really critical to think about in terms of the consumption of carbon and the return that you get from that last 50 kilograms being so marginal. So I think there's a lot of things that are coming into play economically, sustainability-wise, that will put even more focus on the use of every kilogram of nitrogen. And then with energy prices are only going one way, aren't they, in Europe? So fertilizer price is high. So thinking about every kilogram of nitrogen from an economic point of view must sort of be played with that farm level, and we need to avoid that, because the riskiness of applying something or over applying something which is very expensive puts the farm economics at risk. So risk management becomes more critical.
So risk management and the margins, economical margins of each kilogram of nitrogen regarding of the framework, so the economical context, markets, and also environmental certifications. That is important, thank you. So what about research perspective, how we can improve those tools, the adoptions?
Well, I think from the research perspective, something we could do, and it's easier to say than to do it, is to join the efforts together to reduce the number of tools from 300 to down to 40 maybe is enough. I don't know. It's a number. It's true that we should try to make an effort to put together, but a lot of information that we are producing in Europe or other parts in the world, and trying to come out with more conclusive relationships, algorithms that they can be really solid and robust and can be used. It's a challenge, but I think that maybe providing so much information somehow is counterproductive, and I think we should do this effort. It's not easy, but that's a challenge.
So increase the visibility of really effective scientific solutions, scientific tools. So maybe reduce the number of tools. So for increasing the visibility of solutions that can really work.
Increase the collaboration between groups to come out with more robust tools that can be transferred to the users.
I would say my first claim is a bit of patience because things are not as fast as we would like them to be. And if you look at history, I mean, we are using technologies for fertilizer production that are 150 and 120 years old. So to develop new systems, new technologies takes time. And I think we need also, in regard to research, we need several rounds of improving. The 300 tools, out of them maybe 3 are really effective in the end of, but we need to give researchers the time to find out which technologies or which tools are really the most effective in the end. And I think that we also should focus not only on these quantitative aspects, how much fertilizer are farmers using. The real decisive element is how much are we losing, how much is going to the air because of maybe not the best practices that we are losing, how much is going to the water bodies. So this is the real challenge. It's not so much the pure practice of using fertilizers in agriculture. So I think sometimes there is, just the other week I received a very nice United Nations report about emissions from fertilizer use, and I think these are the decisive elements. N2O, CH4, which is not directly related to fertilizers, but let's say the pollution is the problem, not the use. So we must avoid pollution. Sometimes I think the focus is not so precisely on the elements where it should be. Yeah.
So stress the impacts of on quantitative targets for public policies.
Yeah.
So
and give time and don't say we did enough research on because you hear that frequently. It's already enough. We have already so many options. We have 300 tools. So why do we continue to research? No, we need another round and another round to find the best solutions.
But do we have that time?
It's not the question if we
2027 we have to reach some goals, I think.
Yeah.
And that's not that's given by the EU and
yeah.
So it's time to wrap up. So thank you very much for this dynamic exchange.
We have a question from from the online, and I think this one would be a bit quick to reply.
You manage the time.
Yeah. In what EU countries farmers are more actively participating in Horizon projects? Does anyone have an idea? Thank you.
I can't answer this question.
No?
No.
Anyone from the floor? In what EU countries do we have more farmers participating in the Horizon projects? This is a question from the online audience. Friends? I don't know. No? Okay, maybe we can try to search for this answer and give you an answer afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we are nearly ending. I will give the floor to Spiros Fountas. He's the coordinator of this project, and he will do the closing. Spiros is a professor and dean in the School of Environment and Agricultural Engineering in the Agricultural University of Athens. He has a BSc in Agricultural Sciences from Greece. He has been editor-in-chief of the Elsevier journal Smart Agricultural Technology, and he has coordinated 7 H2020 and Horizon Europe projects while participating in several other European projects. And he is, as I said, the project coordinator and a very good friend of ours. So please take the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, everyone, for being here, especially the guests from other projects. So we really appreciate that you have traveled here or you have stayed online for so long. I think it's been a very, very interesting day today. We have heard a lot. But before we say very few, I'm not going to talk about 30 minutes, but it's a few minutes just to wrap up. But I want to say that actually I'm officially, let's say, coordinator because when the project was funded, it was during Brexit time, and UK was not allowed to be the official coordinator. So Sarah had asked us if we would be interested to show us a coordinator for the European Commission. So we said yes, because we wanted really this project to go ahead. So we actually only be coordinated in paper. So ADAS is the official coordinator and the scientific coordinator that has done a great job. And I have said that I would like actually to say thank you so much to Sarah Kendall. We really feel sorry that she could not join us. I'm sure that she feels even more sorry. Hopefully, if Sarah is online, I don't know if she can actually be, no, but it's okay. You can appear yourself, but an applause to Sarah for all the work. And of course, the ADAS team, Tom and Kate, who have also done a great job all the 3 years period. And again, Consuli team, Dina and the rest, you know, you're always excellent in taking care of organizing. They organize all the event today. They also cover all the costs for the event today, but also you, over the 3 years, you know, as we say, the success of a project is always how well you communicate the project and how well actually you disseminate the results. So thank you so much. You have worked really hard for that. So I don't want to say, details. We have heard so much things about technologies, about crop models, about what it has to be done. I've just heard just two things. One said we have to be patient, right? The other said we have no time. So what actually is going to happen, I think both things have to actually come in place. So we have no times with all the profit is very tight for the farmers. Farmers are really having hard times over the last 2 years. So agriculture is having really, really tough years over the last 2 years. So that's actually what's happening now. So we have to have solutions to help farmers to be efficient. And it's very important not only about talking about efficiency, but also about dependency for nitrogen and other phosphorus. At the same time, everything has to be cost benefited, and because farmers, as we said, they cannot actually lose any cent anymore. So we really have to go fast and make things happen. A lot of trials, but really very good trials closer to the farmers, because we really have to help farmers. And today was very good because we have a representation of farmers, advisors, scientists and many people with a lot of years of experience that made many questions as usually harm. That means, you know, we really have got a lot of experience. So I would like to thank you very much. I want to say also that it's a closing of the project. So, you know, it's also a little bit of, you know, the project partners feel a little bit of sad because, after 3 years you get like friends. You know, we met in the kickoff meeting in York, excellent place and excellent accommodation and hosting. So that's also the closer. So, but we always hope that we'll meet again in future projects. So that's always something we have to hope for. So thank you very much again for being here, also online host and participants and the people here, especially the honored guests. Thank you very much for this.